hello. I thought Alvaro was going to do the intro, but apparently not.
I thought you were going to do the intro. You're the observer, dude. You're the intro man.
I'm the observer. Is this not your channel?
Yeah. It's our channel now.
I mean, it's been mostly me for the past couple days anyway, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Alvo's been.
It's just my channel and name.
He's been leaving me so much. It's like I'm being Tom Sawyer on this channel. He's like, hey, I gotta go paint a fence real quick, and then I'm like, okay, don't worry, I'll do the Twitch streams, boss. And he's like, nice.
Yeah, but okay, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you with that one. I'm not really sure what the Tom Sawyer reference.
Tom Sawyer is the guy who would trick other people.
I know who Tom Sawyer is, but I don't know if he's the reference of like being left behind, dude.
Well, he's not. He's the reference of. It's more of a whole statement on racism, and then the whole thing. Because you have to remember, Tom Sawyer was also the Huckleberry Finn. It was the same author, right? So it hits a lot. Of course, it hits a lot of the same notes. But mostly it's to do with Reconstruction. It's Reconstruction in the U.S. and people being. Not people, it's black people who were formerly slaves, aka the freedmen, kind of being tricked into doing the same thing over and over and over again with, I forget the word, but basically they were ended up slaves in just in a different names, and that's what the book was about. But anyway, what this stream is about is not about books. Oh, clearly not, since you didn't understand.
I just didn't understand the reference here that you were trying to make. It felt like very far-fetched.
Well, you know, that's what the Spanish man says to the Mexican, huh? Typical Spaniard. But we've got a draft.
Racism? What's that? Spain, we don't have that.
We don't have that. We never did any of that.
Nah.
Anyway, what game are you on?
VP Prodigy was Cascade.
Okay, good.
I thought that was the one you put on stream.
Oh, I mean it is.
And the one in the titles.
yeah, but I wasn't sure if you checked any of the titles or anything like that.
What kind of caster do you take me for? I'm even gonna join you for the whole day today, dude. Imagine.
We'll see.
10 seconds.
Oh, we'll see me. I'm gonna join you for the whole day.
Well, you were supposed to join me for the whole day yesterday, except for the 1 hour. But then.
Yes, but I made a mistake of messaging the wrong person.
Radiant
VP Prodigy. Oh, they're doing on the Gyro IO. Okay. All right. Not a big fan of this, to be honest. I think this put quite a weak combo.
Yeah, but what if it's Gyro support and Wisp core?
I would love that.
Actually, it would crush this Tide Hunter.
Right, because the lane should be pretty good between Gyro IO, right?
So, I mean, even if it's a core gyro, it'll still be a pretty good lane, to be honest. But I really hope it's not a core gyro, personally.
No, but I mean, like, to talk about your carry IO point, right? Like, if it's a gyro IO lane, I can imagine gyro being one of the good 5 partners to go with the Madden and Tusk, you know? And particularly against Tide, I imagine him being considerably better than pretty much all the others except for DP.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that one as well. Yeah, because I think
I
Tusk...
I like that idea.
I mean, maybe there's something to be said for the Tusk, because Tide, he might be tanky and all, but level 2 tag team, level 2 overcharge with a good ice shards is killer to just about anyone, to be honest. So I guess it's not too strong against Tide when it'll kill just about anyone else in the game, I suppose.
10 seconds.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see what they want to run it. I'd be surprised if I haven't seen too much support gyro in CIS. I've started to see it in Europe, but mostly it's China and it's NASA for sure.
What, the gyro support?
Yeah, as gyro support. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I've not seen it. I mean, I've seen some European players trying to like streams, right? For example, but I haven't seen. I know Celery was asked to do it a couple times, and he actually did try it once, and he was okay with it, right? I don't mean like he was okay with it, like he's okay with a gyro. I mean like he was okay with trying it, which to a European player, that's already a lot. So, yeah, no, I do agree with you. Like I was watching some of the fly replays yesterday in between games, and I saw what you meant.
Yeah, like I said, his positioning. I mean, if you got good positioning in team fights, you can punish the hell out of people on the support gyro.
And this is a good game for it.
It's a 350 damage nuke at level 8 or something like that with a 3-second stun on homing missile. I mean, it's crazy. All these things are amazing. But we'll see. We'll see what they want to run, because we also have a pretty mean lane as well. Juggernaut Maiden, good old Frostbite into Blade Fury for the Mars. Not something you can push him away from. So it's a little bit more of a difficult lane. But you do have the Lion here. But again, Blade Fury is just the ultimate counter to you. And even Maiden can kind of out-harass a Lion. But they do have kill potential if Blade Fury's not online, most likely. So we'll see what they can make work.
I'm presuming it's Oracle Juggernaut though, Maiden
5
Titan Runner,
seconds
though. That would make a
remaining.
bit more
Dire
sense.
Oh,
right?
interesting. Yeah, no, for sure. That would make a lot
Yeah.
more sense.
It's odd to pick a 4 Maiden, though I gotta say that even though it's odd, like a lot of teams don't do it, I still think it's actually better than 5 Maiden. I feel like 5 Maiden's a bit weak these days, but 4 Maiden takes advantage of one of her biggest assets, which is not just the laning stage, but rather her mid game, right? So one of the issues I always see with Maiden is you're just a poor man's
10
Enchantress, right?
seconds remaining.
As a 5. But when you play her as a 4, you actually have a fair amount of impact with
5
freezing field,
seconds
depending
remaining.
on the lineup you're up against, particularly when you can use the attack speed reduction from freezing field effectively. Man, I can see it be pretty powerful. And you have a really nice teamfight lineup for Cascade already. I'd like to see some more teamfight in the mid lane. They pick up a Void Spirit, so Storm actually great, but unfortunately they banned themselves. They might be thinking Konka as well. Konka's decent against Void Spirit, and with the Invoker and Storm
Yep.
taken out, right, you might have been considering that
Kunkka's
idea.
the pick. Kunkka's the pick because then you can steal someone back from relocate. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I think Kunkka is so damn good here.
Kunkka's pretty good. The Void Spirit lane might not be the best thing in the world. I do like the damage mitigation, more team fight. Another option I'd like that's a bit more unorthodox, but I think would be really good here is the tiny mid, actually.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad.
Really burstable Io, really burstable Lion, of course. Gyro actually falls within the same category.
Templar
Oh,
Assassin.
TA.
Now select
Okay.
your heroes.
Not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of this pickup.
It is a Shisui favorite, though. He really does
know.
like to spam this hero.
It makes sense considering Shisui's history, right?
I mean, so it's Sonic. So it is the carry Gyro, Misha 5, Wisp. Okay. I mean, I'm not in love with the TA pick. I much rather would have seen at least the Kunkka because it doesn't really bring you any team fight. Yet again, I think this is another lineup from Cascade where they have great pickoff potential and then they just rely on the offlaner to basically bring all of the team fight in the world. Because it's a position 4 maiden, true, right? But still, even if you get your BKB Blink Dagger at like 25, 26 minutes, it's not going to be too impactful.
I agree. Like, position 4 maiden is good when you have, like, 2 teamfight sources, right? If it was
Yes.
Titan or Konka or Titan or Tiny or something like that, right? No, some other teamfight, Puck, Ember, Hell, whatever.
Exactly.
But since TA is just a secondary carry, then position 4 maiden has a bigger role, and I don't think that she can fulfill those shoes. Like, I much rather would have seen Earthspade, Earthshake, or something like that as the 4 here when you lack that kind of extra teamfight. Mind you, Titan alone is a good teamfight, but I just am not the biggest fan of the double carry, particularly because I don't think Juggernaut is the best... like fast carry. It was like a TA Lifestealer or TA like Troll or Ursa. Okay, I can see that. But Juggernaut, you take a while to get online. If you play too aggressively early, you get punished, especially against a Gyro. So,
But
I'm not the
Alvaro,
biggest fan of this
if
pick.
you go Boots of Travel, you are one of the fastest carries.
Ha. Ha.
He's going to go for the mid one build here. Most likely not. I don't think he can afford to do that one this game. Because I agree with you. They kind of do
Prepare
have to
for
play
battle.
fast. Maybe they want... I mean, when does TA start falling off? Probably around like 33 minutes or something like that after you get a couple kills with your 10-second BKB, your 10 and 9-second BKB after Blink Deso, of course. And then by then, Jug has to carry the game after that, right? Worst or best case scenario if you're Cascade, right? And I think they might be swapping lanes here as well, or they're just going to go as a kill adventure here down to the bottom lane. They're not even smoked up.
I mean, if I was in this position as VP.P, I would consider pulling the Gyro mid, honestly, against the TA. Pretty good, decent matchup for Gyro. And then you put the Void Spirit as the... I mean, we have seen Void Spirit carry before. I understand that the lane, though... that's because the Titaner lane is not that
Yeah.
great, right?
No.
Yeah, I guess that's why they're thinking about it. Now, you can't really put Mars mid against TA. I don't think that's the best of matchups. So... I think it's okay, though, as long as this matchup... Like, as long as Laurel can just rotate early, right? And just play it a bit faster than TA. I can't imagine this TA being too impactful.
Yeah, I agree, especially because you can, like, having a Wisp, especially a Wisp like Misha, is when he's so active around the map and he's, like, a damn good captain. He's going to know, it's like, oh, Sonny, we're going to go gank mid right now. Don't worry, it's going to be a free kill, 12-second adventure, in and out real quick, you know? Some good old Rick and Morty
The
meme right
battle
there for you.
begins.
But, I mean, it's totally doable, right? It's totally... It's like having a Furion in that sense where you can just be everywhere at once. And the Wisp is a little bit more limited in that, but you get to bring a friend, which is a huge strength here, obviously. Especially when you have great counters to the TA.
I agree. I feel like the recall here is going to be a big source of a headache for Cascade because of their lack of... I guess useful early game, right? You don't have anything to really counter if you have a number superiority. They are going to run the Oracle Tide, by the way, in the end. It's Crystal Maiden Jug, even though it is for Crystal Maiden, but still, I guess they think this lane is better. I mean, I can't see either lane being good, to be honest. Like for the Tide, I was thinking like either lane is bad. I guess the Jug, it's better to use the Crystal Maiden, right?
Denied.
She can trade decently against Lion, so sure.
Yeah, I guess I'm also thinking Fortune's End can be a little bit more impactful if a gyrocopter is running down your Tide Hunter with the rocket barrage.
Sure, that's true.
I mean,
Well, don't you think it's better to have the immediate root of Frostbite though?
Yeah,
than
but then the
charged
Maiden
root?
just dies, whereas Oracle's got much better cast range, right?
That's true, that's true. You have better movement speed as well, so you can outrun the gyro a bit more reliably, right? I mean, I know gyro though still. Oracle needs to go for like win boots.
I get it. It's not easy, but it's a little bit easier, as we can see even top lane, Josu having a really tough time versus Lion. Hidaro was trying to harass Celebrity, but Celebrity with that big old shield doesn't really care from the right clicks of the Maiden, whereas Jesu is getting hit by the Earth Spikes of Lion. That'll hurt a little bit more.
They're all struggling a fair amount here. We knew that both side lanes would not be easy for them. I feel like it's the top lane Jug has some kill potential, but early you do struggle. It's once you get Blade Fury level 2 that you start being a bit more impactful here. And as we can see, this Maiden versus Lion. If you're a good Lion, you can make this matchup a bit easier for yourself, right? Just need to stun her while Crystal Nova is out to prevent the movement speed reduction to be a really big deal. You trade constantly with her, use the Mana Drain on the Jug mainly, so to prevent the Blade Fury, and it shouldn't be too impossible. Bottom lane, though, I'm surprised at how well Tidehunter just got under the tower, huh? They really messed up the creep equilibrium, and now Tidehunter just got a bunch of last hits for free. Jarkov just missed a bunch of last hits, too. Oof, another miss.
Oracle even getting the deny on that one as well. They don't have level 3, well, they don't have level 2 Rocket Barrage, right, because you need level 3 for that. So this Gyro, even though he had potentially a kill there, it would take too much mana, too much time, too much investment. So they need to get level 3. The same thing here in this top lane. We've got like both safe laners waiting for level 3. Nice little voice line there. Jug to Maiden, or Maiden to Jug rather. I always like it when the heroes talk to another in the lane.
That's very cool.
It
would be really nice if they added voice lines for the Netflix on them. I would love that.
Maybe. Someone, I was listening to a stream yesterday. Someone said the reviews are out and they kind of panned it.
Yeah, but to be honest, it was PC Gamer though.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I think they said. Listen, I don't know what this means, but apparently there's another Western anime, Metroidvania. No. Castlevania. That's the one. Where they said it tries to be like that, except not as good. There's the spin up top lane. They're gonna get 2.
I did hear that comment. But then again, they did say that PC Gamer were the same guys that said that Dota was like an okay game, but it was a bit too difficult for people to try, and what was the point of trying so hard in the game? And they liked League because League was easier.
Okay, so. but I can't imagine, like, you know, IGN they're quite big, or PC Gamer, they're quite big. I can't imagine that it was the same guy doing the anime review as it was doing the MOBA review.
No, but I think at that point where you say that League is like Dota is less enjoyable than League, I think that the whole company has a policy to drink paint before doing reviews, so I don't think it's that big a deal. I'm not too concerned.
All right. We'll see.
I'm a hate voter for these guys. Okay, how dare you say that one game?
5 days. 5 days. We'll see. Listen, I'm hoping for the best. I hope nothing but the best. I hope this anime like wins awards. You know. And that.
But to be honest, I was not the biggest fan of the Castlevania anime, so if there's anything similar to that,
I heard that one was really popular. That's the only reason I even dare speak about anime, because I have no clue. I've never really watched an anime.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, I could see what they meant with the Castlevania. I could see how those were similar. The idea behind it is just like it's a very relatively like gory anime, right, with a lot of strong action scenes and really good animation, and so that's what the selling point. But the story behind it is just kind of like a secondary stuff.
The rare mistake out from Misha. He double tapped tether, so he instantly broke it. That'll happen. It's kind of sucks because you end up wasting 120 mana on the homing missile, and you don't get anything out of that.
Well, your lanes are going really bad though right now. From what the lanes should be for VP Prodigy, like mid is at least even, but you know, I don't think that matters too much. Top is going the way of the Juggernaut, and bottom, Tidehunter has kind of held his own nicely against the Gyrocopter. Usually Gyrocopter considered one of the hardest counters for Tidehunter, but not really the case. And if you really want to use the Gyro IO, I feel like you needed a much better early game than this, because I just don't think this combo is that powerful anymore.
I'm surprised. I think we're going to start to see it shift here, because we've got like full mana, full HP on Gyro. Here we go. Like this is more of what I was expecting from this lane.
That creep tag the whole thing. Even with these spirits. Well, you actually went for an early point in spirits. Interesting. Lots of support IOs don't actually go for any points in spirits these days. They just max tether and overcharge.
Yeah, now that you actually have to max tether if you're a support Wisp to get that mana and HP regen above 1, because it starts with, I think, like 0.6 or 0.5 or something like that. It used to just be like 1 to 1.2, I think, or something like that back in the day. So you would only put 1 point in the tether, and that obviously needs to change. Celebrity might be dead up top lane. We still have a Frostbite here for him. He's going to try and throw the spear. He will connect it, but he's going to go down to the right clicks of the Maiden. Mid lane, Laurel secures himself a bounty rune. It'll spawn top lane. Shisui has the trap for him, but he's got another astral step, so there's no way he can get beat here. And here's Illusion, actually. They could look to turn. We've got Refraction ready, though. Barely enough mana to cast it. They will go through those charges. They're going to go for it here. We don't have Hex, only mana drain, though, so it doesn't really seem too likely to get this kill. Shisui, though, the root out from Kaori's. Probably going to deny the rune. No. TA. Okay, they deny the rune at last. Is he going to go down? Doesn't look like it. Oh, big skirmish. They are still TPing Kidaro on over, but maybe Lion is going to end up dying here? Yeah, okay. Not bad.
That's incredible. Bottom, Tidehunter is also in trouble. He's being chased by the Rocket Barrage. I feel like this is finally Tidehunter's day. Can they kill him? Yes. Xadi finally taking that kill. And so the first kill that VP Prodigy finally gets is on the Tidehunter. Not too bad. At least the Gyrocopter lane is somewhat functional. Losing the Lion mid, though, does suck a fair amount. Laurel for a second, by the way, there. I don't know if you saw his quick by was considering Maelstrom. Interesting. I've never seen it on the point split.
That is interesting. I think like the weirdest quote-unquote item we've seen on mid lane, Void Spirit, has been the Kaya and Sanj.
Right?
I actually love that build. That was the North American tank build, right?
Yeah, I like it as well. Don't get me wrong. Oh, well, they're going again.
Yeah, Xani. Actually had his Rocket Barrage, but he's been healing too much. You know, he was a bit afraid there. He wasn't expecting the IO to actually heal him that ridiculous amount. So the Purifying Flames also helped out a fair amount there, and he didn't really complete the Rocket Barrage against Tidehunter. It would have been dead otherwise, but I understand. He didn't know that the Oracle doesn't have a point in Fate's Edict. It's kind of hard to tell, right, just by the damage from Purifying Flames. So he thought he was going to be safe regardless. They did rotate the Lion here, so I'm assuming they want to go for a kill. I mean, they're putting a lot of pressure into this bottom tower, which is, I guess, the best usage of the Gyro IO, but it is still just a tier 1
I think this is a really smart move, right? Because normally you pick the Tide to be this unkillable force. Not yet, right? You know, like in the next 5 minutes, he becomes this unkillable force after he gets, like, probably this game Hooded Defiance for sure. But if you're going to shut down his lane this hard, if you're going to take his tower this early on, when TA needs to be, you know, farming stacks, Jug's not ready to fight, you might just be able to actually run over Cascade here, even though you didn't get the best start. I say that, but Mars is continuing to have a bad time. He needs Lion to TP on back. We've got Omni Slash ready for Jesu, but there's a bunch of creep nearby, so he's not really going to want to go for it. And he will back away. They are rotating. TA's currently stealing a stack, though, right now. Laurel's going to run on over. Maybe she stacked this herself. DD active. I don't really know if you want to be fighting this one, but she is completely out of refraction. Doesn't have it for 12 more seconds. Lion has now the Earth Spike available. Here comes Celebrity, only level 5. Shisui refraction in 5 more seconds. Here's the Juggernaut now. Oh no, the Omni Slash might just get him this kill. When the last auto attack, Laurel continuing to chase after Shisui, but we now have 4, make that 3 stacks of refraction. My goodness, Jesu got they got more kills? What's going on? I was watching Laurel finally get this kill into Shisui. Okay, so they killed Tide bottom in exchange for Wisp, and then they were able to get the second kill there onto Lion. Very costly deaths out from VP.P early on, though.
Yeah, but the kill on Shisui kind of makes that almost worth it, right? Laurel getting the kill is really, really valuable. Oh, nice, very nice freezing field. You know, he used that creeps there to cover him from a potential ether on it, so you couldn't cancel it immediately. Well done. Just pushing the lane out to make sure that they can't really you take this time without the TA to push, and then you rotate the Tidehunter, because the TA is already at the point where you want to just farm with her, so you don't really want to keep on fighting. I mean, I think this TA is getting away with murder, to be honest, in this game, though. I feel like the TA has not really been harassed too much. You haven't really noticed the difference between TA being super slow and Void Spirit theoretically being a one-man killing machine. Gyro's doing well, but so is Jug, so it's kind of an even game. Luckily, you have stopped Tidehunter's dominance, but obviously in exchange for the Mars, who's died a bunch in the top lane. And now finally you start rotating them off lane, as I mentioned. You put Tidehunter mid, you just tank all this damage, and if Mars shows himself top, you're also going to murder him, unless you find an easier kill in the triangle against TA. Good Fate's Edict saving her life, though.
Yep. Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit hard. Only level 4 here on the Oracle, so there's no risk of, you know, a false promise or anything like that. But just that alone was enough to negate basically all that little bit of aggression. I wonder if they're going to try and get aggressive here with this rune. Kidaro probably going to be in some trouble. Lion's still only level 4, though, so Both supports, a lot of the supports actually a bit on the struggle bus here, except for Misha, of course, who's just been tied to the hip, getting some experience with Sani.
Once you get a Maelstrom, this combo starts becoming really powerful. I always remember that when this combo first came into the scene, I like mentioning this one because I was watching the Chinese cats I usually do, of course. No. There was a really interesting comment said by Zhao 8 and one of the Chinese cats were saying that all Westerners don't know how to play the combo because the real strength of this combo is not, oh, look, I can fight so quickly. It's more about the farming speed that this combo goes. It's like one of the fastest farming combos in the world. And I think to this day is still true. Once you get the Maelstrom, you're pretty much ready to go to just farm all over the map. And of course, this Maelstrom into the Axe. And the idea is that you shouldn't be playing too aggressively early. You should be trying to take easy engagement and relocate. But the idea is just perma-farm. You know, you're separating the experience between the two, so you need to farm extra, right? You need to make sure to get extra gold and jar to make up for that. And you just need to get those items as soon as possible and fight this in the late game. If this goes to late, though, you're pretty solid, honestly. I mean, obviously, you want to take advantage of the TA pick as Cascade, so on minute 20 to 30, they're going to try to fight you. And if Jar Cup does enough items, it's going to be really difficult for them to do so.
Yeah, we've already got the Deso ready to go for our TA. This Maelstrom is very nice to have, though. We're actually smoking up, going for the Aghanim Scepter, by the way, here for Laurel. So not the Yules, not the Orchid, not the Kaya and Sanj. Instead, it'll be the Aghanim Scepter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like it's been a while since I've seen just a straight Ags rush on a mid lane Void Spirit. I've seen a lot more people experiment with the Orchid instead. I mean, it's still super common, right? I'm not like surprised to see it, but it seems like this was like the big thing at the beginning of the patch, and then some people started to go into different routes and avenues and explore those. But
oh, wow, that's beautiful. Respect. That was wonderful. I agree. I think the Ags is a solid pickup here. I really like Ags against heroes like Tidehunter, for example, because obviously heroes that have a relatively easy time initiating, like Tide or what's another example? Timbersaw, I guess, to some degree. Oh, missed Earthspike. Missed Pier.
It's okay.
Okay,
they're just trying to cancel.
Let's try. Yeah. So here's like these, right? They get really, I wouldn't say surprised necessarily, but just kind of screwed over by these like easy silences, right? Void Spirit just running around. All of a sudden you get silenced for 2 seconds. You can't use the perfect Ravage. All of a sudden you have another perfect Ravage. Oh, wait, second silence for 2 seconds, right? These kind of like small silences are really, really annoying because you don't get the exact initiation you want. Pango's another one of those heroes that get really bothered by this Axe. So I kind of like it this game. I think it's a really solid first pickup. I don't see much value to the Yule Scepter either, if I'm honest with you.
They did TP Mars and the Void Spirit down bottom. Oh, a perfect wraparound here for Jason, who's got absolutely nowhere to run, no support either. Down he goes.
You must learn.
Killing Jesu, that's a huge deal. And with the Arena Blood, they also catch up to the TA. That's a 2 cores, man.
Ravage.
You can't lose both of them. Ravage has been committed here, and it will stop him. Falsmore to save Shisui. And Celebrity will decide to just go for Kaori. Nice little Earth Spike, stopping both cores yet again. Shisui trying his best to hurt them, but unfortunately, Falsmore will pump before he can do anything. Freezing Field on the high ground, Kidaru will at least zone out the enemy team, but they still want to commit for this Tidehunter. The Earth Spike finally cancels the Freezing Field and sets up the kill for Tidehunter. In addition to securing the team wipe. VP, Prodigy, what a nice little team fight. But honestly, Cascade, when you've just lost your Juggernaut, when TA is still not online with Dezo's Blink Dagger, it might not be the best time to play.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was a bit. I mean, I think TA was just trying to run. Unfortunately, TA not too mobile without that Blink Dagger. And it was, I mean, it was good moves from Cascade to try and minimize their losses throughout the fight. I really liked Tidehunter. He jumped in front of the Astral Spirit to make sure that CM could continue channeling the ulti. Maybe then they get a couple of extra kills. But Illusion just on point on the line right now. I mean, he had 2 double Earth Spikes in that fight alone, which is just so valuable. Not to mention, of course, getting that Hex onto the Juggernaut, which is, you know, easier said than done sometimes. But, of course, when you've got great move speed, it's relatively easy to do. They're going to get this Tidehunter yet again as they just kill him way too damn easily. He's not even a problem right now. And this was going to be kind of my concern, is that normally, I mean, yes, the Tide's kind of in a bad spot there, to be completely honest with you, but normally you want your Tide to be able to tank a little bit more than that at this stage of the game. And there goes the Maiden. 15-minute wagon has just spawned. They're going to be grabbing a couple of bounties here as well. And I think they're going to double back now for the mid-tier 1 tower instead of chasing any more kills, because this is going to be a really, really valuable tier 1 to have at this stage. Like I said earlier, TA, I don't really think she can fight anymore without Blink. She's close, but, you know, when they close off her map even more for free, it's going to make the game a bit harder.
And in this particular game, I mean, mentioning how smart it was to take the tier 1 offlane. Now with the tier 1 mid, this whole play is completed where you have complete control over the enemy triangle, right? Like, it's rather
middle
easy to
tower
gank them
has
now.
fallen.
You have 2 wards there for a reason, because, you know, TA really abuses the triangle, and just gonna go and gank him all the time with smokes as soon as you see someone in there, right? It's quite a smart way to cancel this TA pick and to really punish the extreme greed that Cascade went for. And with this, you also set your Gyrocopter apart from the enemy 2 carries because you already have the Ag's Maelstrom at a really beautiful timing. And with this, there's no way that Juggernaut's gonna ever match his Gyrocopter in terms of performance.
Yeah.
Like, unless you make a huge blunder and you like commit 5 heroes and Juggernaut gets a
they're
mega
relocating?
kill. It's not going to happen. Relocate, yeah. Where is it? The relocate?
It's
Oh,
for
it's just the
Kidara.
main. I thought it was for
Has
Juggernaut.
been killed.
No, they just wanted to really
Radiant's
show
middle
off
tower
their,
is under attack.
you know,
Their
this is them in their sphere of influence here, right? It's like, hey,
I guess so.
we're gonna fight you if you try and stack the triangle. We're gonna block your camps. You're gonna have to commit a lot of time here. They've actually still got the ward up here on the high ground. It's in vision. They just need to get the courier over there, and there it is, and then they'll be able to demolish it. So
I felt like
I was going to
felt like
say,
they did a good
they've
job.
done a good job to deward their triangle. That's all I had to say about that.
Yeah, it's fair enough. That's true. I mean, they understand, right,
Dire's
that they've
top
taken the tier 1
tower
mid
is
and tier 1
under attack.
offlane, so you understand that, okay, they're probably going for our triangle. They probably are trying to secure that. Once you see the relocate as well, you're like, yeah, I think we did the right
Dire's
thing.
top
Like, they're
tower
definitely
has
keeping
fallen.
tabs on us. Especially when the Jug was literally speared to a tree and you could have maybe tried to get that kill, but I understand. Again, I think it's okay for them to play a bit more aggressively, because right now the Gyrocopter, all he wants to do is out-farm you. He's not really concerned with getting kills.
Radiant's
It's actually the
bottom
Void
tower
Spirit who's
is
doing
under
that job
attack.
instead, and now he sees the Tide Hunter.
Dire's
Okay,
top
Kraken Shell's still
tower
level
is
4
under
though, so I
attack.
think it's a very difficult kill, but we're gonna try anyway. Arena Blood, good for Tide. A fair amount of damage with a spear. He does a spell, it has Ravage, but unfortunately, not enough time to use it.
Did you see Laurel body
Radiant
blocking with the
are
illusion
scanning.
rune?
Laurel?
was-
Oh yeah,
yeah.
that was incredible. That was really well done.
that
Like,
was
against
really
a
fun.
Tide?
Yeah.
Pretty smart, dude. Like, there's no other way you can really stop him from moving, right?
No, I mean, with Aether Remnants are on cooldown, right? There's literally there's nothing else you can do there. So yeah, nice play. And you know, Cascade, they saw that one coming. They saw the TP to the tier 1 tower. They saw the blink on the Mars, but they just couldn't get their man out in time because of those body blocks. And yet again, I think that that's the 5th death now here for Tide Hunter. He's gonna go for the blink dagger. I kind of like most games. This is the thing. This seems to be like the Tide Hunter conundrum, where most games I feel like you watch a Tide player, you look at their team lineup, and you go, maybe they can get away without going for a blink dagger, right? Tide, a lot of times these days, I hate saying it because it sounds again like the SEA pub trope of we need tank, but a lot of the times he is just tank, right? And he doesn't really build a blink dagger. He lets enemies come to him. Sometimes you see like a 4-staff on him at most, but usually you'll see like a bunch of defensive team items, a Vlad's, a pipe, before you even consider the blink. Sometimes even BKB before that.
I mean, pipe not these days, but yeah, it used to be the case.
Yeah. But now, of course, you stick with the Hooded Defiance unless you're playing against like a Zeus or a Lesh or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But
Because pipe is just so bad, honestly.
but
I can't reiterate it enough. It's just a terrible item right now.
I think it's a good idea for him to go for the blink dagger this game because they have this Maiden Oracle, pretty defensive lineup, right? Kadaro, even if he's playing the position 4. He's just going for the Glimmer Cape, right? So nothing too exciting right now for the Maiden. Just pretty standard support plays. They're doing Roche, by the way.
Oh, Celebrity. He has the arena. I think he's in that regardless. Yeah, there was no chance for him. They do catch a Crystal Maid in the backline, so, and they might be able to kill a Tide in time. Ravage, though, for the full Gyrocopter. Where's the arrow to help him out? We need a relocate. Gyrocopter, can he last long enough? No, Misha! Won't be able to relocate and save his life in time. And unfortunately, Xani will fall here, losing his monster kill streak to the Juggernaut as well, which is a big deal. Huge recovery for Juggernaut. They still want to fight this though, apparently, as Misha comes back in. They want to defend Misha, but unfortunately that's not going to be too successful. Misha's already dead. And now Laurel Illusion, realizing they should have just left from the beginning. Blink Dagger from Illusion, though, will save his life. I agree with the point, by the way, you were saying with Tide Blink Dagger that you were mentioning earlier. I feel like Tide Blink Dagger is the moment where you change the playstyle of the hero. And you stop playing like this, for example, where you play like a super, like incredible tank and you die really easily. They don't have arena though, so maybe they can't kill him. Okay. Now the Gyro, they like the damage.
He's a bit too tanky, even with Finger, right? Only being level 1. He's got Hood. He's got 25% magic resist built in, so that's not going to be a kill there, unfortunately. That boy is just simply too damn tanky. An interesting move, I didn't see the first. I only saw one Resonant Pulse get silenced, and I looked for the second one because the first one was beautiful onto the Tide Hunter. You could tell he wanted to Ravage earlier in that fight, but he couldn't because he was silenced. And thus building onto your point you said earlier. But the second charge was on cooldown, so I didn't just see if he maybe used both of them earlier on. But I mean, here's the thing. They could just go right back into Roche. There's no Ravage. There's no False Promise. There's no Omni Slash. They don't even have Freezing Field to use here. So it's basically now back to the Roche bit. They get delayed by a couple of minutes. They get a little bit more farm here on TA. She's actually nearly completed the BKB, so it's a very impactful decision to fight there and delay the Roche for sure. But they still get the Roche no matter what. There's the relocate. They're looking to pick off the supports, and they should find him. Great Aether Remnant. And that'll be only a kill onto the Maiden. Not much.
I am dangerous.
Radiant's top tower is under
Easy
attack.
kill for VP.P and a valuable one, especially if they can catch the Jug afterwards. Not just in time. At one point, the Gyro will have to consider Basher. It's actually one of the few range carries that can go Basher or Abyssal Blade, right? Because the accuracy with Basher is so good. So it's not too bad. But there is going to be a consideration at some point for Xani. I'm assuming it's going to be S and Y, Butterfly right into Basher afterwards. Or I would actually, rather than Butterfly, rather see a Scotty into the Basher. Because I think Scotty is also high value here. But
Yeah. I'm trying to think because, like, well, no one really can go for a Halberd this game reasonably. I mean, maybe the Mars, but he's actually going for Yules just to be able to set up his own spears. Void Spirit going for Yules as well. Maybe considering BKB instead. That's what I was about to say. And he's going to go back for the BKB now. Yeah.
like the
definitely Basher at some point for sure.
I think Shiva's was a decent idea, but I don't like it immediately. Oh, that Ravage, though. Point blank Ravage. That's the power of the Blink Dagger. Good, nice little reveal there, getting the kill on the Void Spirit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And you can now take the tower as well. BKB, Blink Dagger, and Desolator on the TA, so they're ready to fight this. They're going for a smoke, though. Without the Void Spirit, this seems like a tall order.
He's got
And the
buyback.
Crystal Nova completely stops them. In fact, Titan just walks in. Arena Blood used, but the BKB, Shisui is invulnerable to any damage Celebrity can do to him right now. In fact, Celebrity is in trouble in the backlines. Instead, they're concentrating on the Titan. Can they kill him in time? Gyrocopter does manage to finish him off, but at the same time loses his partner, Misha. And that means that Gyrocopter alone, only with an Aegis. Can they still fight this? There's no more BKB on TA. They can control her still, but the Healing Ward is keeping her alive. Here comes Laurel as well with the Hex. Just need to kill Shisui, but the Glimmer Cape is saving him. They have no dust or anything. He's completely invulnerable, and he is going to be able to blink TP away. Shisui just got away with literal murder. I could not believe that he was living thanks to a Glimmer Cape. Carry dust. In fact,
Yeah.
Lion had dust now that I realize.
Yeah, I'm surprised that nothing came out. Maybe they thought the TA blinked away. I honestly have no idea. Maybe he just bought dust. Maybe he didn't have it in the fight. To be honest, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I mean, huge plays there by Kidaro. First of all, not only on the Glimmer Cape, but revealing all 4 heroes with the Crystal Nova. And then Tidehunter just does his duty. He jumps right in there. He knows that he's fish food essentially to this stack, but he's got to be the one to bring the fight to him because that allows the TA to properly position herself and not get jumped on. So really, really nice move there out from the Tidehunter. TA as well didn't even... Oh, she did use the BKB there. Pardon me. Of course she did, correct? Because then otherwise she would have died to Gyrocopter. And yeah, I mean, a scary fight. You don't lose Gyro at the very least, but you lose a lot more because you end up having to buy back on the Void Spirit. And the fight turns out okay, but you would have had BKB by now very easily if you hadn't bought back. So, you know, it does come at quite a cost. And we'll see if they can look to try and punish the lack of BKB here. There's a second smoke, however, on the cliff. Is in a good position to break smokes is going to be the Tidehunter. We are going for double Glimmer. I see this a lot more on supports these days. I think this is because Zai always does it. He just does this Shadow Blade meme.
Oh, wait, careful. Let's see. They go for that first. I think they can kill him in time. No, the False Armor saves him. Instead, the Void Spirit tanks up
Ravage
part
in
of the
5.
Swift Slash. The Armor Slash is not even available just yet. So, Laurel in trouble. He might just die to the Blade Fury. He needs to escape. He can't. The Symbol just came off cooldown, but unfortunately couldn't use it in time. The Hex, though, does stop Jesu, and they just need more
Tide's
damage
got
to
Blink in
finish on a
4.
single hero on Cascade. But the save and
too
the
fast.
mobility is a bit too much to deal with. Now with the Ravage onto 3 and the Swift Slash as well, they turn this around completely, and VP.P will lose 3 of their valuable heroes, including the Gyro Io.
Radiant's middle tower
I don't know why
has fallen.
Kyori's the one tipping Tidehunter. Tidehunter should be tipping Kyori there. I was at first questioning why he would false promise the Tidehunter. He had Ravage coming back off cooldown in 10 seconds. Somehow he stays alive because VP.P go, oh, he doesn't have Ravage. We don't have to kill him. And he immediately turns that one right around on them. Nice fight there from Cascade. Very, very nice fight.
I agree. It's pretty
Radiant's middle
impressive.
tower
Honestly. They
has
played that
fallen.
really, really well. That was incredible Ravage, beautiful false promise as
Radiant
well.
structures
I feel like
are
Cascade
fortified.
is doing a much better job of playing these team fights chaotically, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to have an IO gyro, and that's you're supposed to be like, I can just run out of the whole team fight and be God. But every single time I see IO in a relatively bad position, I feel like they're always going for Tide, which I understand because Ravage is so impactful. But just play BKB, motherfucker. Like, stop going for the
Radiant's middle
tank.
tower has
Jesus
fallen.
Christ. It's taking you forever to kill the Tide every single time.
Yeah, they're kind of getting baited into these engagements that are going really poorly for them. Illusion might just end up sacrificing himself here. He's going to see a healing ward run right past him, but he's going to shoot. He's going to decide that it's not worth his life there to last hit the healing ward, because then he would die for it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird because at this stage of the game, you definitely expect to see carries and mid laners, especially with a dual carry kind of lineup. You'd expect them to be getting the false promise over the offlaner, but I think that definitely kind of shocked them a little bit. They probably thought that was a mistake. I definitely would, to be honest. I even thought it was a mistake before I saw cooldowns. Obviously, VP.P can't see cooldowns the way we can, so if you don't perfectly time Ravage, it's a bit hard to know if it's up or not. We also have TA traps silence now, by the way. She's gone for the Aghanim shard, so up to a 3-second silence. We've got super aggressive wards. We even have a ward right now in the base of VP.P from Cascade. That's going to scout any movements. But for now, VP.P, they're going to be dodging all of these wards because they're going to be playing on the enemy side of the map. BKB finally delivered for Laurel. Illusion, again, with Blink Dagger, still able to make plays. We have Burst Healing now, Mechanism on the Wisp. And we're trying to get to that butterfly here for the gyro, which would buy them a lot of extra time in this game for sure. I don't know if it's enough to bring them back in it, but it'll buy them more time because it is starting to look pretty bad for them here.
It is right now. I feel like TA has, like, ever since she came online, she never went offline, right? Usually you see a TA sometimes fall off, especially like after the big power peak around minute 20, because you need the other carry to farm more, TA can't have farm priority anymore, this kind of stuff, right? And then you see TA just being like a nice damage source, but easily killable. But in this game, TA is honestly your win condition at this point. And I also love the shard here for the TA. I think it's really useful.
That's
Little
true.
silence on the traps.
I feel like we're getting to that point where you're going to pass the baton to the Juggernaut, though, right?
Yes,
because now that he's got Eye of Scotty, like, he can fight versus the Gyrocopter, and they're not ready for it. There's going to be the Ravage onto 2. Lion might be in some trouble. They're going to get the Void Spirit out just in time because of his BKB, especially Shisui trying to nuke down Sani, but that's not happening. Swift Slash not really finding any kills, though. They're going to be actually venturing outside of the base. A nice stun here onto Jesu. They're going to push him back into the base, but they don't find the pin onto the tower. So Arena of Blood there catching 3, but the Oracle still can get the false promise, and Sani, he could use one now, but he's going to go down. They try and relocate him away, but it's just a split second too late, and that might just be about the game, to be honest. 3 heroes without buyback, your gyro especially, and all 5 enemy heroes still alive in the base, and there goes Misha, by the way. Yeah, I think this one is just about over. GG, well played. A very good effort from VP.P, but my goodness, Cascade. Basically, like, the Tide Blink reveal was so impactful this game. Like, the decision to go Blink Tide, I think, helped seal this game for Cascade.
I feel like I agree. The Tide Blink was a very big deal, and I think that was really impactful. But I gotta really just stand out the Oracle's performance. I feel like the whole game, Calorie played an incredible Oracle game. Like, from dispelling Ghost Scepters of the Fortune's End at the right times, to literally getting roots on Gyrocopter IO so they couldn't get into the team fight and follow up the Void Spirit's initiation, to, of course, those incredible false promises that saved Tide or TA or Jug multiple times. It was a really, really just good game,
yeah,
honestly.
Definitely. The only reason I say, like, the Tide Blink was huge was because, if you recall...
No, I'm not disagreeing with you.
No. I'm just saying, because, like, the game really snowballed from there for them, right? I totally agree. Kadaro definitely set themselves up, especially in that bottom lane where we both kind of expected Tide to get crushed, and he kind of did, kind of didn't, right? It was this really weird thing where he got a lot of early farm, but later he was getting bullied and he lost his tower, so, you know, technically he lost the lane, I would say, but he still got farm out of it. He died a bunch in the early game, but then, you know, that was just training, that was practice. He gets the blink, he gets the kill into Laurel, and then they buy back in that fight immediately, and then they all get wiped anyway, no matter what, right? They delay the BKB even more, PA super strong, Jug comes in with the Ascati just in case. Like, it really snowballed from there quite quickly. But let me just jump into our other game. Cordy, is this Cordy? This is Cordy versus Disbanded,
it's Cordy
right?
versus Topreda.
Topreda, that's right. I thought Disbanded is in the finals.
Yeah. We'll see. This initiation is going on. I see an Alk little lineup. Let's see how the Alk works as the next
Carry
stalker.
Alk.
Carry Alk, yeah. And they are gonna break that Dream Coil, so that was a big mistake by a nice stalker, and that's Axe Dream Coil, so no surprise there that he does end up dying. Maureen still looking for the kill on the Void Spirit. Can he find it? Petushara nearby as well. Here's the Force Staff, but unfortunately, the Void Spirit's a bit too hard to kill. Anyway, I was gonna mention that, yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like the Gyrocopter Tide lane, or Gyrocopter versus Tide lane, one of the biggest mistakes he made in that lane, it was a very small thing, but it did matter a lot, was that he didn't play properly around the power spike at level 3. He kind of began being aggressive around level 2. And because of that, he was actually really low on mana, really low on HP by the time he hit level 3, and he couldn't quite keep the Tide out, which is what you should be doing at that point, right? So that really put him in a really difficult position. And from then on, it kind of snowballed, and you allowed Tide to have a good game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Carry Alk seems to be working right now. I always really like that Mallory, when he can, he prefers to go for the Magic Burst puck. Although I say that, he's also gone for the 15 phase shift attack talent for some reason, even though he has Veil and the double. At some point, I assume it was triple Null Talisman. So that's a little bit confusing to me. Phase shift attack. I don't really know why he would go for, maybe to cancel blinks. I could see this game. Okay.
That was terrible.
What's going on here? Slark. Okay, Dream Coil onto him. Crippling Fear. Lion Finger just not enough. And actually the Abyssal Blade. Oh no. They're not going to get that kill.
Nice. PO doesn't have the Abyssal Blade though to kill off Iru now. So of course you have to retreat. But I like that idea, right? You don't want to activate BKB this fight, and you had that in mind. So you go, well, I'm gonna go for the easy kill on the Lion, right? I know the puck is getting away. I know the Rubik is getting away. As long as I kill the Lion in this process, so nice little counter. Nope. I feel like the lineup though is much better for Radiant here. I'm not the biggest fan of the Night Stalker in this match. Like he's good against Tide and Puck theoretically, but I feel like he can't hold his own enough to withstand an Alchemist bursting you down. Right?
Yeah, and Oracle's really damn good against him. Rubik's really damn good against him as well, because they both are obviously. I mean, anyone in the game can build a Force Staffs, but supports especially so. But even more than that, Telekinesis is great because you literally yeet him away from your allies, and that can allow a Puck to blink or I don't know, use an ability right during the Crippling Fear. This BKB is really crucial, and unfortunately, from the 2 BKB charges we've seen so far, they haven't really been too impactful. So that's really, really unfortunate right now for Eru. And that doesn't bode too well here for the success of into the mid-late game, especially as especially as Alchemist continues to just explode in net worth and farm. He's about to be 6 slotted. Of course, he's going to get rid of the boots eventually here, and then he'll be really 6 slotted, right? But he's getting there really, very quickly, very quickly.
Really very quickly. I agree. Yes, he is. He's very close, and he's also up against a Slark, which is not the best hero to deal with Alk in the late game, right? Because Alk is all about burst damage in the late game. Like he bursts you down, you have to burst him down, and Slark's like, wait, can I just have 20 seconds to actually steal your essence shifts? And it's like, no, mate, no, you're not getting that. No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn you to sushi long before then. Also, I gotta say that I think the ogre always reminds me of a master sushi craftsman. So I think it makes sense that you play this Slark.
Oh, they almost really hate this Rubik.
They do, but he had the false promise on. He's gonna last a while here. He's happy to just fight this. He's just tanking for his team. Rubik is playing pseudo Enchantress here. They get a kill on Iru thanks to that. Lamey is also in trouble. We do not have the Abyssal Blade though, so unfortunately he can't get the kill there. So maybe just go for Dame instead. He has one last astral step. Oh! Murdered the courier on his way out.
It was Rubik's courier as well, so very appropriate as Mallorin will hunt down the Grimstroke. It's to send a message, you know. We really hate you, Rubik. 2 Lion Fingers in a row. I mean, oof. Even false promise him. He must have done something to piss him off.
Yeah, it's the John Wick style, right? Instead of killing the person, you kill their pet.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you kill them too.
I mean, I guess, yeah. And here they also killed them. My goodness, they're doing Roche so damn fast. Aegis to
you gotta kill the family and witnesses, dude.
Probably. Oh, they're gonna try and send the courier in to snipe something. They're a little bit too early, and they're just gonna wait and kill the courier.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, that's extra gold. Yeah, that's 500 extra gold for the team. That's not bad. That's a bounty for free.
Yeah, and it's not like they need any, like, it's not like they need to, they're not under pressure right now to finish that Roche, right? So normally those plays work when, like, all 5 heroes are alive and, like, waiting outside the Roche pit for you. But, like, when there's 3 heroes dead and a bunch of people respawning and they don't have control of the outpost and they don't have a tier 2 to TP to anywhere on the map, like, it's hopeful, but, you know, maybe if you can steal a cheese, that's always worth it.
Exactly. I mean, it's worth it much in the same way as when you put your support near the Roche pit and you try to steal the Aegis is worth it. Like, the risk is very high and the reward is also very high. So the risk is very low and the reward is very high. So you're like, well, might as well do it. You know, even if you die, it's not that big a deal.
Definitely.
Radiant's courier has been
okay, I
killed.
thought for a second that Tide was on his team.
Nope.
It was Solar Crest, I think that was going to hit crazy fast. Even one for the Butterfly was interesting. A great way to deal with a Slark. Not a good MKE picker.
Yep.
So he's going to go for Divine Rapier instead, which is even worse for Slark, actually. Pretty terrible item for Slark, unfortunately.
It's kind of just true strike, right? So that you might as well just try and get into it, but it'll be a bit difficult for him.
Radiant structures
Yeah.
are
By the way, guys,
It's just you don't
we're
have
gonna
enough
jump
base
into,
stats to take advantage of it, right? And you
yeah.
want attack speed, you don't want damage. So
Yeah.
it's Divine Rapier is really bad for you.
Oh, Lion?
What is he doing?
I don't know.
What? Do you think you can get away with this?
He's trying
There's
to-
no way.
He's trying to kill Rubik again. I told you. I don't know what he's done.
Dire's middle tower
He is
under
so bad.
attack.
So.
We're going to get into game 2 here as soon as it begins, guys. So VP.P versus
Yep.
Cascade. Cascade, of course, currently leading 1-0 in the series. I'm sure Alvaro has already updated the score command.
I have 100% updated. The
Indeed,
score.
he
Radiant
has.
are
I
scanning.
have updated the score command. Oh god, you God damn.
It is updated.
Why did you do it so early?
Okay, Dream Coil. They have missed onto Aerie, though. Very close, but no cigar. And unfortunately, Mallory did not go for a Yule Scepter this game. Not really a whole lot of point to go for a Yule Scepter this game. But he was unable to cancel the TP despite seeing the Bat... Or, sorry, not the Bat Rider, the Night Stalker. He is a Bat, though. He's the Batman.
Yeah? Is he?
Yeah, he's a Bat.
I've never seen a bat with these kind of pecs, dude.
Well, it's
Oh,
because
okay.
whenever you see a Bat, you hide and squirm away.
Me. Alright. Richie has never been in a country with bats, and he's unaware that they carry rabies.
Excuse me.
Very often.
I grew up in Gotham City.
Yeah, but the one bat there didn't have rabies because he's just a rich man.
But he did have
Okay.
pecs.
He did have pecs. That is very true, actually. Yeah, Batman also has insane pecs. That's something like, I guess if you're buff, people have just accepted that the biggest thing that you're buff in is your pecs. Like, that's just the thing that needs to stand out, right?
That's not true. Batman's biggest asset is his heart.
Dire's middle tower is under
That is
attack.
not true.
Because
Because instead of, like, fighting crime, you could just donate all his money and try to be helpful.
No. It's easier if he just beats the crap out of the thugs.
Like, oh, all these mentally ill people
Oh,
in
they caught
in
the
the
Bat
city.
Rider.
Let's beat them up.
They caught Bat Rider. He's got Dark Ascension, but it's about to be
Night
nighttime
Stalker.
naturally anyway. Doesn't snap the coil. All right, Puck may be in trouble. Ravage, though, out from Petushara. He waited out the BKB. Dame now's going to pop his own BKB, so you're going to try and get out of dodge. Pio, in the meantime, is just tanking, preventing any of the supports and even the Slark from helping out. So Ares going to have to buy back, but he doesn't have BKB. He did use Dark Ascension there as well. Unfortunately, he's not going to get anything out of this one, as the rest of Top Road are just going to TP away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're having a huge lead right now. I have no need to overextend anyway, so why not? You're going for Swift Blink on PO next. Once you have that, I think the Slark is going to be murdered in a matter of seconds. Same with Void Spirit. Honestly, not even Night Stalker will be able to survive this, unfortunately.
Yep.
So, yeah. You didn't go for Overwhelming Blink on Tide. That's how good you're doing. That's how well you're doing, sorry.
Yeah, that's right, because Batman does good, right?
Yeah, Batman. Well, I know, right? He's supposed to be like a bit of a more controversial figure to some degree. No?
Nah.
Is that not like the point that he's like, he kind of relies on his villains because otherwise he would not be complete as a person? That's kind of the point of Batman. That's why he's such an interesting character.
Well, yeah, but it's interesting if you're Batman, right? And that's what the comic books are about, right? It's not interesting if you're, you know, the guy who got his wallet stolen by the Joker, you know? Like it's not very interesting. You don't care. Like
Batman comes by to the wallet. To the guy. He's like, I beat up Joker for you.
Like,
But do you have a wallet?
Yeah.
I sent it to the very depths of hell.
Yeah,
He now
pretty-
understands the meaning of suffering.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Like it just, I don't know. Like I really like superhero movies because you can construct these, of course, just ridiculous things to make these what ifs, you know, because you establish the whole stuff, and I get it, but. You know, I feel like I'm just kind of superheroed out, you know? I'm done with the Marvel. I'm done with the cinematic universe. Just give me original content again. By the way, they're getting crushed in this team fight. My goodness, Dame. Malrin as well just picked off both supports. He's going to steal the kill as well onto Dame, and that should just be about the game.
I think
Oh,
Marvel.
whoa, hold on. We got Divine. We got Divine.
Oh, you got Divine. Okay. Last stand?
Yeah?
Petru, what are you doing, dude? The Hex. Oh, it was the Oracle this time, not the Rubik. So now Night Stalker also falls. I think that Ravage is completely necessary, just a celebration Ravage. But I guess they're just so confident they're gonna win this anyway.
Also,
I haven't even seen the Rapier on Slark, and now they did. they don't.
I mean, hey, 9
They have
seconds.
cheese on
BKB.
PO. I think you can still
first
fight
hit
him. Look at
bash.
this. Bash, and the Rapier does nothing. Nothing. PO. tankiness eats the cheese. Chemical Rage in 15 seconds. They do kill the Tidehunter flying, or they try to kill Tidehunter. Never mind, the guy's gonna die. The other fish is Slark, and they're like, oh, Rapier on the floor for free.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. It's
Not a chance for Cordy, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought this one was going to be a little bit closer, to be honest. I thought Cordy kind of gave Nemiga a run for their money yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
So,
but not in this matchup. Preda looks a bit too strong. To be honest, I was expecting to Preda or Top Preda or whatever to be quite good coming to this qualifier.
Same.
I was kind of surprised.
I was also kind of surprised that when they got beat by Almost Disbanded. So that's why. By the way, guys, the next full series we're going to cover is Almost Disbanded versus Nemiga. That's going to start in exactly 2 hours from now.
We're currently covering Cascade versus VP Prodigy, though, so that's our main game. But since these series are simultaneous, I feel like it's just better to just at least try to cover everything, right, guys? So that's why we're doing this as well.
Yep. Just taking a look. Yeah, this Alec, he pulled away basically out from the laning stage and just never looked back. It looks like they never were able to really put a damper on this Alchemist farm. What was his GPM? Almost 1,000. Yeah, that's usually a sign of a pretty good Alchemist game. They killed him once only as well. So, yeah, damn good Alch game from Toprada. Game as well from Mallory in 15-3 and 15. So I imagine he just kind of popped off on the puck early game, created tons of space for Alch, and from there the game was pretty easy. I mean, you do really bully a Slark with this lineup, so it's no surprise. Alrighty. Well, we'll see when the next game is going live. As yeah, there it is. We're probably gonna get hit with a loading screen for a while. Indeed. For some reason, I've just gotten out the default Dota 2 loading screen. None of my art is showing up. So I'll go ahead and fix that now.
What are we gonna take? What are we gonna do now? We're gonna do some Overwatch cases.
I don't know. I mean it's already live, so I imagine it only.
Okay.
I mean it's not live, right? They launched the lobby. It's in the delay
cool.
period, so it shouldn't be too much longer now. Give me my loading screens. I have too many loading screens. They all look too good. I guess that means I just spend too much money in this game. I don't know why my shuffle is not working. Okay, here we go. I guess I don't really have too many. Remove from shuffle. Get that default loading screen out of here, please.
You want the high quality loading screens, right?
Yeah, before I would always have the Necrophos one, when they gave him that one, but normally
the shuffle just doesn't work properly on these.
I feel like it doesn't. I feel like it gets removed. I feel like they update the game to like fix a very strange Rubik bug, and then they just like reset your shuffles as well.
I agree. It's a bit weird. Particularly loading screen shuffle is the one that works. Oh, I like the silencer one actually.
Which one?
The one and it's the silencer on the top.
Oh, this one?
I don't know. I'm not really checking your. I'm looking at the stream, so there's a bit of delay. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
It's a shuffle. There you go. Yeah, because normally, I mean, it's just, you get the SSD, and you preload the map anyway, and you're there instantly. Yeah. So I don't really see these anymore, but I suppose now I actually have a reason to go through these. This one's beautiful. Give me this one. The Zeus one, that'll do. Why not? The Dirge Overlord. Add to shuffle. TI6, of course. Let's see that TI5 winning lineup. What is it? Who's in here, right? Gyro Shaker, of course. Naga Siren. All right, that'll be good enough.
My loading screens are trash, unfortunately. I think I have much more than you, though. I'm surprised by how little loading screens you have.
Well, I don't like buy too many sets, right?
I used to buy a bunch of. No, I used to buy them with the tickets, right? That was used to be the thing.
Ah, yeah, no. I don't have too many of those tickets.
And back in the day, people that don't know, back in the day when you used to cast a tournament, right? Because officially in the lobby, that would give you the ticket, right? And so a lot of organizers, if they hired you to cast a tournament, because a lot of secondary language streams, we get hired, right? But we wouldn't get paid because
they would pay you in loading screens.
Exactly, literally, quite literally. So you would go, hey, since we're not getting paid for this, can we at least get the sets? And they would literally give us the sets, and that would be our payment.
Not bad.
Yep. That was our payment for the Boston Major.
You got paid in skins.
They gave us all one of the compendiums or whatever it was called back then. I think it was compendium for Boston.
It was a compendium or something like that. I'm pretty sure. The season passes. Those were nice. It just like, you know what's crazy is that Valve actually invented the battle pass.
It did, yeah.
TI
And they ruined it as well.
They kind of ruined it.
Because the whole point of the battle pass was that you shouldn't need to pay for everything, right? And it became a point where like it was either grinding like crazy or paying. I mean, I guess Valve was at one point like, the battle pass is nice, but I love the League of Legends economy.
But I love money.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would like it to go back to the days. Just because it gets to the point where I feel like I think there's a lot of unpaid content in general, but a lot of the cool content is just the paid one, and a lot of the unpaid content, like for example, the little jungle challenges, stuff like that, right? What is it called? Like the labyrinth or whatever
Cavern
the fuck it's
crawl
called.
and stuff like that.
They're really badly designed. Like I wish it's not so much the problem I have with how expensive things are, it's more like these are not well designed at all. Like I remember I played offlane exclusively for a while. And in my offlane heroes, like the offlane branch to get to what I think it was like Darkseer or Nyx actually, which is not even an offlaner. The heroes I could play were Leshrac, Necrophos, and CK. And I was like, well, I mean, if you want me to lose MMR, just fucking tell me, Valve. But like, don't.
Well, my issue more stems. I mean, I get that one as well, but my issue more stems when it just like kind of blatantly, very quickly became a money grab. But the issue that I also had with it was that the community was also so damn willing to throw money at it that it's like, well, if I was Valve, you'd just be stupid not to say, yes, okay, go ahead, give us your money, right? For example, and I think this is really going to like put the pin in the discussion after this, because obviously the draft is now live, but the weekend bundle that they would give, right? I think they usually give it like a month and a half before TI starts, right? Where you can buy, like they have a sale along with like I think the Steam Summer Sale or something like that, and you can buy, it's like 125 levels, like 7 of each treasures and something like that, right? Yeah. There is a bug where you could buy 2 of them before when you were only supposed to be able to buy 1. And people knew about this for TI6 and TI7. Valve didn't do anything about it. But TI8, TI9, for these battle passes, and now for TI10 especially, this is the exception, they got really big, and Valve started to try and clamp down on it. But then for TI10, Valve was just like, you know what, fuck it. You can buy 2 now. Just go ahead, buy 2. And everyone went, hooray, hooray, I can buy 2. And you know what, I'm part of that group, so I'm the pot calling the kettle black. I bought 2 of those weekend bundles, but my goodness.
I think that's fine, though.
It's ridiculous.
Because the weekend bundles are more reasonable. It's the point where, like, if I buy 2 weekend bundles, I should be able to get at least a solid half of the Arcanas and the big stuff. But now with 2 weekend bundles, I got 1.
No, right? but that's the problem is by saying that, yes, I'm okay with buying 2 weekend bundles, you're already that's what's the point of the battle pass then, right? You're already admitting defeat there. That's like,
no, because I'm okay with paying I'm okay with paying extra to get certain goodies, especially goodies that are like quite high quality. I don't think that's bad, and the goodies have been quite high quality in general. Now my problem with it is that the crawl part, the part of you grinding, should be as equal or should be at the same level, right? It shouldn't be that it's minimized completely by the goodies. Like one of the problems I used to have is because I casted so much in the era of TI was that I just couldn't play. I couldn't grind at all, so I would just pay because I could. Like I was casting, so I was making money, so I just put it back into the game.
You had to sell the skins to buy more skins.
Yeah, exactly. No, I was actually using my casting money to buy stuff in game, which is fair, right? And that was my choice. But at least back like 4 or 5 years ago, I had the choice to pay or to play. Now the choice is only to pay, and then play is like a small amount, which is a bit stupid. I think that it's the magnitude of things that made it.
Do you think they're gonna bring another battle pass before this TI?
I would think that would be... I mean, if they do that, I would genuinely be really angry.
Okay.
I think if Valve really wanted to get the love of the community, what they could do is actually do a battle pass, which is 0 pay for this TI.
I agree.
If they do that, and they go, you all guys already gave us so much money, like, don't worry. This time we don't need any more.
5 seconds remaining.
Gaben literally is out of banks. All of Seattle's full of Gaben's money.
He bought New Zealand to put his money there.
He's becoming. He
has turned into Smog the Dragon.
Yeah, it's all hoarded. There's Benedict Cumberbatch got hired full time just to sit on a pile of Gaben's money.
Yeah, no,
and he just eats a bit of it.
I think it would be really cool as well if it was one of those free battle passes like they normally do for the seasonal events. I think that'd be really sick too. However, knowing Valve now this time around, Valve was like, listen guys, we listened. to the community feedback, and we're going to allow you to buy 3 weekend bundles this time.
Radiant team
That would be the
back.
shittiest move, dude. I would buy him though. Knowing myself,
That's
I'd
the
buy him.
thing. That's the crazy.
I hate
so
myself
shit.
for it.
Oh, but I would buy it. I would buy it.
Yeah,
We're like
I'm
those.
weak.
We're like those Star Wars podcast people that yell about the how bad the Star Wars movie's out, but then they watch it like 3 times at midnight. You know, like
Yeah,
that's
of course,
us.
of course.
That's us.
10 seconds
I understand. I mean,
remaining.
this game is too good. I wish they hadn't designed such a good game, but the game is too good.
It is.
Anyway, Lion and Troll, what are the
seconds
picks for VP
remaining.
Prodigy? Cascade start with the Titan Oracle. I feel like Troll is not the greatest counter Titan. Like, if you get free pick here to get a hero to keep to deal with Tide, I'd much rather see Jug. I'd much rather see Ursa. I'd much rather see, well, honestly, a couple of other counters before I would see Troll, right? So I'm very surprised they go for the Troll instead. I know it's a bit of a comfort pick, I guess, for VP Prodigy, but I don't love it. We already saw how impactful the Titan was last game, and this is your elimination game. I don't think you can take any chances.
This is the elimination game. It's crazy to say that because this is, of course, is in some iteration the VP.P that we saw
Dire
last
team
season, and of course they placed 7th place. They were above Bates, who somehow did still qualify. Oh, by the way, IST Gov and those chaps, I'll say, yesterday. So you know how we were discussing, well, what happens if a team kind of falls apart and then they want to
10
reform, kind of
seconds
like Bait
remaining.
did, right? And I'll just explain a little bit more in case you're not up
5
to date. So
seconds
Bait,
remaining.
they were supposed to play in these closed qualifiers. However, they merged with the Hustlers. And the reason to get, we need to step into that a little bit more, actually, because the reason that works is the person who creates the Dota 2 team on the Dota 2 roster website owns that slot, right?
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, so I don't know who that is. I assume, let me just make sure I'm not misspeaking here. So that is going to be, I think it's No Fear owns the slot. Yeah, No Fear has to own the slot because DK
Radiant
Focus and
team
Watson were not on the team earlier.
Witch doctor.
That's a big deal, actually. That's
Um,
very interesting.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to tell you, right? So in case you guys don't know, that's how Bait got in. Spider Pigs are doing the same thing because either DNZ or LeBron are that person. But this still leaves us, and this is
10
more
seconds
applicable for
remaining.
Europe, and I don't think it'll be applicable to CIS here. Because I think
5
the one
seconds
team that was
remaining.
going to disband already disbanded, and they've done with that slot with what they're going to do. Although I will say Team Tequila, aka IPG, that they're also going through some minor roster changes. I hope they stick together because there's a lot of young names on there that I think can still look to improve, especially with Koval. But we'll have to see if they continue on. So it still could be relevant here. So there's a chance. This is not confirmation of anything. Don't take it this way. But there is a chance that the 3rd place team to finish here may end up being also called up to qualify. So it's still important that you try and get into the lower bracket finals if you can, right?
Yep. It does suck a bit, though. I'm feeling like VVP just... they pick up a team. A team has a lot of promise. They literally... just decimate the team, honestly, after season 2, and they only keep 2 of the players, which fair enough, right? 2 of the players are really good, Laurel and Celebrity,
Dire
particularly
team
Celebrity really stood out, but it does feel a bit bad that VP's project is going to end so soon if they get eliminated immediately, right? I'm assuming they're going to pick up whatever team gets afterwards, but
Yeah, I would also hope that they. I mean, the thing is, it's like they've invested quite a bit in these guys as well, right? Because they've given them grants, they boot camped them, you know. So
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that's the type of
it's
investment.
quite more investment than most of the tier 2 orgs.
100%. Yeah, and that's the type of investment we need to see in the
5
tier 2
seconds
scene,
remaining.
right?
Yep. Yeah.
So I completely agree with you, and I hopefully they can continue on and beat Cascade, which also kind of hurts to say because this is another up and coming roster, right? But we'll take a look, and of course, just to wrap that point up of what I was going on before. So Creepwave in EU, currently that team kind of fell apart. Obviously, Malrine is playing in these qualifiers, and he was formerly the mid laner there. So Fishman still owns a slot for EU, so we'll see if he ends up fielding a roster because he can just add himself and 4 other players and continue playing in Season 2 lower
Dire
division
team
as long as
back.
they meet all the rules, right?
Slog.
And I'm not
Interesting,
sure about
Radiant
Gambit
team
2
back.
as well. That's the other team I'm currently unsure about.
Yeah, I'm unsure about a Gambit too as well. We'll see as the season starts. But I don't. Did you see the tweet by Gambit as well?
I don't believe so.
It was not Gambit. Sorry, Hellraisers. Did you see that? Reminded me.
No.
They go
Dire team
because in
back.
CS:GO a lot of teams. There's a debate right now going on if the roster should include a 6th player for like a stand-in, right? That's part of the roster officially, right?
Yeah.
Have you been following that?
Yeah.
So Hellraisers makes a tweet and they go, I thought that was hilarious because Hellraiser is another one where they're missing Vanscore right now, which is actually one of their guys, right? So now that they actually have no
10
replacement,
seconds
and they go and say,
remaining.
people in CS:GO arguing if we should have a 6th player on our teams, and we don't even
5
have a 5th player on
seconds
Dota or
remaining.
CS:GO. I thought that was.
I you know what? I think I did see that. I didn't understand the reference. I thought they were talking about CS:GO.
No,
And they
because
weren't?
Vanscore got kicked out.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So now that like, you don't have a 5th player, so I'm wondering if they pick up something from here as well. Like if someone
Radiant
in close
team
qualifiers doesn't
back.
make it, maybe they get picked up, which sucks because they're destroying a team. But at the same time, someone gets a chance to go to tier 2, so that's nice. Interesting pick by this way, the Slark. Slark versus Mars. Not the most common of counters. I wouldn't even say it's a counter per se. I think Slark still struggles a bit in this lane because Mars is just so good against melee heroes. But one of the things I
10
do like about
seconds
this is that
remaining.
if it's either Mars Lion or Mars Phoenix, the Dark Pact is going to save you from any sort of
5
wombo
seconds
combo,
remaining.
and usually you don't have much kill potential. Like if you get caught with a
Dire
spear as
team
Slark
pick.
and there's no Dark Pact, you don't use Dark Pact in time, it's kind of your fault. Like you should be able to see the animation in time. It's relatively easy to guess.
No, I could see that, but the difficulty, in my opinion, is not going to so much come from the Mars Spear. It's going to come from the Lion Blink Hex, right? That's when really he
Oh, in the
has
mid
to-
game, yes. In the mid
Yeah,
game, yes. I'm
but-
talking about
but-
the lane only.
Yes, in the lane, you're 100% accurate. Yeah, absolutely. And you've got actually a pretty strong lane. You could even potentially turn that with like a level or 2 in Dark Pact, 2 points in Maledict,
10
and you could
seconds
pretty
remaining.
easily turn that onto the Mars or even the Phoenix if you can catch them. If you want to take an early
5
point
seconds
in
remaining.
the leash, who knows?
It's pretty good. Maledict is pretty awesome against Mars, as we know, and of course, Essence Shift does take away a bit of his strength, so it takes extra damage.
Yep.
And Maledict, how it works as well, is that it's just the difference between your original
Admiral
HP and your
Choose your
HP
hero.
currently. So even if you're taking away damage or sorry, taking away HP or whatever it is, that all counts as part of the Maledict extra damage. So it's very, very useful in that sense.
Yeah, so there's like a couple different mechanics because that's different from like Soulburn. By the way, Kunkka last pick here.
The damage you've dealt.
Exactly. Whereas Maledict, it only cares about the HP numbers. It doesn't care how you got there. So if you armlet toggle yourself down to 1 HP, you're going to kill yourself on Maledict, right? I think that also will kill you with Soulburn. But I'm talking about like
it doesn't bomb you. It will kill you with Soulburn, but it doesn't add any damage, right?
Okay. Oh, good point, right? Because that's not.
So like, for people to like understand, for example, if I am Soulburn, right? Two heroes, sorry. One is Soulburn, one is Maledicted. They both go out to 100 HP. They get a Hand of God and they go back full. You still get a bunch of Soulburn damage, and Maledict will do pretty much nothing at that point.
Yep.
You got healed back to your full HP.
Yeah, so Maledict punishes teams that don't have heals. Luckily, we have heals. We also have damage mitigation, but that's not too great versus Witch Doctor. It's nice to have in conjunction with the heal.
It's good against Death Ward, right? It's good against the Death Ward particularly.
It is, but we've also got a lot of great things against Death Ward, right? Lion, Mars, Kunkka as well. X-Mark can, obviously, it issues a stop command, so you can use that to stop channeled abilities. I believe, right? That's correct.
Yeah,
It works like glimpse, so you can do that real quick to cancel that. But I really like this Kunkka aspect. I mean, the team fight is pretty incredible right now for VP.P. But once again, I mean, I said this last game, and I'm gonna dare to be stupid and say it again. This Tidehunter, he's got to do so much work this game because he is kind of yet again the biggest team fight that he's got for his team.
Straight to the
Oh yeah,
bottom with
predictions. I got it.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Oh my bad.
We will. Alvaro, this is like me. I'm like squatting on your channel. You know, if I take care of it for more than like 2 weeks straight, and you don't put a claim to it. This is like me. I'm like squat. Then it becomes my channel. You know, it's like
Is that how it
squatters'
works?
rights. Yeah, you know, like is squatting a thing in Europe?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Actually, interestingly enough, one of my
outcome Cascade game 1. Yes.
my old grandma's house actually got squatted on recently,
Oh, no,
and we lost the house.
that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that.
I mean, it's okay. I am not very much on the camp of like.
Prepare to
Like
lose
I-
your Twitch channel.
I'm one of those people that's like, it depends on the situation, of course. I understand the laws are there for squatters that are in really bad situations. We just got a bit unfortunate that our squatters were not in a bad situation at all, and they were pieces of shit. But these things happen. I think, like, when these things happen to you, like, it sucks to you personally, but you have to understand the greater good, right? Kind of situation. So.
Yeah,
whatever.
no, definitely.
Yeah. But yeah, you're not getting my channel though. That's for sure. That's why I didn't give you the password. That's the cool one. I'm not getting the key.
Well, you know that new keyboard you got. It's got a little something special added onto it. So
Oh yeah, we do have a score by the way, guys. In case you guys were
And now it actually works. It's updated.
Yeah, okay, look, I was 10 seconds late,
Yeah,
all right?
Okay.
You're on just, you're on this channel to shame me, friend.
Well, it's the whole reason I cast with you, of course.
I do know that's the case, yeah.
Of course.
That's what exactly you suggested. Also, hello to our YouTube viewers. We have up to 4 viewers.
Oh,
today, which is the highest.
Poggers. Yeah, you can watch us on YouTube, Twitch, or Trovo.
Yes, so if you guys are having issues with Twitch, I mean, I am partnered, so
I've never
technically you
seen them
shouldn't have any
wrestle
issues
each
with the
other.
qualities.
That's got to be
What?
super cool, dude.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Where's this?
My bad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I am partnered, so you shouldn't have any issues with qualities. But sometimes YouTube does work better for some people, and YouTube always has qualities available. So if you have any issues, of course, I have links there. Just go YouTube, or it's down below, but you can just go !! YouTube, and it links you to that channel anyway. I do not have a Trovo link. I don't know why you would want to. What is it? My wife just read on the news that people in California bought a house and the seller got the money but won't move out. It's been a year and they still can't evict the person because there's no evictions due to COVID. Yeah, I mean, this is the complicated situations where you lead to, right? When you have these kind of laws and they're meant to like protect the majority population, but there are instances when this is going to happen. And it does suck. I get you, man. Like I've been in that situation literally 6 months before because we were a very similar situation. My grandma never went to the house because of COVID. And my grandma's like 92, so she would die 100% if she left the house. Like no chance. So I get you. But we just have to kind of, at least we're lucky enough that we have that you have a house, right? You're gonna have the money to buy a house and stuff. So you just look at the bright side and you move on.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. I'd be curious as to how California realty laws work, because normally, like, if there's any funny business involved, like, I mean, like normally the real estate lawyer, all he does, which is a thing, they just flip through the contract and tell you sign here, sign here, and then they give you a firm shake on the hand and say congratulations and leave. But they're always foaming at the mouth to get a lawsuit going, you know, because those guys, they still study
In
like
America.
they still study like 8 years in law school, and all they do is flip through contracts all day and night. So you do not want to piss them off, because if they can take you to court, they're gonna fucking do it.
Yeah, that's very different in Europe. The taking to court is not such a common thing, or like not something people look forward to.
Yeah, well, you look forward to it if you're on the right side, I suppose, in America.
I guess so.
I mean,
the right side is always whichever lawyer.
Yeah,
the lawyer is the right side.
You'd look forward to it as well if you were probably that person who bought the house legally, right? You'd be like, come on, give me my justice.
I mean, yeah, that must be really bullshit to be in that situation, right?
That's what I'm saying, you know. Anyway,
I don't know why these things can't be looked at more detailed. I mean, I know it's a bit collapsed of our justice system, but it should be looked into more detail.
Yeah, well, right. You know, the U.S. justice system is perfect and it has no flaws. So,
it's coming from a Mexican American guy, so I understand the sarcasm.
Yes, that was seeped in sarcasm.
Yeah, seeped. I love that
seeped.
What lanes are you running here? Is Phoenix Troll? Yeah, okay. I mean, Phoenix Troll was just tight. I guess Phoenix against Slark is terrible, so I guess Phoenix Troll's a bit better. I just don't feel like this Troll. Like I don't love the Troll pick because you picked it so early, and I felt like you could have gotten much better carry against a Tide than a Troll. Mind you, I don't think this lane is impossible for you, but I feel like they're gonna put a fair amount of pressure. And the weakest part for Troll is actually the early, maybe 1-2 levels depending on your build, because usually Troll goes for Whirling Axes, right? Level 1. And with Whirling Axis, you don't get the bonus armor from Berserker's Rage, and that's when Titan has Gush, and that is so much extra damage you're going to be piling on to you. So it's a bit of a difficult situation in the beginning. Then afterwards, to stabilize a bit more, and your lane becomes much easier against Titan.
So you're right that Phoenix does suck against Slark, because obviously he just purges off the everything that you give him.
Yeah, it's just nothing. Right? There's no use to this Slark.
But I think I'd rather have the Phoenix in this lane. Because I think it makes the kills on Witch Doctor, like, because Witch Doctor, it's possible for him, even without boots, to get a kill onto this line if he gets a good cask bounce. Of course, that requires Illusion to be out of position. But on the Phoenix, you're a bit more flexible. And even though you do purge everything off, you're still going to be forcing Dark Packs at perhaps a wrong time. Whereas here, if you Dark Pack to the Earth, I mean, I guess now with Hex, you can possibly get some kills. So never mind, I disagree already with myself. At least with Hex, you have the opportunity to get kills. Whereas with Phoenix, the most you do is force Dark Packs at maybe inconvenient times.
Exactly, right? Well, I feel like Lion actually does have a lot of, especially the mana burn, or the mana drain, sorry, can be really useful against a Slark as well. Like, if he runs out of mana for Dark Pack, then you are at risk of being speared.
Good point.
So there are some tools, I think. But as I said, bottom lane, Misha in trouble. He's to be the first blood, taken by Kaori. That Gush level 1, man. Not only you against a troll that now finally got the Berserker's Rage, so he's fine, but the Phoenix still has 0 armor here, or 1 armor, sorry, hero. So Gush completely crushes him. And we already saw this Oracle offlane being, or Oracle 4 being really impactful last game. I think that Kaori is quite an experienced Oracle player, just judging by his playstyle last game.
Yep, the classic Foracle.
Classic Foracle, yeah. Does that mean something though?
Yeah, Foracle.
Oh,
Oh, like follicle, like for a hair, where the hair grows out of? Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. So, that was an ex-Cyclops level of humor at that point.
Barack Obama. Yeah, Phoenix, he's really got to watch his spacing in this lane. I mean, a lot of people are just like full channeling Fortune's End and then harassing you to death. It's really, really wonky to see because normally the combo is simply use Fortune's End to dispel the heal on Purifying Flames. But that's not too effective versus really beefy strength heroes. I mean, you look at Phoenix, he's sitting at 760 HP, which is only 20 less than the Troll, but you got to remember, Phoenix is a whole level behind. And he's got a strength gain of 3.5, so he's going to have higher HP, you know, just based on his stats compared to the Troll. So getting down to minus armor is absolutely massive and could be a killer. As he's going to stop the Icarus dive, look to get more aggressive as he was trying to maybe interrupt the pull. He's going to do so unsuccessfully. So, look mid though. Kunkka, I mean, classic Kunkka thing. You know, he's got his bottle already. He's going to TP home, take a couple of sips on it, chug on his bottle, and right back to mid lane with basically full mana, full HP versus Shisui, who he's got to call the courier like a true noob.
In the top lane though, they do lose Kidaro, which is, I mean, that was not sorry, they lose Illusion, my bad, which is okay. You know, that was what you were saying before. The line could die to the Witch Doctor if it could place Cask, and Illusion, I guess, made that blunder, allowed them to get the kill. Obviously, once you get the point of monitoring, I feel like there's more chance of you being out of position because he's like, oh, just 1 more second of sucking, and then you know they punish you, and they punch you before you get sucked with the mana completely.
Oh,
but you can tell he's already been monitoring the Slark a bit, and we already gave him clarities just so the Slark can always have Dark Pact available. Slark has relatively low mana costs, so as long as you get a magic stick, I think you're fine. I'm actually surprised he hasn't gone for a magic stick yet.
Yeah, me too, actually, now that you mention it. My goodness, bot lane, another kill here onto the Phoenix. I'm 0 for 3 so far. I don't think Sonny can get this kill, though. Oh, he's trying, though. His Anchor Smash? There we go. That's it. That's your kill. You get hit by 1 Anchor Smash, and immediately he stops. He realizes there's nothing you can do against the Oracle once you're careful, we got Fortune's End coming.
Do they have a Purifying Flames combo? They don't. They don't get it off in time, so lacking a bit of damage. He also has the magic stick, so he'll be fine. In fact, Phoenix comes back in, and Kaori, without Fate's Edict, he's vulnerable to the Phoenix Spirits. He can't dispel it either because of the Fortune's End being on cooldown, and Kaori will just die here. Can't charge the Fortune's End in time, even though he did just get it off cooldown. So, unfortunately, they're going to lose their support there. A bit too aggressive, but you didn't lose the tide, though, so it's still somewhat of a win.
Shisui mid might be in trouble. No, he's got an invis. Oh, it was close, though. It was close. He's lucky to get that. Well, not lucky, because obviously the Invis rune didn't just spawn in his bottle, but it's a good thing he got himself that Invis rune. Otherwise, he'd be bullied out from the lane here incredibly effectively by Laurel, who is going to be ganked by the Oracle, and here comes Foracle to set up for the kill.
Okay. That was a really nice kill here on Laurel, actually, right before he gets his level 6, or right as he was getting his level 6, actually, so you were about to properly gank the Void Spirit. Void Spirit used that he got his level 6, like, what, seconds before, honestly, the Kunkka, to just get that kill with the Astral Step. Very well played, but honestly, by Shisui. And you're already getting a pretty nice lead here against VP.P, honestly. VP seems to be struggling in the mechanical side more than the actual, like, the lane, or the draft and lanes and everything, it seems fine. It's just the mechanical side they're struggling with. Kidaro will die in the top lane, though, at least, so good job by Celebrity.
Yeah, he got a little bit too excited to use Maledict level 2 on a Lion, and that's going to cost him a bit. Lion just needs to get these Tranquils out ASAP, and he'll be A-okay. What's he got now? Ooh, I just missed his courier. Not quite yet, but he's getting there. He needs a little bit more gold for the Wind Lace, and he'll be fine. Bottom, we have 3 heroes here. A gank out from Shisui, and that is going to get the kill onto Sonny.
Man, Shisui has been on point, honestly. Like, what a really nice game. Little kill on the Kunkka, which stops Kunkka from rotating. Because your cooldowns are much lower than Kunkka's, you're much stronger hero at rotation, so you can go bottom as well, easily get kills there. Top, they almost kill Celebrity. I don't know, Maledict will finish him off. I don't think. Oh,
yeah, he's going to die.
He's gonna die there. There you go.
I can tell you
by the
why
way,
I knew that.
I wanted to ask you as a Witch Doctor spammer.
Yeah.
When Witch Doctor says wait for it.
I was about to tell you what that means and why I knew he was going to die. So Witch Doctor will say wait for it, or he's about to pop. if and only if the final tick of Maledict is going to do more than 9% of their maximum HP as damage, right?
Oh, wow. That's very precise.
It is very precise, so it's actually kind of useful to know. So that's why I clicked on Mars to see his HP total. He's got around 1,100. I just rounded to 1,000. That means he was going to do at least 90 damage. Celebrity didn't have that much, and I knew he was going to have that kill. Oh, big miss on the spear, unfortunately. That might have been a kill because they were expecting it. The boat's going to whip, but with the haste rune, they're going to get the kill regardless.
And Kidaru might die as well because of the haste rune, of course. That haste rune really gave Laurel a second coming here. Kidaru wanted to get the paralyzing cast there. That would have been really good, actually. Might have been able to kill Celebrity with that, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the time to actually cast it. Cast the cask. That's very interesting, though. I did not know that it was specifically the...
oh, yeah. Of course, it's a little bit harder to know these things for certain when you're playing with the Witch Doctor's vision. For example, like sometimes, you know, the classic, oh, they TP'd away just in the nick of time. They're in the fountain. I'm still saying wait for it, but they're healing more, you know. I think fountain heals you at like 7% maximum of your HP and mana per second, so it depends how long they're in the fountain for. I've gone into this and stepped into it because I was always very curious. At first, I thought it was for sure he was going to die, but then after 200 Witch Doctor games, I was like, wait a second, what does it actually mean?
I don't have 200 games on a single hero. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so I believe it's 9%. It's a very specific amount for sure. This might be a kill here. What level's the Maledict? Nah, it's only level 2. He's fine.
He didn't have any more Astral Step charges, right? So there's no point in you being too aggressive. But I still feel like Cascade's happy with this early game, right? As long as the Slark versus Crow matchup is pretty good for the Slark in general, so it's not too difficult to match up because you just Shadow Dance as he battle trances you and you go, well, GG Troll, right? Like he just goes for anything else and you just hit him while he does that. He has no way to retreat. So the best way the Troll can even out this matchup is actually going for the exact build that he's going for, which is Battle Fury. Not only does that give you Cleave to deal with the Slark in Shadow Dance, but more importantly, it gives you enough farming speed so that Slark can't out-farm you and just beat him by sheer gold superiority, right? But of course, this becomes a bit more difficult if Shisui is all over the map, putting a lot of pressure. I want to see what build Laurel goes for this game to prevent that, because we need to have a really impactful Kunkka in the early mid game. And usually Kunkka's build is just not that impactful, unfortunately. Oh, Shisui went in, has no Astral Step, does have Dissimulate though, avoids the Ghost Ship, nice. Still going for the kill there, really aggressive Shisui. He's not going to fall as the Oracle comes in, save the Witch Doctor, does have False Promise, worst case scenario. Fate's Edict, oh, he will die regardless. The Fate's Edict just ran out of duration, so the Earth Spike did hit him with full damage as he went down. Wow.
Yeah, so what's really interesting, by the way, about that Witch Doctor mechanic is that it's not listed on the wiki page itself for Witch Doctor, like on his hero abilities where it lists all of everything. You know, like the first wiki page you would go to check for this information. It's actually listed under his responses. That's where that kind of mechanic is listed under. So I thought that was really interesting as well. I wonder if there's any other interactions that work that way in this game. I kind of doubt it, but could be.
Dire's top
I'm
tower
not really sure, honestly. I can't think of any of the responses, even someone to wait for it. Just always been a question in my mind about the wait for response.
So 9% of their maximum HP with the last tick. That's what it means. So you can
double Astral Step now, so I think you can kill the Lion if you really want to go for this. Kidaru just wants to get a level 6 Maledict drop. There we go. 8th Remnant. No need to actually use a single Astral Step, it seems like.
Yeah, he's
Illusion might just die.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah. Oh, just the last Purifying Flame just in case. That is an insane range. Just in case he was getting away. Getting Kaori farm though is pretty useful. We already saw how impactful he was on the Oracle last game, so I feel like getting a couple items is nice. He's now charging the Fortune's End. Laurel first the stun, now the root, and finally the Purifying Flames to kill him off. Really well played here, Kaori again. Pretty much 2 kills. Yeah. Mainly him and Shisui.
I like this actually. He goes for the first item, Ring of Bacillus, and that helps him a lot. Usually on Oracle, what ends up happening, especially I imagine on Foracle, when you're actually rotating around and you're not just dispelling.
Is his official name now?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of unique, to be honest. But when you're a Foracle and you're not just picked to dispel sticky napalm stacks, you know, like you're picked to actually do things in the game, you need to have mana, right? And that's a really big issue because Oracle, all of his abilities are quite mana intensive. He's a smart cookie here, for sure, but even still, you know, his basic combo, quote unquote, costs him almost 200 mana to use, right? Like that is not very spammable, to say the least. So he's got arcane boots. Very few position 4s will go for the arcanes, you know, asterisk on that one, and not dissemble it into the Aether Lens. So this is just a core item for him. And actually it synergizes really, really nicely with his team. Tide's never going to have mana problems this game as well. It's always nice to be able to make sure that Slark has enough mana for a Dark Pact at the very least, or maybe even a Shadow Dance, right? If he's getting sucked by the Lion. So these are, I mean, it's actually a pretty damn good game for a Foracle, to be honest with you.
I agree. I agree. I feel like this game, an idea like the Blink Dagger, I really love on the Foracle in general. Aetherlin's obviously a decent item as well, but I really do like the Blink Dagger on this hero.
Yeah. In fact, I think I don't know if you want to go for Blink this game. You may, because I think Lion at some stage is going to want to jump you. Because the issue is that if you ever get off the successful combo of Dark Pact, or sorry, False Promise into Shadow Dance, they just heal a shit ton. What is it, like 14% of his HP per second at max level? Yeah, like that's insane. I don't really know how you outdamage that, especially when you can't hit him with any targetable spells like Lion Finger. Troll can't really directly hit him. Of course, with the Battle Fury, he can.
That's why I feel like, oh, wait, careful in the top lane. They turn the Slark into a frog, and they're going to do like the French try to eat it, but there's a False Promise. Jesu does the Shadow Dance as well, just to heal back up, and that's going to be a dead Mars. Unfortunately, Lion will be able to get away, but Cascade did punish that Mars initiation quite effectively. Honestly, Kaori on point, this man.
Yeah,
he has the name of the Earth Spirit, or very close to it, but
Kaolin.
He is instead playing the Oracle like a god. I do like the Blink Dagger, by the way, this game, mainly for the Mars. Like, it really being able to blink out of the arena, so Mars can't really backdoor you, because Kunkka is not going to realistically be able to do that. So it's really the Mars that has to deal with the Oracle this game, because you don't have anyone else. Mars or Lion.
Yeah.
So Blink Dagger saves you from both.
Lion later, yeah, for sure. He's going to be queuing up this the Aetherlens now. Someone pointed out he does like building Aetherlens. That's very true, but I think mana boots, especially against a Lion early game, is nice to have. Death Ward's going to be doing good damage. The boat somehow hits him. I've got questions for you there on that one, Ice Frog. Titan are holding onto the Ravage. Can't use it now because he's a frog, but he's going to dispel himself. Now he's not a frog, but he doesn't want to use the Ravage. They don't really have too much team fight here early on. No real way to follow up, as Death Ward was already canceled by the boat. And they're just going to back off. They were trying to harass the Sani here, who is still closing in now on his own Battle Fury. Let me switch over to net worth. I apologize. As right now it's a pretty decent lead for Cascade, but nothing too crazy. The biggest difference is going to be Celebrity being a bit more poor rather than the Cascade offlaner here, as well as of course Foracle having pretty good farm at this stage of the game.
There's a Ravage available, so I don't think you want to fight this. Oh, they only catch two of the Ravage though. Phoenix is able to at least run away or fly away in time, but Celebrity will of course die in this initiation. Illusion in solo position. He's also going to fall to this Tide Hunter, which by the way,
Troll ulties to use to farm a stack. Don't worry about him.
Just looking up, is he?
Radiant structures are
Oh,
fortified.
okay.
I'm a little surprised.
His name apparently is supposed to be Arteezy's bastard, which is
very nice.
But his name is, like, if you read this, is Sirenevaya.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Belka? Sirenevaya Belka? So I don't know how that translates to Arteezy's bastard, to be honest, because I would imagine you don't translate Arteezy.
Maybe it's like the 3 letters, you know, like RTZ.
No, these aren't those letters.
No, I mean, listen, I don't know, dude. I don't speak Russian. Anyway, what I wanted to say there is I'm a bit surprised that the Phoenix didn't try and turn that one with a Supernova, because he already had Fire Spirits out. It's Fire Spirits at level 3. He's actually decided not to max it over Sunray. And I'm surprised he didn't turn that, because he had already the Fire Spirit onto the Void Spirit. Tide Hunter is pretty trivial as well. You're not really too concerned about him destroying your Supernova. And Lion had Hex and Earth Spike ready to go, so it seemed like that may have been successful. You could have brought in Troll. He had his ulti. Kunkka was respawning soon, but they decide against it. They just decide to just lose the... I think who did they drop there? I don't know. Someone died there. It wasn't too consequential. It was just Illusion. Illusion and Celebrity both died. So there's no Arena of Blood, obviously. Otherwise, they definitely would have gone for it. So okay. So now they're going to go for a kill onto Slark using the combo. Okay, I understand why he did not use Supernova now. If they can get this kill, that's a big if, because of course Kaori Foracle is hiding in the trees.
And you still have Shadow Dance and Slark, so we have that little combo you talked about earlier, the False Promise Shadow Dance, which is ridiculous. I actually really interesting build, by the way, by Slark. He's going Echo Sphere straight into the Basher, which is never seen this before, honestly. Really weird idea. I mean, I guess the Basher deals with the Troll particularly really nicely, so not opposed to this. I mean, it's kind of like a variation on the Battle Slark of Diffusal Blade BKB, but you think that the BKB is not that necessary this game, so you just go for the Basher Echo instead. I don't know. I've never It's not bad, but I don't know where the logic stands here. Why Basher's
Radiant's
such a
top
value
tower
item
is
that you
under
get second
attack.
item.
Yeah,
I mean, he's really going for the Abyssal Blade this game to kill the Lion first.
And VP are really what was it? It was Echo. I'm just looking
Radiant's
at this
top
now.
tower
Echo into Basher he's going, right?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So that's why it's just very weird. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, maybe it's because you're thinking Abyssal Blade early because you can jump the Lion, and Lion's like your biggest issue. And if you kill the Lion first, BKB is not really that necessary this game. So,
Sure.
so
I'm
maybe
just
that's
taking
the logic.
I'm just taking a look here at if it's been built before. I
okay.
see 9 Slark games here on the Dat Dota, where they have gone Echo Saber first before then building a Basher. But usually there's been items in between here. I'm still currently scanning, so give me a second if you want to cast.
I mean, that
the
makes
team
sense,
fight.
right? That's what I was thinking too. Like, usually you go for items in between. Basher's usually a third, fourth item in Slark. Oracle dies though. This is pretty bad.
Yep.
They do have a Ravage available on Tidehunter with Blink Dagger, so he could go in if he wants to,
It's
but they feel
tempting.
quite strong, Cascade.
It's
What?
tempting because you also have DD on the Void Spirit right now, but only one
Yep.
Astral Step to use, as well with the double Resonant Pulse Eggs. But without the Oracle to save you, it's a bit risky, isn't it? And
I
I
agree,
think
I
I
agree.
think this has not been done in this patch. Let me just continue scanning here. It's almost always been. Oh, nope.
No? Alright.
No,
That's quite fascinating to
It's
know,
usually
actually.
Scotty
That-
after. It's usually Scotty, sometimes Shadowblade, sometimes Midas. Of course, there aren't really too many
Oh, it's
Slark
not
games in this patch. I only see 9.
True. But like, I am fascinated by the idea by the way this represents. I don't know what the Basher. I mean, I guess trades evenly against Trolls, decently against Lion, but it's because you're not particularly lacked lockdown in this lineup you have, right? If you lacked lockdown, I could kind of understand, but you don't really do that at all. In fact, if you wanted more
Dire's
lockdown, it'd be
top
more
tower
efficient to
is
go
under
for
attack.
the Ags. I think he's just experimenting because he's thinking about
Radiant
Nullifier, he's thinking about
structures
BKB,
are
he's thinking about a bunch of
fortified.
items.
I think
Radiant's bottom tower is
here
under
the
attack.
only thing I would have to say about it is
Dire's
that you
top
do got
tower
pretty good
is under
lockdown.
attack.
But to be honest, your best and most consistent lockdown is, I mean, at this stage, it's going to be Aether Remnant
Dire's
with an
top
asterisk
tower
on that,
has
or
fallen.
Tidehunter Ravage, right? Because Cask is not really reliable. Fortune's End is not it doesn't disarm, right? Of course, you can do that with Fate's Edict if you'd like. Are we going to consider an Ags this game for Troll, by the way? Doesn't seem like too bad of an Ags game, to be honest.
Yeah, but you already went Battle Fury, so
Yeah.
unfortunately Ags is a bit redundant at
Dire's
this point.
top
Yeah,
tower
definitely.
is under attack.
Silence, Aether Remnant, and Illusion's dead. That's a big source of initiation. Without him, the Slark is pretty free. Or, sorry, yeah. If you kill the Lion, Slark can't really be stopped now. He's gonna go for
Dire's top
Yasha,
tower
it seems like.
is
So
under
maybe S
attack.
and Y, which I think it's pretty traditional, but it's
Radiant's
interesting you
middle
went for the
tower is
Passion before
under
the S and
attack.
Y.
By the way, did you see that Nightfall was sick for the regular
Dire are
VP
scanning.
roster?
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah,
That's
that's-
very unfortunate for him.
It is, of course. Obviously, I hope he gets better, but that's really unlucky because I was really hoping to see obviously VP play with full strength at the major. I think they look just unstoppable. Oh, big whip on the spear, unfortunately. Arteezy's bastard in trouble.
Radiant's
Okay,
bottom
he's gonna get the
tower
false
is
promise.
under
He can turn with
attack.
Ravage here, but they're not considering it quite yet. They've caught the Lion though. Cask bouncing around. Out comes the Death Ward here. They're trying to nuke down Zani, but oh no, they've not gotten it there.
Had he gotten his Ravage out, that was a perfectly fightable team fight, honestly. But he didn't get his Ravage out, unfortunately. I think that was the right play for the Tide, though. Like, stay there, hopefully you can get your Ravage out, and just pray that the false runners last long enough for you to get it off. Like, there's not much else you can do, right? But the Void Spray did really... So they did a really good job of silencing and stopping him. That root immediately... First hit root for Kidaro, come on. Poor guy. Doesn't catch a break. Now, 7 Jizu, we do have the Dark Pact, so he's going to be fine. The Spirit's not really a threat for him. And they start to realize this, right? No Lion means no kill on Slug.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be able to take Roshan for free here, though, more or less. They've only had to use Arena there in that last engagement. We still have Finger, Illusion, just, you know, the supports holding their positions. This is another reason, actually, why I want, whoa, okay, Supernova, just to really make sure they got it, because Jesu is considering jumping in to try and snatch an Aegis. They're going to silence him up, though. Purge it off preemptively, turning and fighting now. The Ravage, that should be able to get the first light, but no, the Sunray healing too much. Jesu just doesn't have the damage. They're going to turn now with a bit more, but they've disarmed the Slark, not Zani. And that means that Slark was unable to even try and fight his way out there. Finally, they could be able to burst into the first life. There's no battle chance at the very least. Mars, a little bit of HP, will be gushed to death, but in comes the boat out from the river. It's not going to connect onto anyone. The Orchid, unfortunately, not doing much here for Shisui. As the blink forward, Arteezy's bastard pretending like he's on the Radiant side all of a sudden, trying to get maybe a gush onto Zani or something to slow him a bit more. I don't think they can continue chasing here, can they? Witch Doctor's back. I think they can. Look at that. With Maledict applied, they have the healing place down. Death Ward, though, doing a lot of damage. They've got the kill onto one. Big silence coming through as well. It was not going to allow Misha to dive out. And all of a sudden,
Shisui has
Cascade.
been Shisui has been so impactful this game. Like he's a secondary carry when Slurk is dead, so he's managed to keep this team essentially alive. Right, his team fight is also incredible with the Ags, also a huge amount of damage. I just feel like Shisui has been a standout performer this game, really outclassing Laurel. Unfortunately, in the mid lane, Laurel has not had half the impact as Void Spirit has. Mind you, though, as I say this, of course, Shisui is gonna die. Well, maybe Fate Seeking might save him. Yeah, false promise. He should be fine. They false promise him. They do catch the Oracle in the process, but Shisui wants to avenge his teammate. In fact, Oracle's not even dead yet. There. He did fall to Laurel's damage, but they did get a counter kill on Celebrity, so I think it's kind of a win overall for Cascade.
Yeah.
They're happy to take enough offlane for support.
By
the way, I looked up the name of the Tidehunter just to see what it meant.
Yeah.
It means lilac squirrel.
Ah, very nice.
Like the flower and then the squirrel. So I don't know how that possibly could mean Arteezy's bastard.
So there's a neat little interaction there where actually he got speared to the walls of the arena, but he actually got dropped into like a
Radiant's
tiny
bottom
little
tower
pocket
is under attack.
where he was in the river technically, but he couldn't move. So even though he got unimpinged for the arena, he was standing in such a position where even though he was getting poked by the spear wall and that pushes you back, he had nowhere to go. So he just died to the spear wall despite not being pinned to it anymore. So that was either the best arena position I've ever seen in my life or just a little bit of an
Radiant
unfortunate
are scanning.
position for Kyori to fall into there. Lilac square for the win. Kunkka Orchid is very normal, by the way, guys. This is what like attacker likes to go for. Usually he goes like
Against
usually,
Void Spirit or Ember.
yeah. Usually sometimes it's like an armlet into Orchid, but even actually normally you pick this hero against Void and the spirits anyway, so it's no surprise to see him here for sure. But he's got a BKB now, so 10-second BKB duration for him, and he's looking for a fight. Oh, Ravage, my goodness.
Radiant's bottom
Okay.
tower is under
It's a good
attack.
Ravage. You get Lion.
I mean, you did lose the Ravage though in the process though, which means now you don't really want to fight this too much. Can they say with False
Radiant's
Promise?
bottom
They don't even
tower
need to
has
actually.
fallen.
So it's fine. Oh, okay, they have False Promise still. Have Ethelyn, so you should have enough space. Celebrity walks in, catches the Slug, it's pretty good, but Dark Pact stops the Spear of Mars. Which means it's only the Lilac Squirrel stuck in the Arena of Blood. And it seems like he's going to be perfectly fine. The Supernova does end up popping. Not that big a deal. Nobody dies on Cascade's side.
This
It's a really nice little team fight for them. They managed to just sustain all the team fight from the enemy team.
This is looking really, really bad for
Radiant's
VP.P.
bottom
Like
tower
they
is
are
under
staring
attack.
down the barrel of a loaded gun, and that gun's gonna eliminate them here from Season 2 contention. This is lower
Yeah,
bracket.
it's
This is
pretty
it
bad.
for them.
I want to point out, by the way, on the Kunkka Orchid, it's not so much that this build is like good on Kunkka or bad. It's more like Kunkka doesn't really need items. So when you looking at the first item you build, usually besides Armlet, which is like synergistic with a hero, most of the items you build are like what is
Radiant's
useful here,
middle
right?
tower is
So,
under
so it's
attack.
either BKB because you want to fight early, or Heaven's Halberd because you have a strong carry, or because you have spirits, these kind of stuff.
Oh wow!
So it's not
they
like
went
the
for
heroes
more.
are very versatile.
Okay, once again they kind of just let
They still have False Promise.
they let
he's
the
fine.
squirrel just dive forward
Radiant
and
structures
to
are
create space
fortified.
for them right now. Sani, he knows he's not really strong enough to fight. The fights have not really been coming together here. We've not really seen a great iteration of the Mars Phoenix combo. Laurel's gonna pop another BKB charge here. This is 9 seconds, but he's getting no damage done here onto the
Radiant's
Tidehunter,
middle
and
tower
that's
is under
that.
attack. Radiant's middle tower has
Tidehunter went for the
fallen.
shard, which actually is why they could push this tower so quickly as well. So I really like that idea. You don't have really much push in your team. Shard is not very expensive, and it gives you a huge amount of push. Why not, right? Get a bit of that extra pushing power out of the way. And now Jezu also has his Abyssal Blade almost completed pretty much, only 100 gold away. And once this happens, then the Lion, I can't imagine he survives any team fights, because I feel like he's the Slark's primary objective. Either Lion or Phoenix, depending on if Supernova is off cooldown or not. I mean, hell, you can even go for Troll in the right engagement, depending on where he's positioned. We've already seen Tidehunter playing quite aggressively against Illusion because they understand how powerful that Hex is. Let's see. Jezu. Nearby, thinking about Celebrity. There's no BKB on Jezu, though. Oh, unfortunately.
Oh,
Doesn't
nice
have the recipe
torrent.
just yet.
False
Jezu.
Promise.
Let's get saved with a False Promise into the Shadow Dance. Supernova, committed. They want to destroy the egg in time. They do have 4 heroes hitting it.
Wow.
And they almost kill the Lion just because Shisui's BKB is so powerful, but he's out of mobility, so he doesn't want to rush in quite yet. Still has Assimilate. Nice little Blink Dagger by Lion. Instead, they leave Celebrity behind.
Oh,
Ether Remnant
wow.
actually guesses exactly what he's going to
torrent.
move towards.
Great
Really
torrent.
nice Ether Remnant. And that's going to be a dead Celebrity.
This is looking really awful. VP, like their fights are, you can tell they're actually like the pressure's getting to them. Like the Phoenix Mars Arena combo was not good, and now they're going to be set to lose even more. A beautiful 3-man Ravage. Sani, he's going down. He's got to use the battle trance just to stay alive. Phoenix alive in another second, but he's barely got any HP. He's just being kited away from his team. Gets at least the kill onto the Tidehunter, but he's going to fall immediately after to the Witch Doctor. Oh no. Dead for an entire minute now, does not have buyback. And Cascade are just going to hit buildings at the very least. They get the kill onto the Tide, which is unironically a lot of their tower push right at this stage of the game. So they might be able to force them off of the high ground and buy themselves about another minute of time here. Oh my goodness, VP.P. They are really hanging on to this game by a thread.
Yeah, and that means they're hanging on to the chance of going to Division 2 by a thread. I'm really wondering what's going to happen afterwards to the team. Shisui, thinking of going in. Illusion, though, does block that initiation. Okay, he now has the recipe. Sorry, I didn't really see that he even have a recipe on. Slark has Shadow Dance, though, so he just needs to be saved. Yeah, he's fine. False Promise plus Shadow Dance, he's okay. He's not going to die here. Yeah. Shisui using his BKB a bit aggressively just to get him space.
Active.
They don't have Ravage though, unfortunately, so that's why they don't want to fight. Oh, never mind, Jesu. Actually, just deciding to go for the Kunkka straight up. Maybe Celebrity. He does get bothered a bit. Have a Glimmer Cape. A lot of healing thanks to that Glimmer Cape as well. And Jesu will be able to get out of here alive. In between Oracle and Witch Doctor that actually went for the Glimmer Cape on the Witch, it's so difficult to kill a Slark, man. They don't have enough lockdown to murder him at all.
Oh, that was tough, VP. I mean, I think that was probably their best opportunity to get back into this game. They had 5 heroes. The ultis, I mean, Boat was used first kind of indiscriminately. Then we used Mars Arena when we had like 10 seconds left on Mars, on Phoenix Supernova ready to go versus 4 heroes, you know? It was a pretty good arena as well. It's getting tough. It's getting tough here for them. This is not looking too fantastic here.
Slark, okay, you find a troll. Relatively easy. Gush, here we go. Dark Pact also available. Fortune's in. And okay, Slark now in trouble. Has to use a Shadow Dance. Oh, sorry, has to use the False Promise to save him. Still has a Shadow Dance. Can continue fighting this. Now Exani, who might just die. Battle Trance used. Might be able to kill Kita. Impossible. He's being kited. The bash is too strong. Exani will just fall, doing absolutely nothing in this team fight. And you still have the Ravage in 10 seconds, so it's not like you're free to fight here without the troll. You haven't wasted any big ultimates except for maybe False Promise. But it's already max level, oh, no, it's only level 2, so at least 80-second cooldown. It's somewhat.
Big raid out from Jeeves. Thanks for joining us, guys. Just to catch you up to speed here, we are currently watching the lower brackets of Cascade versus VP.P for the closed qualifiers of the ESL 1 Division Lower 2, and this one might just be over with that Ravage as they caught 2. They got the Abyssal Blade as well into the Kunkka. He's dead for a whole minute. The Etageges are coming out from Cascade. They're feeling it. VP.P, of course. These guys were eliminated from Season 1. GG, well played. They're eliminated now already.
I cannot believe it.
They're gone. The 2-0 from Cascade.
That's so awful, dude. VP, so that you lose the team generation, which is part of this team, right? Which is, what is it? Celebrity and Laurel were part of that original team. You lose Illusion as well, which I believe was in a... I want to say he was in a team as well last season, right? Illusion?
Yeah.
Or as a stand-in?
He was, yeah.
Who was it?
I think he was on... Wasn't he on the Hustlers?
I think it was on the Hustlers, I agree. And then Xani, of course, from Gambit 2 as well. So in this whole, like, Cascade just went, yeah, you can take all the guys from Division 2, and we're going to beat every single one of them at once in that whole team. So that was pretty impressive. Really well played by Cascade, though. Honestly, a really solid game by them in general. And looking strong, man. They're showing that they're just a strong team. They're looking like they're a team that is not bringing, like, old players into the mix. There's complete new blood with new strategies, and that they're not good individually necessarily. They're good as a team, right? They work as a unit, and that's always nice to see.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Mias, is this the match for getting a spot in Div 2? Not quite yet. If you guys type !tournament in chat, you'll get linked to the Liquipedia page where the bracket you can see. I can also pull it up here. On the stream. This game is going to be Cordy versus Toprota now. Toprota currently on the Dire side. They won game 1 quite heavy-handedly. We'll see how they can get done here. But let me just turn on directed camera for a minute while I take a journey through here.
We're doing two simultaneous series. Of course, we're casting one mainly, and then we just go to the other one whenever this one finishes. The next big series we're going to do is, of course, in the upper brackets, where that will be the decider match, who gets into Div 2. And that's going to be between Nemiga and Almost Disbanded. And whoever wins that one gets into the Division 2. Whoever loses goes down to the lower bracket final, where they have a second chance to qualify against whomever makes it to the lower brackets, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see that in the coming days.
Exactly.
So, or tomorrow, rather.
So lower bracket here. So if you get first or second, basically, you're going to win, right? So if you win the upper bracket, you're qualified. If you win the lower bracket, you're qualified.
Was Xani not on Gambit 2? Who was he on then?
Sonny was definitely on a team for sure, 100%. I
I
remember.
thought he was on Gambit. Yeah, it was completely right. Yeah, it was Gambit too. What are you talking about, mate? You gotta check the. Yeah, Sonny was Gambit too. Yeah, that's completely right.
Okay. Well, but you asked for Illusion.
No, I said Xani because someone said in the stream Xani was never on Gambit. I was like, I'm pretty sure this Xani. We checked this yesterday.
Oh,
Xani
you're
was
talking
Gambit
to
too.
someone in the chat.
Yeah,
I see. You're fighting chat again. Oh, I just switched
I'm not
over
fighting
to-
chat. I thought it was
it's
wrong.
Okay.
That's why we're double
You
checking.
can keep fighting chat.
Jesus
That's
fuck.
okay. It's your favorite. That's your favorite activity. Yeah. So we'll be casting this series when it starts, but it's not going to start for about an hour. So do stick around for the start of that match. But for now, we might as well catch this series because currently it looks like it may go to 3. And let me go ahead and switch back into game now because we're hearing Centaur ults.
Both of these teams are quite strong, but I'm surprised that Topper is struggling so much. Like it is a really good team. For those of you who don't know, by the way, this team will have, for example, 2 of the popular Russian players, Sobad and Petushara. You might remember these guys from J178. I think that's what they made a name for themselves, really.
And
you
Happy
combine this with
Diarra
Happy
as well.
Diarra,
Yep.
which has also been playing with them for quite a while. Maureen from Creepwave, and Pio that played as the carry for Bait back when Bait was first started, or one of the first iterations of Bait. I don't know, they've had so many at this point.
They have had quite a few.
Yeah, so this is a really good team. Like, Seekin and I were talking about this team beforehand, because of course that's what we do in our free time. We talk about CIS teams. And we were really expecting this team to, honestly, just dominate the qualifiers. It's such a stacked team, such good players. But they've been really struggling. They weren't even... They went directly into the lower qualifiers, or the lower brackets, sorry.
Yeah, immediately, right? I think, almost disbanded beat them?
Yep.
Yeah, and almost suspended in the upper bracket finals all of a sudden. So a couple of newer names on that stack as well. Antoha probably, and Munkushi, I would say. Antoha and Munkushi are going to be the best known from that roster. Antoha, of course, position 5 player that was kicked, removed from Team Tequila, or formerly IPG, which still retained their slot for Season 2. They're playing with Koval now. Yeah, my goodness. Let me just do some stream
Koval
stuff.
looked really nice for the match, not gonna lie. It was a bit of an upgrade.
Yeah.
I felt like, because it seems like his pool of heroes is much more amped, because it was Antoha for Koval, right?
It was Antoha. It was Koval for Antoha, right? So
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
yeah, you're good.
My Spanishness, where everything is just
Everything is reversed and flipped. My mom would always say towel paper instead of paper towel.
Yeah, I get that too. With a lot of adjectives, I have to tell myself, like, when I'm translating a Spanish phrase or something in my mind, or something that is from Spain or whatever, I have to translate it in my mind in English.
All right,
And
there we
I
go.
always flip it around.
And let me switch back away from this awful directed camera. And now it's my awful camera instead. Beautiful. Thanks for tuning in. Let's go ahead and update the title real quick.
I love this interaction in chat. I know that's not what you meant, but someone says, I've heard that Petushara means a big cock in Russian. Is that true? And then someone answers, yup, a long time ago. Obviously answering the Gambit comment, but I thought that was quite funny. Yeah. I'm not sure, actually. I'm going to look it up. It's an interesting question. Oh, okay, Petushara Russian?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What does it mean, though?
Alrighty, the stream's updated, everyone. But yeah, game 1, a bit of a stomp here in favor of Top Rita. Top Rita would have been my favorites. I think, if not qualified, they're going to be probably finishing 3rd place. Is going to be that would have been my guess here.
Oh, it means roosters. Ah, I see, but I can see how that can be a big cock. Right. Okay.
Is that also a thing in Russian? Because I've got no clue. Like, because obviously in the English language, if you say cock,
oh no,
most people
for the non-Russian, it's Petushara means roosters literally, but it's also slang term for a passive gate rooster, a bottom.
Oh, all right.
Oh wait, is this a slur?
I have no idea. Dame might be in some trouble there. Happy DR just getting dove in the meantime, though. Yo, and he's actually getting just chunked in his ulti here by the Lesh. Dame, though, with the Bloodstone active, continuing to fight. Still has Aegis for the second life, but he's not even going down on the first one. Finally, he will go down, but he took quite a long time to take him. Now, Happy Diarra having bought back in this engagement, still forcing out a lot of aggression from the PL. The barracks are still being sieged. We've already gotten the false promise out here, so we don't have that one, as Petu just jumping right on in onto Petushar. He's going to be completely burnt of the mana, not doing a single thing versus all these PL illusions. He might be tanky, but he's not doing anything. PO is going to be next to drop it. I think this game's just about over. I think that is a GG. And it is going to be game number 3.
That's not the G. Is that how you say GG?
It is, yeah. In the Eta GG line, that's what shows up.
No, it's not.
Is it not?
Yeah, that's the peak.
That's what I learned.
Yeah, Itagake is like it's like without the left, like it's just like the two lines as opposed to 3, and so you just have the left and the top line, and you don't have the bottom line.
I set up these team names. Oh, we can't even look at these stats either, unfortunately. Oh no, we can.
Unfortunately, Dota servers. I mean, guys, it's beta, whatever. It's
No,
not
we
a big
can.
deal.
Luckily, it worked for some reason.
Oh, did it? Nice. I can't see it. I'm gonna just look on the stream. I mean, it just seems like a really straight up PL game where you go, is PL even countered? And then you look at the draft, you go, no. So I guess free PL game, right?
Must have been like a last pick PL, right?
Yeah.
I can't imagine. Maybe a last pick Lash, but even then, it's like there's just nothing to deal with, unless they try to counter PL in lane with Centaur. But even that is like a little bit hopeful.
Oh, I see. So it's literally the same spot for the Russian keyboard. That makes sense. The P and the G. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, now we've got to do a little bit of waiting here to get this before this next
Overwatch
game
cases, boys. Let's go.
Overwatch cases, I guess. Let me give me a second. Throw this.
Do you have
up.
more?
Actually, I don't right now. Let me
I
try.
have some.
Let
Can
me
I stream
try.
it to you, and you can put it up, or how do
Yeah,
you
let me
do
try a relaunch real quick, because you stream in.
Richie cannot believe.
Well, because you stream in 1440, and then I'm gonna have to set up the source and do all this jazz.
No, I'll stream it to you through Discord, man. It's much easier than that,
Oh, that could work.
right? And
I'm
that
just
should
doing a
be fine.
relaunch. We'll see what happens. Oh,
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that. That's always something I always question because I always see the PP GG, right? And I always wondered it's not the same letter. So I was wondering if Russians just said PP to say GG, but obviously that makes no sense.
oh, I've got Overwatch cases, but I mean, I guess we can watch yours, but that means I've got to resize your now. Like instead of your webcam, it's like your Dota screen.
I'm not really sure. Whatever you want to do, dude. Whatever you want to do.
Whatever I want to do.
I don't, dude. I don't care. I don't care, man. Oh, if you want to do your Overwatch cases, policeman Richie.
What is going on right now as well with my computer? Hold on.
Okay. Of course, we're waiting, guys. By the way, we're gonna cast the next game of what is it? Torpedo versus Quarty. So that's gonna be the next game, and then we're gonna go to the finals for the CIS quals, which is gonna be almost expanded versus Namiga. So we're just trying to set up some entertainment in between because we don't like putting a weight screen in general.
Yep. I'll do mine if you want to show me your webcam again instead of your Legend 1 medal.
Okay, shut the fuck up, dude. All right. If you look at my Dota buff, there is a correlation between when I play with South Americans and when I play with when I lose.
Oh yeah.
I don't mean like random South Americans. I mean my specific South American friends who are really bad at Dota. all of the Peruvian casters are really bad at Dota, and we always get together for game nights, and we always fucking lose. But it's so fun because they're very enjoyable people, but we always lose. It's so sad.
Are you able to cast in Dota TV? Yes, we will be casting in Dota TV. Oh, look, I got one of the very rare Overwatch cases where it's we missed the pop-up, but it said that other people has been reported in this game as well. So we're supposed to focus on the gyrocopter for griefing.
So do I get the? Are you sending me through NDI source?
Oh yeah, let me. I turned it off. Oh no, it's on.
There you go. I got it. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Thank you for the follow, by the way, guys. Anyone that's coming by, we really appreciate your followers and stuff. I don't really ask for subscribers because I don't care. I always donate to subscribers at the end of the month anyway, so don't bother. But I would really appreciate you guys following the channel to watch more CIS qualifiers.
Wait, this is so this is. Wait, where's his team? Oh, there's his team. I was like, what's going on? Okay, he's gonna look bottom. His team is fighting. It's,
I feel like this is just a support gyrocopter that got. Yeah, I think it's a support gyrocopter that got reported, dude.
I think it is a support gyro, right?
He's going for Meteor Hammer, which I guess, I mean, I wouldn't consider that like griefing, right? Just because.
Well, he should be fighting. Well, he doesn't have anywhere to TP bottom though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he did. Yeah, I don't think it was a good fight bottom though. You're fighting in your dead lane, really far away. That was not a good fight. I think Gyrocopter did the right play of pushing mid instead.
Dire's middle
Let's see
tower
what everyone's got. What does he have here? He's got. Okay, so it was Pudge Gyro support. Yeah, that I mean like. I could see how you could be pretty tilted off of that. Wraith King is not building anything early. Gyro is like farming your camps right now while your Wraith King is getting dove. Yeah, he looks bottom. He's like, not my problem. I need Meteor Hammer.
I mean, I wouldn't consider this griefing, but it is along the lines of not playing your role, right?
I mean, this is divine though.
I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess so. I guess you should know. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. I want to say, by the way, Tommy Lee, the reason why the qualifiers at different times is because even though you're right, DPC is organized by Valve and everything, the qualifiers specifically are organized by each individual organizer. That's why, for example, last season we had the whole debacle of like, why does OGA only organize one open qualifier? Reason is honestly money. Pretty simply.
Oh, you can see here.
That's why we're getting the
clicking
CIS
on,
and EU qualifiers now.
He was clicking on everyone's items here. They're trying to get resumed. There's goes Ursa. I don't think there's
he's
like
tryharding, dude. But I don't know how this is griefing though. Like he's keeping mid somewhat pushed. I mean, yeah, he'll die here, but he's keeping mid pushed. I don't think that's a wrong play either.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Assuming he's a support.
Is
he 5 or 4 though?
He's he must have been. It's hard to tell actually. It's hard to tell because it was definitely a support pudge as well. He was probably. I mean, who knows? Honestly. And then they pause again. I don't know. I feel like this one's an insufficient evidence, especially. I mean, I'm sure like the game ended like 3 seconds after this replay is over because Dire is going to crush this game because Ursa is 8-1-0 versus a puck.
Dire's top tower
I feel like this team
fallen.
is like he's not playing well. But I don't think that's enough to consider griefing. I don't think he's playing that badly. You go divine player should know these things.
Yeah, I mean, like
I wish I would know the server though. I think the server is kind of important as well.
He's kind of going for like a semi-legit build. I mean, you don't go for Meteor Hammer first though. You always go for you start Ring of Bacillus as not you don't like spawn with Ring of Bacillus, but that's the first item you build, and then you go Veil of Discord, right? After boots.
Yeah, though I have seen some gyros, particularly in the 4 position, as opposed to going Veil, going for Drums mech, right?
Drums mech, sometimes drums Yule's mech is what FY does, I think. I don't know about this. I think this is like, well, obviously not cheating, but I think it's insufficient.
I agree. He could have been griefing. I don't know.
It's hard to know. Oh my god, look how long that game was, by the way. They might have won. They might have won that one. I also need to order food here because I'm a hungry boy.
Keep reviewing cases. We can order food when the game starts.
Yeah.
Has it started?
None. Doesn't look like it.
Don't worry, I'm checking.
No, not yet. Another case, please. Another case.
How do you get so many, dude? I haven't checked my cases in forever, so.
That's because I actually do them in my free time.
I'm not gonna do free work for Valve. I already cast their games for free.
That's
yeah,
not
I don't
true.
think Plus 5 gyro is griefing at all. I do think that build is like not ideal, especially for Divine. That's why I'm asking, you know, because I'm not gonna lie. When I was playing in Europe, I felt like some 3Ks in Europe had more knowledge about the game. They were worse mechanically, but they knew more about the game than like Divines and SCA easily. I've seen Divines and SCA have less knowledge than 1Ks in Europe easily. They're just really good mechanically. And so sometimes when you see these builds, you go, I'm not really sure what region you were in because like. Some regions really have a low tactical understanding of the game.
This one's a bit rough. Abba reported for feeding. His level 9. It looks like it was a position 5 Abba. Maybe... No, it's offlane, right? It's probably offlane.
Yeah, because Disruptor is 5.
Well, on his team? Wait. No. We're looking at the Dire, right? Abba's the one reported.
Yeah, that's why. Oh, sorry. Shit. Sorry.
Yeah. So it was probably Clock 4 with the Abba versus Disruptor. I mean, versus Disruptor 5.
I'm assuming Clock is not the 3 here, right?
Yeah, I mean, because he's gone for Tranquil's Soul Ring, right? And instead it's Phase Boots. I feel like you wouldn't, if it was a support Abba, you wouldn't go Phase Boots on him.
He is very poor, though.
I mean, yeah.
What level are we?
He's 8
legend.
deaths. Okay. He's got 8 deaths, and he's legend, so. Okay, so reported for feeding. He's got 8 deaths already. He is extremely poor. The enemy Rubik is more rich than he is. And he's got 51 CS. Okay, so he gets ganked top because he's pushing kind of like an idiot.
Okay, I think that might be feeding, right? Because he doesn't even try to run away when they see him.
I mean, yeah, but also space curated question mark because
no, because you're dying in the dead lane. If you were dying mid or something, sure, but you were not even pushing.
Yeah, but it's a pub, right? He just needs to make sure AM's not tanking that gang. Like, I agree, in professional play, you're right, coach. You know, don't die like that. I mean, if he buys, I mean, he doesn't even have buyback.
Just can't tell what the point of that play. I mean, I guess that he obviously doesn't understand. The fact that he's got Mask of Madness in itself as an offlane Naba is a bit of a grief, but okay.
Oh, hold on. Are we gonna see the all famous Shadow Amulet purchase? Oh no, don't jump me to markers, please. Don't do that.
I mean, it's such the same place. So,
okay, he's just gonna keep farming top lane, I guess.
I mean, this is not technically feeding. Like, oh well. Okay, what did you do now? Okay, if he dies here, then
she doesn't have wind run. It's fine. Oh, now she has
course she
wind
does.
run again.
Of course she does.
Dire's middle tower
I don't know,
is under
dude. This is like
Wow.
it could be a really
FPP.
stupid person, but I do feel like this is just feeding.
0, 10, and 3. I mean, we'll see. There's another marker, luckily. Gaben has blessed us with another marker. Okay, so he went back top lane immediately, by the way. I mean, like, there's...
It's hard to tell, right? Like, this is what we're talking about, right? I don't know if he's sucking at Dota really badly, or if he's intentionally. It's just so hard to tell because
Dire's bottom
those
tower
things are
is
kind of
under
correlated.
attack.
Oh, there's the tip. By the way, this was another game where, of course, it said that other people were reported for this game. I'm sure he was, like,
Dire's
flaming the
middle
clockwork a
tower is
ton.
under
You know, I'm
attack.
sure, like, maybe someone else. Oh, yep, good point. He's holding on to neutrals. Yep, he's holding on to the neutrals.
That's true. That's a very good point, actually.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom tower is
Also,
under
you see the
attack.
point of this and all.
And then he's, I mean, obviously he's not defending. But his team is also
Dire's
AFK right
bottom
now.
tower has
His team is
fallen.
AFK.
Yeah.
Dire's
So it's not
middle
like
tower
they
has
could be
fallen.
using these neutral items anyway. So, you know, I'm not saying that's innocent, you know. if you go speeding down the road 100 miles an hour just because no one's using the road, oh my goodness. Hit him with it. Hell yeah, brother. He activated his ulti manually there, I'm pretty sure, though. So he's like, okay, see you later. And someone's going to TP to the tier 1 and kill him.
Dire's
I mean,
bottom tower is
it's
under
not
attack.
Why you
good to hold on to neutrals for sure, but also his team's AFK.
Right, so it's a bit difficult. I think there's insufficient evidence, honestly. I honestly can't tell if
Dire's
he's
middle
really
tower
intentionally
is
feeding,
under
but it's been 3
attack.
times they just fought head on.
Like,
I don't know why you get angry at this. What Diablo is doing is really just really dumb. It's like
Radiant
not very good
structures.
skills.
The thing is, like, if they reported him for griefing, I'd be
Dire's
more
middle
inclined to
tower is
agree,
under
but it's for
attack.
feeding.
But feeding.
Dire's middle
Like,
tower
It's hard,
has
right? Because
fallen.
as a Baron, when you borrow time, technically you do have to keep on fighting. That's the whole point of it. But when you go against a Wind Ranger, for example, you chase her after the Wind Run. That's
I mean,
like,
this game is just such an L, though. This game is such an L. Like, Storm lost his lane, clearly, or at least he got pretty much dumpstered. This was like a fucking Windrunner off lane that's still murdering them, by the way. Like, everyone is just so tilted right now. Like, this is a Windrunner off lane.
I guess you can't single out a single person for that, right? I mean, you are playing with an AM, so you're also in a very difficult spot.
The thing is, I'm tempted to go with a guilty, honestly, because wait, is this the right one? Yeah, I don't know, because it's like he is stacking neutrals, and like that alone is griefing, right? Like, sure, his other team might be griefing as well, but like that's not this Overwatch case, right? So like I feel like it doesn't really excuse it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, you know, like it's if you're griefing, right? If your entire team is griefing, that sucks. I'm sorry, but do the, you know, just report him to Overwatch and send him to the courts, man.
It's hard to say. Honestly, I would put it as insufficient evidence because I can't tell if like the couple of plays we saw in the beginning were like they are borderline feeding, but because it's an Abaddon, I can't really tell. If it was any other hero, yes. If it's an Abaddon, I don't know. He might think he can tank and deal damage to them. I'm not sure, but okay.
He
I
was
can see why
reported
people-
for feeding and not griefing. I mean, yeah, right, but like, I don't know. It's a griefing or abusive behavior, right? I feel like you don't have to report someone for those. Like, if you see something, like if in your Overwatch replay you see someone scripting but they got reported for like griefing, you know, like, are you gonna be like, well, that's not guilty, you know? Like, no, you're gonna hit guilty on that one.
No.
I don't know. He was holding it forever. His team is. I agree.
I would put insufficient, to be perfectly honest with you.
I think it's a guilty. I think it's a guilty. He is griefing. Holding on to neutral items like that when your team could otherwise use them is kind of griefing. It's a ranked match. Like, yes, his team is being shitty, but so is he. I don't think that excuses his actions. Unfortunately, that's.
Yeah, but it's not just the fact that he was holding the neutrals, right? It's the fact that he fought this, like we saw 3 times. We saw him 3 times go against the enemy, activate borrowed time, proceeded to, instead of run away, continue to attack the enemy, right?
Here's
That's what I'm
why.
saying.
Here's why I'll call it feeding, and here's why I think it's guilty. Is he goes top lane for 5 minutes straight.
Yep.
He's just going top lane for 5 minutes. Like, he got crushed bottom, and he's like, whatever, fuck it, I'll go top. And that's all he does for the rest of the game. He farms a neutral item, he griefs the game, he holds on to it. Look, he AFKs
Dire's
first,
top
guys.
tower is under
He
attack.
AFKs first.
That's true. Yeah, okay, you're right about that one. Yeah.
That's
what
a
I'm saying.
guilty.
I feel like that is, but it could just be someone with a really low knowledge of Dota, though. I'm not really sure. It's hard to
I
tell.
mean, yeah, I get that. I understand that one as well. But you know, you're going to the gulag for me. That one is send him to.
It's funny, by the way. The people that get really angry about this are also throwing insults. I feel like you guys are the kind of people that would also get reported.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Who was it? Who was it here?
There was someone that goes, his
sorry,
whole team
Jules.
is AFK and you mark him guilty. XD, what an R word. No,
sorry,
dude.
Jules. That must. I didn't know we were doing your Overwatch case right there.
It seems like that was the case, huh? Anyway, the match is on, right?
Yep. Draft, I think, is live. Oh, perfect. Literally perfect timing. It could not have timed that more perfectly. Poggers.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Let's go.
Radiant team
Exciting.
ban.
By the way, I'm back, guys. Once. Hi, I've been your greatest fan for many years now. You are very loved here in Austria. Many people would love to spend the night with you. I don't know what that means. Do you have a message for Austria's gay community? I don't know. Keep on being yourselves. I really like Austria. It's actually a really nice place. I've been to
10
Vienna
seconds
before.
remaining.
I actually, there's something
Team
very
back.
quaint about it.
Radiant
I feel like
team
Austria is the
back.
kind of place that I would love to
Dire
visit. Sorry, not
team
visit,
pick.
live. The people are quite nice as well, at least in my
Radiant
experience.
team
Mind you, I am a
team
white
pick.
European, so little caveat there, but still.
Oracle.
So, you know, keep on being gay, guys. Great. That's my message. Richie,
What?
you done?
10
You-
seconds.
I am
remaining.
ordering food, like you said. You
Oh,
said
okay.
to wait till we were out in game.
All right.
Radiant team pick.
Do you want any food?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Was he feeding or me just getting ganked or outplayed in lane? There's something we didn't see. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like these kind of Overwatches, it's so difficult with the ranks. There's a lot of things to be taken into account, and also what your philosophy is on like what
10
griefing or
seconds
feeding is, right?
remaining.
Especially at higher levels. Like, people mentioned the rank thing, but for example, if you're a divine who doesn't know how to
5
play
seconds
tactically, is that
remaining.
your fault necessarily? Like, should you be punished for that? Because of course, if I see a divine that's doing these kind of plays, you automatically assume because he's divine that he should know these things, but maybe he's just a bad divine. Like, it happens. You know, the system, but because of the variance in MR, you can be a divine and you can technically just got really lucky. I mean, this is rare, of course, like 1% of people, but like you can be a divine that just got really lucky and you actually are a legend. This happens. So, because of up to 2K of variance. So if that's the case, then, I mean, it's not really your fault for doing that. So that's why it's so difficult to see Overwatch cases. I feel like if we saw chat, it'd be a
Dire
bit
team
better.
ban.
Because if he's being told, hey, don't do this, then okay, then that's more griefing. But it's really tough just knowing the medal. I don't feel like the medal helps as much as people claim they did. Because you assuming that everyone in a certain medal is at level is you not understanding how statistics work.
To me,
Radiant
it helps
team
at the
ban.
extreme. It helps at the extremes. Like if I see, like if that was like an immortal player doing that, I'd be like, yeah. he's griefing, right? If it was
Immortal, yes, right? Because as an immortal, the lowest you could possibly be is still high ancient, right?
well, high
So-
divine, right?
No, high ancient.
10
The lowest you could
seconds
possibly be as
remaining.
immortal. I mean, assuming that you're like somewhere in between, not like the top, the
5
top
seconds
1%, right?
remaining.
But like you're like 500 immortal. So the lowest you could potentially be is like
Dire
high ancient to
team
low
ban.
divine, more or less, depending on how the MR has stretched. Compared to like a legend where you could be anywhere, like you could literally be a herald, right? Playing in legend, just got very, very lucky or very unlucky, depending on what you can see, getting carried. And there's not even considering the misses in the system, like for example, when you play with friends, stuff like that. So
10
there's a lot of
seconds remaining.
variation that's very difficult to tell when someone is griefing.
5 seconds remaining.
Griefing is doing something intentional to hurt your team's chances. Is the right definition. Yeah. So the question is, like, for example, yeah, destroying your item is very obviously griefing. But like, for example, if I go in and commit suicide multiple times,
Radiant team ban.
right? So like, that's the time where the line is a bit drawn. Like if I go in and make the wrong play multiple times, my team is constantly telling me don't do this, and I still do this. Is that griefing? It's a gray line. It's not quite like you can't say it's griefing because you might just be really bad,
10
but also
seconds
you're not
remaining.
listening to your team and you decide to just do whatever you want. It's also not the best to play.
5
And so depending on the
seconds
play style,
remaining.
depending on the level. Yeah, it's not grieving, by the way. Grieving is what you do when
Dire
someone
team
dies. But
ban.
I understand. I'm not a native English speaker. It's not a big deal. Also, I didn't find him guilty. I said insufficient evidence.
I found him guilty. Direct all
Yeah,
hate towards
Richie's
me
much
at
more
Seek and Strike Dota on Twitter.
You can add him if you want to.
Nah, I think he was guilty.
I don't know. It's interesting because you say these things like you always tell me that I can't blame people for not knowing the game. Then you see someone literally not knowing the game, you go, it's probably guilty.
Well,
Alright.
I mean, I know
10
like there's a
seconds
difference
remaining.
between not knowing the game and sitting in the fountain for 30 seconds, probably chatting shit at your
5
teammates,
seconds
right?
remaining.
That's another point, actually. That's a good one. What about people who mute all before each game, though? Right? Like,
That's fine.
that's pretty shitty. I meet, like, say you're someone that's, I don't know, woman or a person of color or whatever. You're constantly getting harassed by your
Radiant
teammates with
team
those kind of
pick.
words, especially like if you're a US East or if you're playing
Dire
SCA,
team
where
pick.
the N word gets thrown around like it's candy. And if you mute your whole team and you're playing badly and they're telling you not to do something, right? And the team is actually not being toxic, but you just assume that because you want to shield yourself from the pain you felt before. Shit, you're not being a good teammate, but also you're in your right to not want to have to deal with everyone screaming at you, right? So,
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. These are like tough cases that we need to fix as a culture as a whole,
5
and we can't just go
seconds
into individual
remaining.
cases and look at them. That's a good example of griefing as well. But shit, you know, if you gave me that example, Notes Chrono, in like a low rank game, like a Herald game, and you have a support that can't ward or doesn't know how to ward, or sorry, like he keeps the wards on. Like I know some of my friends that do that. I have friends who are like maybe 500 MR that will play a whole game and they have 16 wards at the end of the game, like observers, mind you. And you go, how did you even accumulate this many wards? And it's just really bad. They just forget to ward and they just, you know, and you can't really blame them for griefing. And if I tell them, they'll do it, you know. But if everyone's muted, then.
Radiant
Yeah, exactly. That's my
team
point,
pick.
right? I agree with your point,
Dire
Chumbucket.
team
I
pick.
can't believe this. It's Saturday night, 9 p.m. Everything's already closed. Everything's
Wards
closed.
collect interest, yeah.
Everything's closed. Yeah, you gotta
That
let
game
them
in front of us,
percolate.
the draft. So let's talk about the draft.
You gotta let the wards
percolate
percolate a little bit in your inventory. What do we got? Enchantress. Oh boy.
We have so Corden
10
went for the Phantom
seconds
Lancer again because
remaining.
they thought it was another free Phantom Lancer game. Of course, against Titanner is a bit worse,
5 seconds
but they banned all the
remaining.
Titanner counters, right? Troll, Jug,
Dire
and Ursa,
team banned.
the main three Titanner trio. Ursa the best, Jug second best, Troll third best. You still have Monkey King, which some people argue is really good against Titanner. Some people don't think it's that great because you can put a lot of harassment, especially before level 3. That's player preference more like. But I'm surprised by the choice of the Weaver. When you go for the Weaver, when you
10
see a Phantom
seconds
Lancer,
remaining.
it's saying, I do not want to deal with this hero. I want to out-tempo this hero and
5
just beat him.
seconds
And
remaining.
usually this works if you have enough push in your lineup, like a Lycan offlane or even something like a Beastmaster offlane, sure. But when you have a Titan or a Death Prophet alone, you might suffer a bit this game.
Maybe he's
It's
thinking.
a bit of a difficult game.
I mean, it's weird because I don't think Butterfly is like necessarily a core item on Weaver, but I'm just recommending Butterfly because PL hates building MKB, right? He doesn't want to do it. Because that seems like a very strong item this game because you naturally counter the Phoenix. The lane's not too bad with Beastmaster, especially because you already
Radiant
have the
team
Enchantress to
back.
help soften the blow there. So you should get off to a pretty decent start. Get your early Falcon Blade, get your early Urn, whatever you really want to go for here on Weaver. You know, World's your oyster because you have the etch, right? It's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, I guess probably Lincoln's into.
seconds
No, you
remaining.
can't go Lincolns this game.
You can't.
No, because even if you go
5
for like if you go
seconds
Lincolns,
remaining.
even though it's good against Primal Roar, the problem is that you're too slow against Phantom Lancer. Then, like if that's the case, you're gonna fall
Dire
behind too
team
far.
banned.
So
Because
what?
PL is allowed to go for items that tank him and also make him god, right? Like if you go for the build typically nowadays, Diffusal, SNY into Heart. If we were by then to have Mjolnir rather, +1 extra damage item, you're kind of screwed.
No, it is a
So
good
either
Mjolnir
Weaver's
game.
farming out of control, and then at that point
10
you're buy
seconds
Lincolns, but you can buy
remaining.
anything, you still win the game. Or you just need to go for something that's like
5 seconds remaining.
just more damage.
I also wonder they're gonna. So this is probably a DP mid then, right? So they're probably gonna pick a position 4.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that's why I'm thinking like the best way to deal with this would be either you pick a pause 4 that's really good against PL, so only Earthshaker
Radiant
realistically, right?
team back.
Or you pick up a hero that has save, and that's your way to deal with Primal Roar. And that way you prevent the Weaver having to go for that Lincolns, and that way you free up a whole slot and 4,000 gold or 5,000 gold.
I like an axe here.
Weaver like super meta right now. I see him in
wait,
every
we
game.
can't.
Weaver is quite meta. The reason why he's been picked a
10
lot these days is
seconds
because Weaver's a
remaining.
good tempo carry
Dire
that also
team
scales
pick.
nicely into the late game. But so currently how the game works, or how Dota is the meta is established, is that people kind of fight or win from minute 20 to 40, right? So you have anyone on that spectrum, right? So like heroes like Wraith King, for example, are like more around mid 25 to 40. Heroes like Medusa are like 30 to 40. You know, it depends on where you
10
stand in that
seconds
scale.
remaining.
And Weaver is one of the few heroes that can scale decently into the 40 minutes, but
5
also is
seconds
active at 20
remaining.
immediately, right? So he is one of the few like high tempo heroes. Bloodseeker also fulfills that kind of category. So they're the same old idea. And if you see like a free game where there's not many stuns, then of course Weaver is particularly good. Of course, the buffs are also kind of decent to Weaver. The new items are kind of useful for him. The Falcon Blade's really useful to make him a faster hero. But the problem is that a lot of the fast tempo heroes, like say Ursa or Troll, now are just normal tempo because the
Radiant
meta's a bit
team
fast.
picked.
Because heroes like Spectre are not viable. There's the Earthshaker I was talking about. Not surprised. It's the only other 4 that you could really pick up here that can deal with PL.
Surprised it wasn't banned, personally. I mean, the hero's kind of fallen off since they nerfed the Shard, but it's still pretty damn strong, especially this game. And there's no shortage of lots of things for the Echo to bounce
10
to as well with a
seconds
Beastmaster on the field.
You may now
Yeah,
select your heroes.
they're kind of hoping. Oh, that's an interesting pick, Shadow Fiend in the end. They're kind of hoping. I think it seems like to me that they're gonna just deal with PL with Titan or Earthshaker, which I think is honestly enough. Especially if Titan is giving a bit more priority in terms of farm. I don't think it's bad. Though you're still gonna struggle once this game goes into the late game with Heart on Phantom Lancer. You don't have enough sustained damage, unfortunately, these 2 heroes.
So we can do a prediction here, but the problem is if this game goes longer than 40 minutes, which is not too unlikely, that we won't be able to jump right into game the next series. So what should we do here? Should we just run a prediction anyway?
No, we'll keep it out for this game because it's not one of the official games that we're casting. Sorry about
Alrighty.
that. I had an
10
XQC moment there.
seconds remaining.
You did have an XQC moment. Dude.
Dude, like, you can't run a prediction here. Like, you don't understand. You can't just fucking run a prediction with the games we're never casting.
There it is. That's what Alvaro normally sounds like, by the way.
I don't stutter as much, but I do sound like very
It's
much
true.
like that.
It's true.
Actually, one of my friends sent me that, and because one of my friends who doesn't watch streams at all, right, and he knows me, of course, and he would send me a clip from SQC, and he goes, "Is this guy trying to copy you?" I'm like, "No, he's not." This man is quite more popular than me because he doesn't know any streamers. Like, he's not like a gamer or anything.
This guy
All of them.
tried to copy you. That's hilarious.
I felt a bit offended though. I wish there was other streamers you could compare.
That would be like if like I called someone a donkey, and then like someone in chat was like, "Wow, I didn't know Gordon Ramsay was copying you." You know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a pretty good allegory actually. That's a nice one. Good comparison. Yeah. Obviously, I'm not saying this to like pull myself off. It's more along the lines of like my friend. It's just a funny comment. He's not a very avid stream watcher. Do you have the titles ready, by the way?
What?
Yeah, the titles for the teams ready?
What do you mean?
Because they're not going to show up. They don't have banners.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. That's the question. I just wanted a yes.
I mean, I had it last time, right?
I don't know because we weren't casting this game officially.
Yeah, but I still had it. You would have known
Prepare
that
for battle.
if you looked.
If I was watching the stream, yeah. I apologize that I'm not watching the stream and instead I'm watching the game.
No predictions on this one, guys. We're just because we're gonna jump into the upper bracket match. This one is very exciting. Don't get me wrong, especially because elimination's on the line, and I think both of these teams are they've been both surprising. I would still favor. I mean, like blindly, not looking at the drafts, I'd still favor Taprada as well to win this series. But looking at this draft, I still also favor Taprada because they have the Shaker. Like
the big question mark here for Cordy is the Shadow Fiend, right? The reason why Shadow Fiend is not very much picked in competitive is because this is a very high risk, low reward hero. Like you need to be a really good
30
Shadow Fiend player to make this
seconds to
hero
battle.
work. And even when he does work, it doesn't seem that great. Particularly laning stage is the hardest part, of course, for this hero. So if Dame has a really good game, I can easily see Shadow Fiend being a huge force. Like Arcane Blink plus against the Weaver, you blow this hero up. There's nothing she can do, or he can do, sorry. So I see the Shadow Fiend as quite a question mark for me. I don't know how well Dame is going to play him. I do not know these players enough, unfortunately. For Cordy.
yeah, Dave
If he has a really good
actually,
lane, I can imagine this. Against DP, it's not usually an easy lane, but they did pick Shadow Fiend against him. So
Dame is a pretty strong player. Eru as well has been quite impressive. To be honest, I as well have not really heard of any of these players before, previously.
But for Cordy?
Yeah.
No, I agree. I haven't seen any of these either.
Yeah, I think
apologies.
Top Rota as well has got the much bigger names, right? So
I've heard of everyone in Top Rota, right?
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Quite literally. At some point or another, they've been part of the tier 2 CIS scene.
Yep. Yeah, certainly.
And they're solid players. I just feel like a lot of these players, like one of the problems, of course, in CIS is always going to be the same, the endless shuffle, right? That is CIS, and a lot of players. And it's interesting because this is a region where something that really shines is the teamfight coordination. They're really good at that over other regions, right? Even you'll watch tier 3 CIS teams have more teamfight coordination than, like, honestly, some Division 1 NA teams. It's incredible. Like, they're really, really good at that. But they when they can't form a team, you see this teamfight coordination being amazing, and then after a while they disband, and then they have to relearn that all over again, and they never get to improve on things like tactics or consistency, etc., etc. And then you see all these players are honestly very good, falling behind because I guess nobody plays with them, or they just don't have enough time to practice, etc., etc. So it doesn't look too great, unfortunately, because of that.
Yeah, man. I mean, your shots fired at Quincy Crew there. My goodness.
Yeah, I was 100% not referring myself to Quincy Crew.
I know. It's a joke.
I would say Quincy Crew is top tier even in other regions as well, man.
I agree. I'm really looking forward to them at the major.
I know BSJ would disagree with that statement. I think Quincy Crew is very, very solid. If you watch him play, particularly, I mean, CCNC is just insanely good right now.
Dude's been practicing for sure.
I don't know if he's been practicing or what happened. Like, one day he just woke up, like, you know what, I'm going to be good today. And he just started being a god of Dota. He was good before, but now it's like, wow. I would put him in my top mid laners, not going to lie.
I think that's why I'm so excited to see some international play again, right? With like fair pings, obviously, because we do get some international play very frequently, like BTS Pro Series is running, right? You got a lot of SA, NA, but of course, there's always a lot of ping there, right? So I'd be very curious to have those answers kind of be, or just to have those questions that are usually put around NASA matchups be put to bed by having it played at the major, right? So that's what I'm really looking forward to, especially.
I mean, I think the questions should be put to bed the moment Lelis is in the top NA team and he's winning, right?
Well, yeah, but even like Lelis, like he's missed black holes because of his ping, right?
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
What you're saying is that in major we're going to see a full force Lelis. That's going to be exciting.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to.
That's true. That's true. I can see that. Yeah,
I want to see every single team at 100% of their power, which is why it's such a shame that they get first blood in this mid lane, because I was looking away, but also because he's gonna get it. He's gonna get this kill.
Yeah, oh, not bad actually. Nice little counter kill there. Obviously, still bad for the SF because you lost the experience gain there. So DP wins this matchup overall. And this is one of the difficulties at SF though. I don't know if this changes a lot with the Arcane Blink, but it's a bit difficult to play from behind. Iru in the top lane also in trouble. You got the early point of Swarm, so you can play aggressively. Iru might just die to the Impetus. There we go! He tried to go close to Happy Durara before he shot the Impetus, but unfortunately he was not fast enough.
But Seth is going to have to work his way back up to Souls. He had a nice collection going as well, but back up to 10 immediately, so he's not doing too poorly for himself. But back to 7 does hurt. It's no longer old SF, right? Thank God. A max of 36 souls. You lose half of them, and that was just like your game over. It's gotten much better to play SF recently, which is fun because the year is a lot of fun to watch. We have, of course, now Lame having a really bad time. Petushara is just starting to just bully him underneath his tier 2 tower. No points in Gush whatsoever, but the 0-1-2 build here at level 3 already has the Soul Ring, so Lame completely out of regen. He's got nothing really going his way. Finally does manage to sneak the courier through, but it's just a full wand upgrade, so that doesn't come with any charges, so he just has to hope to get some experience. Mid lane though, oh my goodness, you see those blocks?
That's adorable. I did all I could, SF. The haste route is yours.
Wait up.
Well, top lane, Eru, they're going to get another kill here. They bring out the Wild Wing Ripper, and they tear apart the Beastmaster. More tips onto Lame. Yeah, look at this. So bad it's just literally zoning him away. I mean, he can't even really fight him.
Lame in a bit of trouble. He has a doppelganger, though, so he should be fine against that fissure. We'll see. I mean, for now, they're starting really well, these laning stage, right? The SF has not had the easiest time early. Of course, he's going to recover in the jungle a bit, so he's going to go for a gank with a haste rune? Or it seems like just a bottle refill to defend the bounty rune's bottom. Interesting choice. No boots, though, so it's going to take him forever to go back to the lane. And against the DP has 6 as well. Like, Maureen doesn't even know if he should push this. There we go, TP, just to go back.
Well, Now they're gonna commit. We
Yeah,
do
the
have
Chatter's a tier, right? So
Yeah.
that's the creep to block the damage, and then you just use Exo to deal damage to the tower.
Yeah, they just gotta make sure they get through this wagon. They're gonna bring in Phoenix as well to try and nuke the wave. Hadouken for a little bit more return damage onto Dame, who will be zoned away pretty easily by the level 3 Spirit Siphon. They're gonna bring in Oracle now as well, which means they're sacking this PL's early game even more. But they have to. I mean, they've almost lost this entire tower here with the 5-minute wagon and the level 1 Exo.
Amy is in trouble though as well. As they see this rotation, they're gonna go because they know that neither support has TP right now because they both won mid.
No one has.
They're just gonna
SF
play
can't
aggressively
TP.
against
Beastmaster's the only one who can TP.
Radiant's courier
So they can just dive tower freely right now and just do as much damage as possible. PL at least can hold his own somewhat in the lane, but of course he's not going to find any farm by doing this.
No.
And this is a really smart play by Topperda because they just kind of realize that. Sorry, I'm not gonna kill Amy. They just realize that if they push with DP, you at least need 2 supports plus the SF to actually defend this properly, right? As long as the Enchantress is there. So you acknowledge this difference. So instead of rotating your Earthshaker to try to get kills, rotating the tower, you just try to put some pressure on the PL and deny him in early. And if you deny him in early, he's gonna be easily killable by the Titan or the Earthshaker, which are your main PL counters this game.
Yeah, that's the scary part about this one as well, especially in Game 3 when you have a great PL game. So bad's going to die here. They will be able to kit him with the double support rotation. Mid lane, though, once again, this tower's under more pressure because there's another Wild Ring Ripper in the lane. They've actually dewarded SF as well. And we can see both of those supports now running back on over to mid lane. They don't even have TPs and not enough mana on the Phoenix. Oracle can TP over, but he doesn't need to save his mana. They're going to get the deny off, though. Very good job from the Fog. But losing the tower is the real pressure point there. That's the real problem. Not so much the gold that you would give. That's just going to slow the items by like another, I don't know, 15 seconds, right? But losing the tower really, really hurts because this opens up a lot of the map now to make some aggressive movements. And with a Shaker, this is a hero that rotates mid beautifully, but they're just really focusing on harassing the hell out of this PL, and it's working out very, very nicely so far. He might just die, though.
Fissure? No, he still has the Fissure. I think Earthshaker's gonna be fine, actually. In fact, maybe PL was in trouble. They do have the Enchant here. Slow him down with a Gush as well. No more Doppelganger to dispel this. Anchor Smash, fair amount of damage. Lamey is going to solo. Petru is looking for the counter kills here, much like he did in the mid lane, but unfortunately Petru will find his own counter kill at this rate. Has to curse dive himself to safety. Didn't impetus in time. That would have been a huge impetus damage.
Could you imagine? I would honestly just come back in the Icarus dive.
it's max.
Yeah, it caps. I know. I remember.
Like Icarus
when
dive
the,
just straight up max range. Nice Fissure. Oh yeah, they let the Phoenix go. Like, yeah, Phoenix, what are you gonna do? You want to play more aggressive? Sure.
I remember
That was a very good Fissure.
Remember when the old ulti would uncap the damage? I believe.
What?
Or what would the old ulti do? It increased your attack range before Dragonlance was a thing, and I think it also increased the damage. Yeah, for instead of Sproink for the Eng.
Oh, you mean the old Ags?
Oh, the old Ags. I don't know why I said ulti.
It increased the range. Yeah, that's it. Increased the range and increased the damage a bit. What was it?
Where are you going?
Wasn't that great. Dame. We played offlane and Shannon was kind of decent.
So much damage.
Radiant's top
What's the
tower
skill here? There's the
Have
Exo.
Oh wow, yeah, they're gonna commit to this. I mean, why not?
Radiant's
There's no
turret
Echo Slam
has
though,
been
so you like the
killed.
team fight. We do have a Ravage if you want to use it. For now, they saw the Icarus dive, so you're gonna punish the Phoenix instead. Out of mobility, out of life, and you can go and push the bottom tower. A lot of aggression comes from the DP. They know this matchup is a tempo matchup, and they know they can crush him just by playing this super aggressively early. Even Earthshaker's rotating mid to make sure they can't take a tower for free here. Very smart.
Yeah, that's. I mean, this is nice for so bad. He gets extra experience. Lame. He can kind of bully him here in these early levels, though. Of course, this PL with a 3-level advantage, he can fight into his counter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I do not recall 100%. I
don't remember that being ever the case. Maybe I'm wrong though. But I thought it was.
I do kind of think that it did remove the damage cap or something like that, because I saw a bunch of like Dota what the fucks when people would like track someone when Hurricane Pike was released, and then the
No, but
cap
that's
was going
different.
so
Though. There was
bad.
no damage cap back then in general. That's the one.
Yeah, and then
After
Ents would just
Hurricane
TP
Pike.
home and then just launch 5 auto attacks like that were like intercontinental ballistic missiles. OPO just barely stays alive here. No, he's gonna take down actually to the damage. They commit the
seems great,
roar,
good.
time lapse, and they've got enough.
Yeah, there was no damage cap back in the day, so that's once Hurricane Pike got added and these shenanigans started getting a bit ridiculous. They were like, all right, let's add a damage cap, and then that's when happened.
That makes sense. Now Untouchable's the ulti. I remember when you couldn't attack this hero at level 1.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, but it was a bit like this Enchantress right now as a support is much
Dire's
better built,
structures
honestly.
are fortified.
Because back then you had like this issue where you
Dire's
kind of
top
had wanted to
tower
get
is
points and
under
everything,
attack.
and now you really want to get points in Enchant and Impetus, later Nature's Attendance, or Impetus and Nature's Attendance and 1 point in Enchant, and it's all useful. There's much more viable builds. The old Enchantress was either off lane or like not very useful, very meta dependent. I think this new Enchantress is a bit better in terms of design.
There it is.
Yeah, there's the Impetus with the Curse Dive, full damage. Oh, he immediately Supernovas Enchantress. Pretty decent attack speed. Happy Durara might be able to take this, but there's nobody else helping him out though. Only level 1 Supernova. That did get buffed though to 5, so that's why it's Enchantress can no longer take it. Pitushara going from behind. Does have a Ravage available if he wants to cancel his TP. Thinks about it. Ooh, he could have gotten him with a Ravage there. If he hadn't doubted himself and canceled the animation at the beginning, he could have gotten him. But
I like how
Dire's
that
middle tower
that
is under
gush chases
attack.
him down as well.
Radiant structures
to
are
the fountain.
fortified.
This is great progress. I mean, this early game is going smashingly
Radiant's
for
top
top
tower
Yeah,
is
doing a
under
really good job.
attack. Dire's middle
I mean, they're
tower
playing solo
has
Dota. They
fallen.
understand the strength of their
Radiant's
draft,
top
right?
tower
And they're
has
just putting the enemy team's weaknesses to the test. Because they know the enemy team can no longer, like, they can't fight here. They're just impossible for them. They don't have the draft for it. Especially because Shadow Fiend had a bad early game. And I like the Boots of Travel build on Shadow Fiend, but if you don't go for the Arcane Blink build, you just take a while to come online, honestly. Even with Arcane Blink, it takes a while, but it's like the fastest build the Shadow Fiends can find.
Yeah, at least it helps you not die to the DP all the time, right? That move speed is super nice
Yes.
to have. That's the biggest benefit I see to it. But other than that,
Well, it's the pushing lanes. I think the pushing
Yeah.
lanes is the biggest benefit. Because you want to elongate the game, so the Shadow Fiend is really good at cutting lanes, so you're going to be able to farm. It's a pseudo Midas for the Shadow Fiend as well. Like, it's not a bad pickup. I'm not complaining about it, but it's more a result of his lane not being too great. That he couldn't rush Yul's Blink, right? And then just go for the Arcane Blink immediately.
almost had that in snare. That would have been a nice catch. PO is continuing to farm. He's gone for Falcon Blade, has the Javelin. What do we have on PL? He's getting there. He's getting there on the Diffusal Blade. That'll help a bit, but he's already kind of struggling to find farm, because you can see he's kind of just rubbing shoulders with the Weaver casually. That's not really what he wants to be doing. He wants to be farming, not fighting.
Yeah. I agree with the point, by the way, that someone made in the chat. The top play, taking the tower for the mid tower, usually not a good engagement, but if you are seeing this from, like, I'm just trying to play as fast as possible kind of way, and you think you're going to be winning the first 20, 30 minutes, that might be the idea, right? Just reduce the enemy space in the map. Even if they go to tier 1 mid, our tier 1 top is still available, tier 1 bottom is still available, so they have a hard time ganking or swapping jungles, right? And the tier 1 mid is mostly important to gank triangles.
Radiant's
So
bottom
since you don't
tower
take
is
that,
under
or
attack.
since you don't care about that, I would still say that's rotating a support to mid to defend a tower, but nice, because you just lost it to creeps, as you mentioned, Master Yoda. But it might be part of their plan, because they just want to play this really aggressively, which is justifiable. Tide rotates top. He has Soul Rings, so he does have a Ravage worst case scenario. Lost
Dire's
Tower
More.
to creeps.
Fortified.
Radiant or Dire did, says Master Yoda.
That's what I just literally said.
I know, but
was talking
I
about
said it in the Yoda way, you know. That was the joke. It would be, you know, Master Yoda, I see you all the time. I think if you start talking like Yoda does, I think that'd be a great bit if you ever wanted to consider it. Or you can just continue chatting at your own pleasure, because of course you're free to do that on Twitch.
You're such a weird man, Richie. What the hell, man? You get this guy on casual streams, and he just goes on these random.
You see him all the
tangents.
time. He's a
I know
familiar
Master
face.
Yoda is, dude. He used to be watching the Proto Cups with me, dude.
Yeah,
Back in the
I
day.
remember. I remember as well.
Happy Durara. They do have some damage, but I think it's difficult if you have no catch here. I think it's slowing him down. Oh, never mind. He's gonna eat the 3 raises. No, the Fusure saving his life there. Wow. That was a long raise that was reserved for him, but Happy Durara just walking forward, trusting his team, dude. The double fluffy hat build also keeping him alive there.
Yeah, we really got Blink on Petushara. I think that's going to be just about go time. Maelstrom's finished up as well for Weaver. Old Weaver builds where you skip boots, but he's going to go back for boots now. They're on the way. Full power treads completed. Just wanted to look to farm as fast as possible. And with Falcon Blade, you don't really need power treads because you got the mana regen that you are lacking. So that's going to be nice for him. What do we have here? Necrobook 1 only, actually. Back into phase boots. Soul Ring as well for Eru. So this is a little bit different from the build that I traditionally see on the Beastmaster, where you just max Boars ASAP, max the Aura ASAP. He's actually taking a second point in Wild Axes, get Necro 3, and then Brown Boots and Blink Dagger. That's kind of how Rasmus plays it. And I think it's really impactful, but it seems like he's still yet been able to actually get this top tier 1 tower, so it's not been going too easily for them. Petushara is now got the blink on the way, but he's also got a couple of enemies that are looking to get aggressive with him. SF's just going to show, and he's going to get spit on to cancel his bottle charge.
Nice.
The team's rotating over, smoked up as well. Malorena has
Yeah,
level 2
Ravage
Exo.
rolling.
This could be big. Blink Dagger's about to be delivered as well for him. They're not going to scout it because the Hawk has died. And here they go.
That's true. Does get stopped here. Nice little fissure to stop the TP. At least they get a little counter kill. I mean, use the Exo. This is Exo level 2. This is your
Go
first
Roche.
Exo level 2. You need to take a tower with this.
I'd say
Or
Roche.
something. Roche, whatever. I don't care.
Because they have a fortify, so they're just going to fortify and waste your time. Yeah, they know that.
Maybe I don't think Roche is viable though for you right now. I mean, Swarm and Gush. with Exo?
Swarm, Gush, Exo. I say go for it. Personally,
I agree. I feel like this is just like it's just such a huge point of inflection for a DP that if you're playing this quickly, you might want to consider
Radiant's top tower is
just
under
using it
attack.
more effectively right now.
Yeah.
I also feel like he jumped the gun a bit with that exorcism. There was no need for it whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely. I think Blink Dagger wasn't quite yet there to the Tidehunter, so it meant that he couldn't just
Radiant's
set
top
up for
tower is under
the
attack.
DP to just run in. So yeah, like you said, wasn't the best usage of the Exo there. Did jump the gun, and that's going to buy more time here
Radiant
for PL, who's got the
structures
defusal
are
up and running, just going straight into heart. Straight into the heart.
I mean, when you have a relatively free PL game in the sense that there's no
Radiant
sustained
turret
damage against
has
you,
been
it's
killed.
just
He's faking it.
useful.
He's faking it. But they know, now
But
they know
all
that
the
one's real.
illusions- Yeah, they figure it out, dude.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They figured it out relatively early because you have to swarm on it.
Dire's
And so they could
bottom
find out that
tower
2 of those
is
illusions
under
could hurt. But the other illusion didn't deal any damage, so that was not the best
blink on
play here by
Shaker?
Lamy. He might die as a result. Lamy, yeah, that false one is
Dire's
done.
bottom
Oh,
tower
in the
is
high
under
ground?
attack.
You have a fissure or something? No! Wow, can't believe he got away with that.
Yeah. You just
The fake was a
barely
bit
got
of a
away.
mistake because they realized that both were 100% illusions, but the other illusion did hit a creep and dealt no damage, so they realized immediately, that's probably the illusion, right? So he didn't fake it for too long.
No, that was indeed a very clutch. What's it called? Phantom
Double
Rush. To get away from Ravage. He still got hit by the tentacles, but he did get closer to the Rubik, or sorry, the Oracle, not the Rubik, so he could get extra love and heals from his Oracle.
Yeah. No, it was well played. I mean, the doppelganger got a bit lucky though because he got immediately in the high ground, right? It's a bit of a
Dire's
chance
top
when you do
tower
that,
is
but
under attack.
it was a decent play by the PL. I don't know if I love that he's not going for SNY though before the heart. I feel like SNY would be kind of
Dire's
useful
top
here
tower
because
has
they do have
fallen.
enough damage to make your life a bit of a living hell if it's only heart, and SNY would give you a bit more damage yourself. So now I feel like, okay, PL stays forever alive. And
Are we
does
gonna do
nothing, but he
Roche?
deals no damage.
What?
Dire's
Yeah,
top
there's no
tower
Ravage.
is under attack.
They might just sneak it here. They don't know.
Radiant's
They have
bottom
Echo.
tower is under attack.
They do have Echo.
Are
Yeah,
scanning.
Echo. They have Echo and Blink.
I
Oh.
think the enemy team is just not aware of this. They just can't believe how they just scanned it. Now they're aware of this. Are they not going to contest it?
It seems like it's too late already here. Dame's going to have another triple raise combo in a couple more seconds. Yeah, they're going to have it.
Radiant's
It's taking
bottom
forever
tower
for them to
is under
contest it.
attack.
Smoke, they're going as fast as possible. They see.
Roshan has
Char
fallen.
walks in, Echo Slam, there we go. Try to catch the SF at least. He just on the PL, so you need to ignore him, but
falling
instead they
apart.
kill the Earthshaker first with the Pummel Roar. And now Tushar is also in trouble, wrecking the souls to zone out the rest of the main team. Exorcism finally committed for this fight. Malrine trying to run in, but they're just going to have to settle for an Oracle kill, which is not what they were looking for. Looking
Aaron's
for
a beat
something
away.
better than this. Lamy,
stuns.
can they cancel his TP? There's nothing! Wow, Dame at least will die, it seems like. PO could just chase after him. They should have enough damage, right, to finish him off. No? Really? Nobody nearby? Dame just TP's in their face. TP is the hardest counter to this team.
Yeah, with
Nobody
the Shaker
bought.
dead
Why didn't you have a
especially.
Yulsif on a DP when you only have one stun in your team, which is Earthshaker?
Yeah, one stunner, right? Because we got 2 stuns
Stunner,
on
yeah,
him.
sorry.
Yeah,
Makes sense,
yeah, I agree. Yeah, went instead for the BKB. Didn't really do much in that fight. Didn't need to use it. Everyone literally just TPs away. It's like when you learn how to play versus Bloodseeker, you know? I remember the day when I was talking to my friends, I was like, wait, this guy ultis me and I can't move? How do I win? And they go, oh, you just TP away. And I go, oh, okay. Thank you. And that's kind of all that Cordy need to do here versus Topperda, especially if they can kill Shaker first in these fights. Petusharo now we've got like really weird ulti usage as well. Like Topperda, they don't really want to be fighting into this PL Aegis anyway, although they seemingly want to. But they don't want to do that right now, that is, because we have Ravage, but we have no Echo Slam. And then as soon as that's going to be up, we'll also have Exo.
Shara? Out of mana though, so even if he wants to use Ravage, no Soul Ring either.
Radiant's top tower
Am I able
is
to
under
fight this
attack.
here actually? Petru does not have Supernova though. PL's just going to continue fighting against PO. PO's out of mana completely. Talon's still on level 3, which means cost mana right now. He's just going to die. Wow. Free kill against the Weaver.
This is getting bad.
One was the Shimota. That was not exactly what they were looking for there, honestly. Now the PL is kind of getting out of control. And like I said, if you don't keep the PL in check with a Titan or an Earthshaker, you just don't have any sustained damage against him. So you will eventually suffer when he has a heart. I mean, if you still go for this and Y afterwards, which I think is still the right choice, or Scotty alternatively, just tank it in more, PL becomes invulnerable. Echo Slam him as much as you want. He's not going to die.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Unless like Beastmaster just has all of his units hugging him for some reason, he's going to be totally fine. And even then, it doesn't seem very likely here. I don't think Lamb's going to be making any mistakes like that. Heart is already finished. He's now got a casual 53 regen per second. With Sanj, that'll boost it by I think another 16%, and they can upgrade that further. They've at least sniped the Phoenix. They have all the ultis ready to go again, but once again, Pitishar just doesn't have mana. He's got Soul Ring ready to go. Sees the TP. He actually lets the TP come through to ravage him instead of killing the creep off or trying to. Can they get anything done? Good control here onto the Oracle, but he's still going to be able to get off the ulti. It's onto Eru, however, as there's the Sunray from the Phoenix, who's now bought back and TP to the outpost. Echo Slime there is going to be committed for lane, but he's still just about full HP, or he will be in just a second anyway. And they're still not done fighting. Arrow eventually will die to PO. Petushar just has to blink and run away because PL and Phoenix are coming their way. And they end up losing DP in that engagement. Not too great. Not too great for what they get out of it, especially considering they did use the ultis there.
Exactly. I think it's a win entirely for the Radiant side here. I think Cordy played that much better. Because that Ravage was assuming that you could beat the enemy team, like if you just stun the SF, as if SF could die with one Ravage, but SF tanks a decent amount. The strength gain is not bad for being an agility here, actually. 2.7, only 0.1 less than Bloodseeker, and Bloodseeker is usually considered a pseudo tank on that hero, right? So just to
yeah, I thought they were letting that TP come through so that they could Echo Slam, right? But they Echo Slam the PL instead, and they can't. You know, he's got heart, like you said. I mean, you called it well before he had heart. He's got heart. You know, you're not going to Echo Slam and kill him here, especially with a level 1 Echo Slam. That's not going to do the damage you need. Petushara now is going to completely get all his mana burn. Malorine still has Exo. No, does not have Exo, pardon me. We're just not fighting with anything but Dame. 10-second BKB to die. Okay, that's not a bad trade whatsoever. Malorine's not going to BKB just to make sure he can escape. Doesn't mind trading 10-second BKB charges now that Dame has essentially wasted his.
Oh, very interesting. He's going for the shard in lane now. And it seems like it's going to be... I mean, we've seen this in NA. I don't know if you've seen this build, but it's the... you go for Diffusal, then one tanky item, usually SNY, but in this case you chose Heart, same idea. And then you go Shard Octarine Core.
Seems like he's like, yeah, Echo Slam's not going to kill me. I'll spawn more illusions. Don't worry about it.
Well, no, that's the point of this build is actually more along the lines of... Again, I say, like, the idea of Echo Slam countering a PL is a very outdated idea, because if you build a PL with enough strength, it's just not that much of a count. Like, it's annoying to him for sure, but unless you're playing like a core Earthshaker, you're usually not going to be able to keep up with the PL to kill him. You need some sort of damage on top of that, right? Usually Weaver, usually like a Sven or honestly, anything that has a Battle Fury will do. And this build is the kind of build that takes advantage of when you only have these peaks in the team fights. Like, yeah, you can heal him with Anchor Smash. Yeah, you can hit him with Ravage. Yeah, you can destroy him with Echo Slam. But once all that damage is done, you're done, right? PL can continue to spawn Illusion with a Spirit Lance. That's the point of the Octarine Core build. NA build, by the way. I've only ever seen it that. I have not seen it anywhere else.
Oh.
Where's the sustained damage against PL? You can't, even with Echo Slam.
Echo Slam whiffed.
He's fine. See? He just tanks this. He doesn't care. He can continue to fight this now. He doesn't have the shard just yet, though. Doesn't spawn them in illusions. Gets help with the false promise. Malorine's forced to use the BKB. Goes for Sobad. Sobad is out of mana. And Sobad is now out of life. Petushar in a similar position. That false promise is keeping Lamy completely alive. Now finally heals the missing HP as Malorine is being chased down. No more mana, though. Lacking damage here. Lamy just going for whatever he can see. Wrecking Souls guarantees the kill. Goodbye, Malorine. And it's going to be now 2 cores versus 2. Offlane mid versus carry in the offlane. Who's going to win? It seems like the carry and the mid are just a bit stronger here.
Where are you going?
And they're going to be able to push the enemy team away before they continue this fight against the Earthshaker.
Yeah, Sobad had a buyback for that one. Did he hit the echo? I thought he missed it. I thought he echoed before he blinked, to be honest with you. But I could be wrong there.
He hit the illusions, he hit the PL. Yes, that was it. As I said, the idea of Echo being a counter to PL, outdated. It's really not that big a counter. Like, not if you itemize this way.
Yeah, he's just he's too tanky. He's too tanky, and at least it was a level 2 Echo, but still, it just doesn't do anything versus him at this stage when he's got heart. He doesn't even know what to build here. He's like, I don't know, Shadow Blade, Octarine Core. He's gonna decide maybe for the Shadow Blade.
Well, just to get better echoes, right? But I feel like, hey, you just need something to deal with the PL. You need, I mean, Mjolnir could have been a consideration per PL, honestly, this game. If anything, you give the static charge to Tidehunter so you can at least just stand there and hit the PL.
Yeah, true. Heart or Scotty will be nice. Oh, they might be able to set up for a kill onto Dame here. As there's going to be a second stun. He has BKB, Yule Scepter if he needs to. I think he's going to just die to the Swarm if he doesn't kill it. Yeah, see you later.
Yep. Unfortunately, he realized a bit too late, or he realized that he was not going to get away. Like, if he TP'd there, he would still died, so. Wasted a BKB TP.
Oh, nice snipe, though. That's going to be a pretty important kill. That's going to be the third kill onto Dame. Resets his soul, so now he's got to go in jungle for another 30 seconds before he's ready to fight again. So, okay, not bad.
I feel like the Shadow Fiend has been playing a pretty solid game, though, overall. And because of the build he went for, he has a bit more late game potential, because the travel boots allowed him to stay on top in terms of net worth and keep on farming. Well, usually Shadow Fiend, sometimes they fall off after they do their shenanigans in the mid game, and like, oh, I wreck him 2 people, and that's it. That's all you do. Right. Shadow Fiend's a bit more relevant, and now he's gonna go for the Blink finally. I'm assuming it's gonna be still Arcane Blink, and once you get that, oof, the game for the Weir becomes difficult. So I think that's a 0.5 cast time on the Requiem once you have the Arcane Blink on, which is ridiculous.
Channel time even.
Yeah,
right?
sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Channel, cast, whatever. The whole. Technically not a channel, to be honest, but yeah.
Do you not channel that spell?
So the reason why it's technically not a channel is that originally the name channel, now it's actually been removed. I don't think an ability works that way, but the idea is if you channel an ability and that gets cancelled, the ability goes on cooldown, right?
Right.
So technically, that's why Epicenter used to be a channel. Now, it doesn't really work that way. It's because say you Death Ward, right? Death Ward's a channel because if you cancel it, then it goes on cooldown.
Yeah.
So things like Rolling Thunder and Requiem of Souls, if you want to go be by semantics, the correct point would be like a extended cast point or extended time.
Right, yeah, I get that. It's like the Wiz, but I thought it literally had a channel bar. I don't play a whole lot of SF. I think I've like random him twice or something like that.
Oh, so if you thought that if he got cancelled, then
no, I thought there was literally a channel bar.
it is a channel bar. I'm just saying that Dota's just inconsistent like that.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah,
it is
like I know what a channel is. You channel TPs, you channel Death Ward, you channel CM ulti, you channel you don't really channel Sunray, but technically kind of you do. Yeah, it's very strange.
I'm just saying because when I talk to a lot of like better SF players, I'm not gonna SF play either, but when you watch streams like Gunner also, he always calls to the cast time as well. For that distinction. I don't give a shit about what you guys call it, by the way. I'm just giving you information.
You channel Rearm.
Under attack.
You watch TV channels. You're on the Avo Plus channel right now. Shout outs to you guys for watching.
Channel.
There's a lot of channels. Can we make the Discord call? Or can we remake it real quick? It's getting a little crunchy.
Oh yes.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, now he's finally gone, boys. Just kidding. Let me rejoin. Quick little kill there onto the Earthshaker. In the meantime, we didn't really miss much, but there seems to be a team fight brewing here in the mid lane. They are currently backing off. Petashar completely out of mana. Doesn't have the Soul Ring, but barely has enough for the Hooded Defiance to be able to escape. And I don't think they're going to be defending this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Black Hole's a champ. Lamy, he does have the... With the SNY Heart now, I think he's kind of unkillable, not gonna lie. He even has the shard as well. I don't know if he's gonna still go for the Octarine Core, because usually the build of Octarine Core skips one of the Heart or Sanjay Dasha. Like, you don't go for both, right? Or you go for the Octarine much sooner. And it seems like he's gonna go for a more traditional PL. I'm not gonna lie, the Octarine Core seems more like a meme. I've seen Arkosh play it, so that should tell you everything.
Ah, man, that's a legit build. I mean, they're one of the better teams in NA.
I say it because also I've seen 5 of Midas play it as well in NA, and I've seen it actually for Zoomer Sunnyboy build that. So.
They're doing Roche yet again here, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to... Oh, they don't see this Hawk. Funny. This Hawk is just out of vision. This is what Parallax Error is, by the way. If you look at this Hawk from the ENG perspective, it looks like the Hawk was in vision of the Sentry. Luckily, they smoked right after it died, but they still smoked too late regardless. Roche is going to go down. Aegis and Cheese now. Dame is going to be M-Pause. Just kidding. He's just having some lag.
That's why whenever you're doing an experiment, you should always check the meniscus and be at the same level as the
Oh
meniscus.
yeah, it's actually kind of like a meniscus here because of course you don't Dota's it's top down, but it's not like perfectly top down, right?
No, it's quite literally the same idea, right? It's the idea that, of how we perceive light and how we perceive depth perception with things that are like that, right? So, because of that, you eliminate the parallax error by just being eye level with things.
This is Aegis and Cheese though here. Oh, I don't know how you turn this. I don't know how you turn this one.
Oh, Chinese have also been building Octarine on PL. Oh, okay, I didn't see the Chinese building it too.
I don't know. I didn't even know PL was that popular of a pick. Today,
I've seen it a fair amount.
Today,
I'm sorry guys, I can only catch like so many regions. I watch some of the later Chinese games, some of the big games and replays, but I don't catch every single region. I apologize.
Aghanim's Shard. There it is. So many Aghanims now in this game. Alrighty, taking a look. We see 17 games. Oh yeah, Pale Horse was the first one to do it. It looks like.
Really, in competitive you mean, right?
In competitive, yep.
Because I've seen it on streams for a while.
Oh no, that's not accurate. No, because Pale Horse went for Diffusal, Ags, Manta, and then the Shard probably when the game was ended. But they lost, so they did lose that
I mean,
game.
it's a meme build, but it's the same idea of like you're using Shard and Ags to populate your illusions, and you become really tanky, right? I think that build was a bit more of a meme, and then they kind of, what is it, the word? They.
What's this? What was
embellished
lies?
it? No, they like perfected it. Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, you're right. 5-man Midas, their carry really likes running this one as well. I see him quite a bit on this page. Pretty similar build. Heart into Shard usually, or S and Y
Dire's
Heart into
courier
Shard.
has been killed.
Yep, that's the usual one. Though this PL is more of a traditional one.
Oh,
I like the
Fear
Bastion
built it
build.
once in a crazy game.
I'm telling you. Oh yeah, that was one of the games I cast. Yeah, that's right. Dane, he does have the cheese here, so he wants to use Requiem. I don't know if you want to waste it just for that. Though. 13 BKB, just gonna go for Maureen, and apparently you don't even need the Requiem.
Oh, no.
And the Supernova catches the timer perfectly. Now with the Ravage though, the counter initiate. They're still trying to chase after the Weaver.
He's
The
dead.
last bit of damage from the SF will guarantee the kill on PO. And now with the two main cores dead, there's only Petushara left alive. He's gonna be capable of TPing away. And SF actually did eat the cheese, I want to say. Yep.
He
He ate
did.
the cheese just to kill the Enchantress.
I think we missed a Requiem there at the end. Yeah,
No, he ate the
oh,
cheese to kill the
Happy
Enchantress.
New Year, I got it. Okay.
He ate the cheese to use Requiem to kill the Enchantress.
I thought that one was meant for the Shaker, but it was not.
Go.
Let's see what he caught
But
there.
it's not that big a deal. He does use the Yule Scepter combo, right? It's, I mean, for the Enchant, I'm just surprised he ate the cheese. That's what surprised me the most. Just for the kill. Of the
She
Enchantress.
really
I don't
hates
think
it. I mean,
that
she's
was-
alive again already because, you know, she's
Enchantress
level
is a low
10.
level.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
exactly.
tower is under
He might have
attack.
thought that he could get the cancel the TP from Ty with the Requiem Remnants stuff. So maybe that was the
Okay.
idea.
Okay.
Like he felt like an MLG pro right now there for a second.
But we still have Echo Slam. We don't have Ravage, unfortunately, and Exo's been committed. They're up onto the high ground here. This is now elimination on the line for Toprita, which is
Dire's
shocking
middle tower
because these are
has
a lot of big names that I expected to be involved in one form or another. So this is kind of two pretty big upsets in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Toprita will go out this early, honestly. You get rid of part of Creep Wave, you get rid of the J guys, which were pretty good, honestly.
Where are you going?
Honestly, you eliminate half of Belarusia playing Dota right now, just by doing this.
Honestly, Heart,
Yeah, you still have
Basher.
Aegis on lane.
This is tough. I mean, he is really
Dire's middle
like
barracks
giving a lot of
is
HP on over to Mallory whenever he hits him with the damage here. But they're gonna jump right back onto Mallory. He's got the BKB, but doesn't have the time to use it. Dead for 70. Dame with his BKB active, he was just gonna simply walk away because it's so hard to take a fight now. They'll take Happy DUR. He's got the Ghost Scepter active, but they're gonna shoot a couple of Fire Spirits over to him. The Nature's Attendants though, trying to keep him alive. Petushara continuing to just do whatever he can versus lane, but he keeps dispelling everything here with the Doppelganger diving under tier 4 towers. There's gonna finally be a fissure. We still have Echo Slam, but there's that dang false promise. And not to mention, of course, Aegis of Immortality still in the
Dire's
inventory
middle
of PL
barracks has
as the
fallen.
mid barracks will finally crumble to dust.
Nope, taking the mid racks and then backing out. And by the way, Master Europe does point out something interesting,
Dire's
or
bottom
true in the draft.
tower
It's
is
not
under
necessarily the
attack.
drafts themselves. Like, yeah, PL was a difficult thing to deal with, and they didn't really have an option. But there's a lot of mistakes that I feel like Toprita did in this game.
Dire's
Like,
top
they didn't really
tower
play the
is
best
under
team fights.
attack.
I honestly feel like Maureen's impact this game has been honestly almost negative. Like, his exorcisms were always late, and they were
Dire's
always
top
like,
tower
oh
has
shit, we're
fallen.
fighting, and you just use the Exo as opposed to be like, okay, we are deciding a fight, here's where we're putting the push, here's where we're forcing everything to fight. Exo's a really useful ability because you can either take towers or team fight, so it's always good near a tower. But instead you're using it like haphazardly, trying to counter initiate. That's not the best usage of it,
Come get
unfortunately.
healed.
PL? No, he's not going to go down. Petushara does have the Anchor Smash here to at least reduce the damage a bit, but I feel like PL's immortal at this point. Man, nothing stops him.
Literally, I mean, even if you stop him once, guess what? He's got
Ready to go?
Aegis for a full minute and a half.
You can't kill him. You don't have sustained damage whatsoever.
Yous don't have.
What?
I thought you said yous don't have. Yous don't have sustained damage.
No, you don't have sustained damage.
You know, like you're like a New York person like that. Yous don't.
Yous? No, Yous is Scottish, mate. I don't want to tell you otherwise.
Yous is not Scottish.
Yeah,
We
Yous
say
is
it in
literally
America-
Scottish.
in America as well.
Just want to point out that it's in Scotland existed for like 10,000 years more than America, I feel like.
Yeah, well, Scotland doesn't really have too much influence over America, considering when they tried to settle, they got conned into going into Panama. And see you later,
Guatemala.
Weaver. Woo. And they got Mallory as well. There's going to be the Rabbit at least saving him from a little bit of trouble. Lame nearly going down on his first light, but there's Supernova. They can't just deal with all these things at once. They're crumbling.
Oh,
The
they
Echo
missed
Slam
the-
doesn't hit anyone.
Luck next time. Run
Oh,
on.
There's
no.
no Aegis. It's fine. Yeah, you got Weaver. I mean, you killed Supernova. Who cares? You got Weaver. You got the Titaner as well. Ha! They even used the smoke there to prevent one of the impetus charges from hitting the
let's do
PL.
this.
Nice. And they keep the Aegis alive. That's incredible. Now they go. Now you go for the last set of racks. Sorry, this set of racks. And maybe in tier 4s, honestly, because you can't take bottom.
Dire's
I mean, the
top
creeps
tower
might just be doing the
has
job
fallen.
for you. Someone could just TP like SF with the travels, but
They're just going to end. They're just going to end. They know there's no buyback. This is it. Aegis is reclaimed. Might as well give Lame full HP, you know. It's not like the heart would have done so in another 5 seconds anyway.
Wait up.
Yeah, exactly. But the SF finds the Earthshaker here. Not the best Echo Slam by so bad either. I mean, you can tell why they weren't afraid of the Earthshaker though in general. It just wasn't the best game for it either. The tempo was a bit too slow of the Earthshaker for this kind of draft they're trying to do. You can't pick PL. You can't pick Weaver against PL and then decide to go for Earthshaker.
A lot of space created there by Happy to Yara,
Dire's
though.
structures are fortified.
I think you can just kind of afford to end the game with Happy to Yara. You can just kind of enchant her over to your side.
Dire's middle
Honestly?
tower has fallen.
I feel like the Enchanters were the strongest hero right now because at least you can enchant the PL illusion. That might just be the strongest hero.
Yeah, definitely. Roar onto
They kill the
DP.
DP.
Mallory and
War, super easy. Bye-bye DP. Lamey in a similar position, just looking for another kill here on Sobat. There we go. There's no Echo Slam, so Lamey's just going to chase him down as the SF chase down Maureen and Titaner and Pio. And Sobat will die in the backlands as Pio is also getting bursted down. Goodbye to almost
GG.
all of the team, and the GG will finally get called out.
Dire's middle tower
Unfortunately,
has
Topperda
fallen.
will be out of these qualifiers, and they won't get to play in Season 2. GPC.
well,
Radiant
not as this team
victory.
anyway, right?
Yes, they might still get picked up, actually. They have really solid players. They might still get picked up.
I'd be surprised if these guys are if at least probably 2 of these players aren't picked up in some iteration. I think there's still Spider Pigs is already a stack though, so I don't know. Because Mallory is maybe Mallory will rejoin Fishman. That's very true. Because Fishman, of course, still owns that slot. It is his, so that might still happen for sure. But even like Sobat, Petushara, these are guys that I think probably should be playing, in my opinion. Sobat had a very bad showing this game though, for sure. But I don't think that's too indicative of usually how he's able to play Dota.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they looked like a solid team, but this was not a good game for them. Not a good showing. The draft was a bit lacking. Particularly, I did not love the Weaver pick. That seemed like a limitation here for Pio, honestly. I did not like the... I think the Earthshaker pick, though understandable, was also not that great. I did not feel like Maureen had an impact this game. I know it's easy to just punish so bad, but this was a really difficult Earthshaker game in general. Right? You were in a high-tempo draft playing a low-tempo support. That's difficult. DP had to create a lot of space for you, and I saw 1 successful exorcism,
Yeah.
2 maybe in the early.
Yeah,
it was not good.
It was like, by the way, this is the lobby we're waiting to join. It still hasn't launched, so we've got a little bit of a wait here, guys. I wasn't going to say. Yeah, I agree. Like, when we used EXO, I was like, wow, EXO, you're level 12. It's level 2 EXO already when they ran top lane, but everyone from Cordy just TP'd away, and I think maybe they just got like a Phoenix or something like that. And everyone just left, and I was like, maybe they go Roche, and they didn't want to go Roche, and that was it. It was just EXO for nothing, just to run around the map a whole bunch. Like, that was super killer to the momentum that you had versus this PL. Because you're totally right. Like, PL, if you can keep him in check, he's not going to be a problem, but as soon as he got that hard, he just never dies.
Yep. Yep. Now we have the final game of today, right? It's going to be Nemiga versus Almost Disbanded. This game is a bit of a happier game because whoever wins gets to go immediately into the DPC Season 2 and in the lower division, of course. And whoever loses will just go to the lower bracket. So no big deal as well for the loser. They still have a second chance, of course. So it's going to be quite an exciting game to cast, guys. Hopefully you stay tuned for that one. And if you want to watch the rest of the Coast Qualifiers, only one more day, what I recommend is you follow this channel. In general, this channel used to be my personal channel, but ever since we started doing casting on this, I'm just going to go live whenever we cast Dota in general or some professional Dota. So don't worry, you won't be getting any notifications of my Spanish streams. That's exclusive on Facebook. I'm just going to be casting Dota on this channel. So if you guys are interested in any professional Dota, or of course my cast of Seek and Strike, I do recommend you give us a follow.
Yeah, you can't get zinged on this channel, unfortunately.
There's not a thing that they do on Twitch either.
Yeah.
Well, they do the thing where the people write like your name on their legs. If you like
that
donate.
is true. I have seen that, but I believe that particular person to which you are referring to is also the most banned individual on Twitch. I believe that person has gotten something like 9 bans or something like that.
Like I'll write your name on my legs if that's what.
Yes, and other parts of the body that are more exclusive to females or to ladies, if that makes sense.
I see.
Right?
Well, you know, if you guys donate to like a charity and you send me like a receipt, I'll write your name on my arms and my legs. If that makes you happy.
You know what? That sounds like a fair deal, Avo. Sounds like a fair deal to me.
Yeah, seriously.
But yeah, we're gonna just be waiting for this game to start, guys. We've got a little bit of a break. I think I might throw it, unless you want to entertain the boys. I'm gonna go make a coffee or something.
Let's take a small break. We'll take a small break.
All right, we're gonna take a small break, maybe just like 5 up to 10 minutes, most likely. We'll give you guys some nice ESL ads, and no, we won't. But I mean, hey, if ESL, if you want us to run those ads, you know, slide me like a quick 20 and I'll play them for you, right? But now we're just gonna be going to a short break, guys. Oops, I've entered the matrix on accident, and when we come back, we're going to be going to our final game of the day, and we're going to get to see who's going to be the first team to qualify to Season 2. So make sure you guys stick around for that one. Who is it between again? It's going to be between Almost Disbanded and Nemiga. Yeah, Almost Disbanded, like coming out of nowhere as well. Dark Horses all the way to the upper bracket finals. So that's very exciting.
Yeah, quite exciting. Only Antoja, known player. And doesn't even have the right flag on Wikipedia. That's how unknown he is in matches.
It's very true. Very true, actually.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, guys. Thank you for staying tuned. And, of course, just take a chill pill for the next 5 minutes. Bring your beer, bring your friends, whatever it is, for the last match of today, as we're going to wait for the last best of 3 to start out. A pleasure, and see you guys then.
All right, we're back. Hello, everyone. Sorry, that was a little bit longer than the 8 minutes I said it would initially be. You know, sometimes you tell a little bit of a lie, but that's okay. Let me get us into our new game. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Avo is just taking a little bit longer to eat. He can't eat in his room because then the ants come out. Actually, the game is not live. He lied to me. He lied to me. Let me just check up on this. What soundtrack? This is the... Nah, this is not ESL 1 music. This is TI7. It's the main menu soundtrack, and it's the drafting music from TI7. We'll take a look. If you guys have watched like CIS Dota within the past 3 years, especially in Tier 2, you've definitely seen Nemiga. You've heard of them. They are an organization that's been around for a long time, throughout very, very many different iterations, of course, but I think it's always really cool to have them. I love the team name Almost Disbanded. Yeah, especially that is pretty funny. Okay, here's the game. And then we'll get launched here right away. Beautiful. The draft is just 2 picks in. So without further ado, let us take a look. Like I said, guys, don't worry. Avo is going to be back in just a second. He's got to eat his grilled cheese sandwich in his in the kitchen. Oh yeah, these guys they've got the the Pudge banner as well, of course. To be honest, the biggest name on Almost Disbanded, at least to me, is going to be Antoja. He was previous position 5 player for IPG, also known as Team Tequila, but they kicked him and they're taking Koval instead. So presumably IPG is going to be still in Season 2 because they placed like 5th or 6th. So they're still good to go. Nemiga, though, they've got some better names, some bigger names. Not some better names necessarily. I suppose better names maybe if they beat them here in a convincing fashion, but that's yet to be determined. Einkred, the Chosen One, Lodin. Chosen One as well has been on a lot of big teams. Lodin, great position 5 player. All Belarusian, if I'm not mistaken. Or Belarusian, I think is how you're supposed to say that. Their safe lane carry, Kidic. I'll go with Kidic. I apologize if that's not correct, but he has also had some really great games. I'm going to try and actually pull up his Dota buff here to see what his rank is, because that's not a name, again, I'm too familiar with here.
Team pick.
And again, just because I say so before every cast, if you guys want to watch these games by yourself, you can do so just by going to Amateur, filtering for Europe, and it should just be the only tournament that's live, the ESL Meisterschaft, or whatever it is in German. And you can watch the games for yourself without my commentary or with the official Russian coverage. But there is no official English coverage, so Avana thought we would just jump on the qualifiers and cover them ourselves. And that's what we're doing. Alrighty then, let me just take a look. I do really want to find this carry, because now I'm curious as to how diverse, how wide his hero pool is.
5 seconds
That's going to be my biggest question. Here is ESL Meisterschaft. We'll go to Nemiga, who are currently 7-0, so they cruised on through the open qualifiers. Did not have any problems whatsoever.
Dire team pick.
Who is their carry? Now I gotta find him. Lion and AA is like a very classic, how do you call it? It's like a very, very classic support duo. Although I just will say, the AA in himself is a bit of a weird pick. I still think AA is one of these picks that you generally tend to see more and succeed of when he's here to counter a specific hero. But the Morphline's been banned. Who else is he really, really strong against? I mean, Faceless Void, right? But if you pick Faceless Void, you might as well just say Eta GG before the game even starts. Was it Tier 10 player? Yeah, Tier 10 player. And then let me just check his pub profile. Give me a second, guys. Just want to see. Okay, so he's rank 117 here. Is Kidic, the hard carry for Nemiga currently. So he's very talented. And boy, does he play a lot of Dota. My goodness. 14 matches on March 17th. Played 15 on February 28th here. What did he do on Valentine's? Nah, this is weird. But he did... plays a lot of Jug, a lot of Lifesteal, a lot of safe lane carry, Slark, AM, Ursa, professionally, some Troll, some PL, but he's a little bit newer to the competitive scene here. Oh, he was on V Gaming? Wait, this can't be the same guy. Because I think I remember seeing, no, I mean, he was probably on V Gaming before. He was on Tempo and Samarasis. So yeah, he's a relatively new player here. AA plus Lion is very weak support duo. You guys can just roll in and create chaos. Yeah, generally true. Generally true. Can I take a look at the pub profiles of almost disbanded? I think many of us have no clue if they are grinders, well-known players in the leaderboards. Yes, I will do that for you here. Absolutely. That is a very fair ask. Because I think Lodine is a well-known player, Hellscream's a well-known player, tier 10 player, again, the hard carry. He's a bit of a newer one, and Zero Hero Pool as well is not someone I recognize either. Although yeah, that's not the chosen one. All right, let me find that one for you here, guys. Give me a moment while I just waffle a little bit more.
Radiant team banned.
Alchemist. Okay, hold on. This is getting spicy. Because this is probably an Alch safe lane. I think this is actually something that the tier 10 player will like to run. Especially because we already have a Mars. Ankrid has ran Mars mid before, though, so it wouldn't be the craziest thing to still see this Mars in the mid lane and Alch off lane. It's possible. The issue with Alch off lane is that you need to have a teammate whose Aghanim Scepter upgrade is very impactful, and honestly, Mars, he's just okay. It's just okay. It's not really that amazing this game, and it's never really that amazing. I think it's like worth picking up as like a 5th, 6th item maybe, but like it doesn't give you a whole lot. So I do predict this is going to be a safe lane Alchemist, and that's why they have picked the AA early on. That off lane, though, is pretty mean because it's Earth Spirit, Darkseer. That's kind of a classic lane. Alch does struggle a lot early on, and they can just easily jump and kill AA. So that's a little bit of a kind of a scary thing to definitely be playing into. All right, almost disbanded. Let me take a look here at what we have on these guys. Il Babito. Antoha I'm not going to look into because I think if you've watched us last time around for the Season 1 coverage, you know plenty of Antoha. Position 5 player, captain, and was drafting as well for Team Tequila or IPG. Il Babito. Take a look at his pub profile. A lot of these guys have been playing... Oh, this is Antoha. Of course, I was like, wait a second. On IPG. Gangsters, Lil Bots fan ASD. Like, there's not a whole lot of like really well-known stacks here that I see. So this seems to be like they haven't even been playing together. I think this is okay. So this guy was on Blaster Boys, Destress. That makes more sense. But a lot of these guys like have not even been playing together recently. So it is kind of like a little bit of a last-minute stack. Okay, El Babito.
5 seconds remaining.
So this guy here, he is rank 434 here on the leaderboards currently. 4 or IDC. He is rank 283. He's got a hidden profile as well, so he's probably got a Smurf account. And Pubs for Degenerates, this guy here, he's rank 409. Plays a lot of mid lane. My goodness, this guy's got over 1,000 games on TA. And he's got over... This is actually... if this was his pub game, this would be his 1,000th game of Ember Spirit. He's played 999 games of Ember Spirit. Plays a shit ton of Morphling and Storm Spirit as well. Very impressive. Very impressive.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Like I said, guys, Ava Plus will be joining us very, very shortly, so don't worry about that one. As if you don't like me, that's okay. We'll have Avo here to balance me out. But Destress looks like he's going to be the highest ranked on this team, I think. Let me see if I can find Antoha's rank. And I think that was everyone, right? Oh, Lightless Fangirl I've not looked up yet. Or I have, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's Pubs for Degenerate. Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
And Antoha, what is your rank, Antoha? Immortal 261. Very impressive for a support player. Very impressive, actually. He's going to be going with the Coddle this time around. So as far as ranks goes, you know, a very skilled team for sure. I would say, like, they're all top 500, a couple of top 200s, right? And a very, very experienced mid laner here. So as far as experience goes, you know, as far as whether they're grinders, I think it's pretty safe to say yes. You know, these guys playing 15 matches a day of Dota, you know, in pubs. Absolutely brutal. And they're going to go with the ABBA. What the hell? Okay, so you can actually flex ABBA between carry and safe lane. But yet again, this is another hero whose Ags isn't that good. So I still think this is going to be an off lane ABBA with a safe lane Alch, which isn't too bad. AA is decent at hitting creep because he can always just use Chilling Fingers to hit the creep. The Chilling Touch, of course, to kill the creep. Oh, the Ursa's a really good pick, though. I can't believe Ursa got through all the way. It was a first pick Mars, and Ursa's still in the pool. Yeah. So if you guys are... Oh, let me throw the predictions on here, guys, as well. For those of you who like the dopamine rush of... For those of you guys that like the dopamine rush of getting into predictions incorrectly or correctly, my 2 cents here is going to be that... Oh, there's the door closing for Avo. Amiga versus Almost Disbanded. My prediction personally is that I think Safe Lane Alchemist, he leaves a lot to be desired, to be honest. I think he's kind of a boomer bust hero, and you have a really strong offlane for him. Mars, I don't think is going to be able... Oh, it's a mid lane Mars. So even offlane Abba, though, doesn't really love laning versus the Ursa Warrior. Until here on the Coddle could make a lot of plays happen very easily just with a single point in the Solar Bind, and Ursa can just run people down because you only have line to save yourself in that lane. Like lanes are very, very weak for Namiga Gaming. So I think Almost Disbanded have a really good shot in this first game. I was just looking, by the way, Ava, when you were back at the Dota buffs here, at the pub profiles for Almost Disbanded. None of these guys have actually played together on a professional team before, so they're all just coming together for the first time on this stack, and they've already made it.
Antoha,
well, no. This is what I'm saying. They've never played together on a team before.
Oh, together.
So Antoha, and besides Antoha, none of these guys have played on higher than what I would call a tier 2 scene personally. I saw some V Gaming. There was a player who's been on some Oasis. I think that was Destrus. So, they've been there. Some of these guys have been there, but they're also very highly skilled. We're talking like all of these guys are top rank 500 at the very least. Most top 200. And
okay.
They just spam Dota like crazy. This Ember player, by the way, this is going to be his 1,000th game of Member Spirit.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they play a lot of Dota.
I mean, that's the kind of new blood you want to see in the scene, right? People are like really passionate about the game and just need to get taught a bit how competitive works. It's not like, the difference with the competitive and pubs is a huge difference, obviously, but it's, as Bubby once said, right? It's just about having the baseline mechanics, and then you can be taught everything else, right?
Yeah, we need to come up with some rewards for the channel points for sure.
I was thinking actually putting game codes up for.
Oh, wow.
People will be interested in that. I
That
have
is
a bunch of Humble Bundle game codes, so I thought.
That's like actual value. Is that TOS though?
I'm not sure. Can I do that?
I mean, I don't know, because that's like, obviously if something has monetary value, then it's, I think it's a really good idea.
I mean, it has no monetary value, so you can't sell them technically. It's legal to sell them, so I guess it's just a gift, right?
Reward, take a drive on Russian streets. Yeah. 10,000 points as we go back to Russia in that van.
It has monetary value, much higher than any games I can say. I don't know. Would you guys be interested in getting like game codes for channel points? I can look into it, but like I'm asking because I have like solid over 50 pages of codes from Humble Bundles. I think easily over 150 games, 200 games easily.
Holy moly, this guy is a fiend.
I really like Humble Bundles, man. I really like Humble Bundles.
Yes, I just use it to
Look at this. Did you see Almost Disbanded? They just... Wait, I think they're going to do it again.
30 seconds.
Hold on, wait.
to
You ready?
battle.
Just watch this. Oh, I think they're done.
What do they do?
The brothers, they all like taunted perfectly in sync with one another on that first time. That was
nice.
incredible.
Cute.
Yeah, here goes Antoha. He's going to go try and D-ward. Unfortunately, he's going to find 5 enemy heroes instead. Just 4, actually, but that'll be first blood there onto Antoha.
an offering worthy.
I'm sorry, who did you say that plays a ton of Morph? It's one of the players here on Almost Disbanded. I believe it is their mid laner. He plays, I think he's got like 800 games on the Morph lane, but he's also got like 1,200 games on TA as well. So XN, man, watch out for his TA, watch out for his Ember, watch out for his Morph lane, especially all in the mid lane.
Very interesting. I mean, I'm not like I wouldn't say I'm rooting for them, but I'd be interested to see Almost Disbanded. I feel like Namiga, they've always gone for the same kind of strats for Protect 1, which has worked for them, but they haven't been the cleanest team in execution. I do feel like Almost Disbanded has a very solid chance of making it into the leagues.
Yeah, I think, because this Namiga, how long has this iteration of Namiga been playing together? I think that's what's going to actually kind of make the difference here personally. Because like I kind of went on this rant a little bit earlier, but when I was talking about how when you have a lot of players that are individually very good at Dota and they can kind of get away with running not cheese, but like they can get away with like tri-core lineups or stuff like this, right? Whereas when they play against more established teams that have a lot more experience together, especially, they can usually dismantle them no problem.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm kind of thinking. Let me just take a look at when these players all join the roster. So Kidiich is the newest one. He is also extremely highly ranked. He's ranked 143. I did look into him, the safe lane carry here. And this is as well his first big team, I would say, that he's playing on. So I think Nemiga as well. They've got a couple of new players as well.
I mean, they're new blood as well. Just that the org is not as new. Like, I feel like some of their more known players, like Chosen One for sure, probably their most known player, Hellscream, has been in a couple stacks as well.
Yeah.
That's it, honestly. I love the name Hellscream, though, of course. Warcraft 3 reference. Really nice.
Oh, I thought it was a Transformers 2 reference.
No, Hellscream is the... It's the clan that the two orc brothers came by that like created essentially founding the orc alliance and the new orcs and everything. Grom and Thrall Hellscream. So yeah,
good to know. I
it's
actually
very nice.
I
I don't know the lore in WoW. I don't know if it changed in the WoW because in WoW they made a lot of stupid lore things, but in Warcraft 3 it was the theme.
Oh, I am thinking of Starscream. Thank you very much, Flaming Gnome. Yeah, that's right. He's the F-22. That was cool. Transformers movies, they look cool. They're visual eye candy, but they're not much else than that. But yeah, to answer that quick question in chat,
some good games.
Abba is pretty picked, and he's got to have a decent win rate, I would say. Mostly
Not in the
as
offlane
position
though.
5.
True. He's kind of a rare offlaner these days.
That is true.
Though Abba does suit the sorry, Abba does suit the meta of the offlaners where you can at least push the tower on your own, right? You're actually a pretty decent laner. Like he does bring a lot of these things to the table. The thing is, Abba brings 0 teamfight to the table, and he can't even teamfight like Timbersaw, where you just stand there and hope that they attack you, right? So because of that, Abaddon is just not a priority. And I've seen it a couple of times in the offlane actually, particularly in some of the weaker regions, and it's not bad, you know, it works, but it only works with very specific kind of drafts. Like, it works with fast drafts or drafts that can take advantage of the push, like with trolls or whatever. Yeah. It works if you don't miss 3 lasses on the towers right after you know.
I really like how they picked it this game. You spoke of fast drafts, because this is going to allow, obviously, Alk, a pretty fast hero.
Yep.
But what's nice about him is sometimes you kind of hit this timing during Alk where you're like a whole item ahead of everyone else in the game because you're Alchemist, and then you can like feel confident in fighting, but eventually like almost disbanded is going to get strong enough to where Kidiich is going to need to get a BKB or like a defensive item, right? Whereas Alchemist would prefer to just play this run at you style of Dota because I'm so rich.
Yes.
So having the Abba here to back you up just with a simple Aphotic Shield, I think is going to be pretty clutch this game. So I like that you point that out because I think that's where we'll see it come into play.
By the way, the Curse of Avernus does in fact work on towers. It's because towers are static objectives, it's probably the easiest thing to get the Curse of Avernus off. So Abba is considered a relatively strong pusher because of that Curse of Avernus, right? And it doesn't increase your damage, it doesn't increase your attack speed though, so that's what it does against the towers. And
what's
anything really.
Yeah, what's really nice is that it doesn't make himself like a crazy pusher. Obviously it does, but it increases the entire pushing power of your team, and that's got a lot of value.
Yeah, in fact, he might get a kill here on the Coddle as another Aphotic Shield. I think he just, Doha, you're dead, dude. If he pops the shield, Chosen One doesn't want to give the kill to the Ursa. Fair enough. Like, he could get the kill on Coddle, but he doesn't want to give the kill to the Ursa.
I don't know if he would get it there, to be honest, because
it's salve.
Well, not only that, but it's a level 1 shield, right? He's taking 2 points in the curse.
I was checking the Coddle's
HP.
so level 1 shield deals 75 damage, right? Or a bit more. 80.
About.
Yeah, and Coddle had 60 HP when he was going near the tower. So if you had just rushed the tower, he would have gotten the kill. But of course, that means that you didn't use salve. You had to get something to cancel that salve. It wasn't immediate. Yeah. Another issue with Abba, by the way, in the offlane, and the reason why he's also not picked, is that a lot of offlaners right now do like to have a bit of farm. You like to have him as a secondary core, like. You know, it's a decent core to have, right? You want to have a potential snowballing offlane if the game allows you.
You want kill potential.
But Abaddon is just not that kind of hero. Abaddon is a very, very cheap kind of core, right? You get Flads and he's pretty much good to go.
You can get like kill potential on him. Wow, actually, Cold Feet level 2 got that kill. Nice job. You can get kill potential on him, but he needs a lot of farm, right? That's the issue.
Yeah, like it's either you get no farm at all and you're still usul, or you have a ridiculous amount of farm and you become like a pseudo carry. Which we have seen actually Naveeb doing that on Iceberg when they run Abba in the offlane with Iceberg. Yeah, Doha is not going to
this time he's
This
dead.
time there's no salve. But yeah, and Iceberg did this with Mask of Madness build on the Abaddon. Mask of Madness with +1, I forgot what it was the next item he went for. But a very like hardcore kind of carry Abaddon.
Oh, they rotated Anchoret up here too. They wanted to get Kushi.
Dire's
Wow,
top
that's a
tower
really
is
early.
under
Oh, they
attack.
cancel his TP. What the? They didn't even know. Hellscream.
And how's actually better? You just leave him there.
So the thing is, you actually do know if you hit it, because even through fog, you can see the last Earth Spike projectile, or when you hit an Earth Spike projectile, the extra spike that hits is massive. It's like 100 times bigger than the normal spikes. So he knew that he hit Onkushi there. I mean, unfortunately, it doesn't really make that big of a deal. It's just more time wasted, and more time where the Chosen One's getting lots of CS. So kind of a big deal, but overall, not too crazy. Aphotic Shield, though, on cooldown. Nice job there on the Earth Spike. They're going to try and turn the Illuminate. Damage, though, is going to end up getting the kill there on the Chosen One. So Hellscream is going to get the return kill. So Chosen One not getting any XP there. It's a little bit... I mean, you're a bit miffed if that happens, but you're okay with it overall.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
If you can cover for me here, Avo, while I eat a little bit of noodles.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in the right now, it does seem like there's a bit of a lead in Amiga, particularly because of the rotation, and of course the Alchemist doing well. We'll see now how this turns out for them though, because they still have to make this Alchemist kind of work, right? Like Mars early can create a bit of space. He's obviously gonna win this lane against Ember, no surprise there. But you do have a pretty decent lineup to deal with the Alch as well to gank him. I do feel like Ursa is struggling a lot though, and he's going for Battle Fury build, which is the traditional build on Ursa, even when you're outclassed, but because of this issue, the Alchemist will have a lot of free farm as well. We have to play aggressively against a Chosen One like here. No borrowed time, so you're taking advantage of that. But Chosen One does have a Aphotic Shield. Oh, he uses it before the Searing Chains come up. No Searing Chains, actually, never mind. So that's going to be a kill for them. That's not bad. Hellscream coming in to try to snipe the kill on XM, but no other rotations. And they will also, at least they will get a counter kill in the bottom lane against the
Dire's
Deep
middle
Darks here. It's
tower
not too
is
often.
under attack.
One second.
Dire
okay.
are scanning.
Ankred was trying to rotate over as well, but he's going to be a little bit too late. He actually missed out on a little bit of
Dire's middle
experience here in the
tower is under
mid-wave.
attack.
This is something that actually I think, like T-Gov, and because T-Gov coaches, so he's got a lot of experience with this, but this is something I think he pointed out really nicely. Not
Dire's
Alva has as
middle
well in the
tower
past, but
is
it's
under
like
attack.
missing out on XP, or like mid laners rotating away and not doing anything, or like just TPing to lanes because they're really excited to get kills and then they don't get anything out from that is super, like not game losing, but like against other mid laners that are more active, it can be game losing. Nice spear though, it's going to be caught by Ember Spirit instead of the Ember. Sorry, the Earth Spirit instead of the Ember, but the Cold Feet is going to proc and they're going to have the kill. Chosen One shows up with the Aphotic Shield, that bell will toll. That is going to be XN taking a dive. Our Alchemist here is nearly already to his, actually he does have full Battle Fury already, so of course classic Alchemist things. Just brown boots though and the stick, so not much else here to write home about, but his farm is about to explode. It is really nice to get XP on the Lion though. He's already up to level 6 actually, so it was a really fast level 6 in fact, and he could look to harass Munkushi in the jungle as Frazier down bot lane is going to look to apply some pressure on Akidic, but he still gets his Battle Fury delivered no matter the cost. Friendly TP coming in to refill. Oh, no, never mind. They're actually going to dive his tower. They don't know Hellscream is here, and he's level 6, so this could go just terribly here. Lion Finger at the ready. He might as well just... Oh, he doesn't have mana. He doesn't have mana. It's only level 1 suck as well, so he doesn't really have such a great target. Can't have it do anything else really to help Kidiich. And down he goes.
Dire's top tower is
Soul
under
Eater nearly
attack.
dying to the creep wave, but he's okay. He's got an urn for himself, of course, needing to rush that vessel. That's a good point, actually. We've got, pardon me, a natural vessel builder as Lodeen snipes the kill.
Radiant's
Dude,
bottom
everyone is
tower
such a high
under
level in this
attack.
lobby. Everyone's at least level 6 well before 10 minutes. This is kind of incredible.
Dire's top tower
This is the
is
kind of
under
Dota they
attack.
play in Eastern Europe though. Like this kind of like 5-man Dota, constantly trying to force team fights even early, right? They're really committed to objectives. I mean, you see the 3 cores in the same tower down bottom. You don't often see this in say Europe, for example.
Radiant's bottom
There's
tower is
quite a
under
commitment
attack.
just to take this tower up
Radiant's
bottom.
bottom tower has
And because they
fallen.
need to open up the map, they need to just take away things from the
Dire's
Alchemist. They
middle
need to
tower
play this
is
way.
under
Whereas
attack.
Namiga might be avoiding more team fights. Hellscream will already be dying. No big deal, just a little kill on the Illuminate.
Yeah, the recall, the light form being used very effectively there.
Dire's top tower
Oh,
is
nice
under
spear.
attack.
Wow, very good spear. That was very impressive here. Alk, though, again, his farm is so far so good. He did take an early death here, but after the Battle Fury was already completed, so he's just immediately into the jungle. He even found the Hill Troll Summoner camp, so he's getting some pretty good RNG here, doing his little happy dance as he'll go continue to farm it down in the bottom lane, nearly having maxed Greevil's Greed already here. Z just misses 1 CS. What's he got coming to him? All right, full phase boots. All right, all right, all right. Soul Leader just looking to try and set up some vision. He's just going to be looking to waste the time of some supports. He doesn't put up an observer there, but now someone's going to have to deward it. As Anchored will get a kill top lane. Ice Blast is going to not connect onto anything. Mars is going for carry, though, so he's going to go for the Deso build here on the mid lane, Mars.
Okay, I like the Desolator build, right? I feel like maybe Blink Dagger early and then into Deso is I prefer a bit more, right? I know you have had a good early game, but I feel like the mobility and just the ability to gank the enemy team is a bit better because you don't need to be a secondary carry, right? You already have Alk. Alk doesn't need any second fiddle here, right? So maybe the Blink Dagger would help you create space a bit more, but I'm not opposed to it here. As we go for a team fight, there's no Arena Blood, but beautiful Earth Spike into the Double God's Rebuke. That's what you need the Tesla for, huh? And the Finger Death, of course, and they just cancel the Ember completely.
Ice Blast on top of that as well. Both spirits, I mean, my goodness, just shattering right there. Nice. I mean, everyone even getting involved. Namiga, they were just like, yep, we know how to play against an Alchemist, so they had the counterplay. Literally all 5 heroes ready to defend the triangle from that aggressive movement. Great play. I think, and again, that's the difference. I don't mean to draw a comparison to these guys, like, we'll call them pub players, but, like, they win a lot in pubs, right? Naturally, they're top 400, they're top 300 in pubs, right? And maybe those are moves that work when your enemies aren't going to be as coordinated as you would expect them to be in professional matches, but it's a whole different ball game here, right? Literally all 5 heroes are here, and once again, they're ready to defend this tower. They don't have Finger, they don't have Chemical Rage, but they do have another Ice Blast into the Arena of Blood. Wall's going to be pulled down. Munkushi showing up to fight early, though. That's himself a kill, at least onto Lodin. But the Aphotic Shield pops and will collect a second kill here. 2 kills for the Chosen One. He's being kind of controlled by his own illusion here, which does apply Curse of Avernus, and he will end up dropping after the borrowed time. So persistence will prevail here for almost suspended. It does cost them a little bit, as they'll lose their off lane completely. But getting Ursa involved here in these early kills is, I think, a really big move here, a big benefit for almost disbanded. Unfortunately, they can't quite take the tower either. That is kind of a big problem right now for this almost disbanded stack, because they do really need to heavily commit for these towers. Although I will say, we shouldn't have these illusions just standing around. Get that Abu illusion onto the tower to apply the curse and push a little bit, because you can use it that way, but unfortunately, they're going to miss out on that opportunity.
Yeah. That was a really good fight though by almost disbanded though. Really nice little choke point for the wall replica. Honestly put, and I mean this is not a very common choke point to fight around, but they found the opportunity, right? And as you mentioned, the Abba illusion being quite powerful. Of course, you're still being alchemisted though. Like this fight is nice, but you're still not. You haven't stopped the alchemist whatsoever. His farming is still ridiculous. Ursa is finally finishing his battle fury, and his timing is going to be really good, honestly. But you're up against an alch, so unfortunately, really good is not good enough against an alch.
Yeah, and that's always the big issue, right? Is, hey guys, I'm having a good game. Oh great, but Alchemist is also having a good game, which means he's got 4,000 more gold than you do, right? Like what do you do? It's rather difficult. So they need to try and apply pressure here elsewhere. As much as they'd love to get into this triangle, it's just not realistic until you push another tier 1 tower. And right now, having the Chosen One in this mid lane, I mean, just look how annoying he is. XN, he just knows he's got to run. Again, he's got 1,000 Ember games, so he knows he can't actually afford to take this engagement right now. Especially because Abba has gone for this Hooded Defiance.
Yeah. Oh, the Defiance is going to help him a bit to tank. I mean, just to be the Timber Saw, right? Like, this is the Timber Saw light of your team. Unfortunately, you are still vulnerable, right? You're not as godlike as Timber Saw. You already got the Battle Fury on Ursa, so he's going to be looking to not necessarily fight, but just now there's a pressure that Ursa can put out. Because every single fight that you can take, Ursa's ready to do so, and then it go back to the jungle to farm, so there's not much time wasted for this Ursa if he has to join into these engagements. I like the build for the Alk, though, going for the SNY immediately into AC, though. It's a very active mid-game build. Just be powerful as soon as possible. And with Dezo on Mars, then you're going to be ready to not only take easy kills, but also go for objectives afterwards.
Yep. Plus bonus armor, minus armor for the Ursa is always going to be kind of nice to have. Pardon me.
And sweet.
Lodin just continuing to collect runes here. Going for the Veil of Discord, actually, on the support Ancient Apparition. The support duo of Lion AA, they're actually both getting... Nah, AA is not really getting farm. He's just kind of getting passive gold for the most part. Should be stacking a little bit more, though, in my opinion. I kind of just... Maybe he has been, but for the most part, I have not seen Alchemist do any stacks. But that's okay, because you know what? If he's not stacking, he's showing up and kind of pushing back these early skirmishes from almost disbanded as well. So he's still making it happen.
There's been a bit more active Al because they saw that the early game, if you play a bit active, you secure the game for your Abaddon and your Mars, who are both active heroes, right? So you want to play the early quite strong. And if you don't, it feels a bit weak. So I kind of understand why the Alk has been playing a bit more aggressively than usual. I think it's justifiable, and his build is also according to this kind of idea, right? So, yeah. I mean, as long as you're cohesive with your build and your playstyle, I have no problem with that. Desolator is almost complete now on Aincrad. This is a very big deal. They actually smoked right before the Desol, which is weird, but I think they might be able to get a kill on the Ursa. Nighttime Smoke screwed them over, though.
They're going on out.
Nighttime Smoke screwed them over. They're going for the Alk as well. Is this a kill? They have Spirit Vessel. They do not just yet, but it doesn't matter. The damage is huge.
No follow-up.
With Ice Blast doing nothing to them.
Yeah, no follow-up. It would have been nice to fight into that Ice Blast, but unfortunately they tried for that kill on bottom, as you said. The Durin's been activated. The smoke is about to expire. All 5 heroes here for almost disbanded. I don't think they should take this fight. Oh, but they're going to be gifted a free kill. Oh, no. Antoha's just too fast. He's too fast. He's too lean. Cannot get caught there in the arena. You can't corral him in. And now actually they're going to be looking to punish because they're recalling Ursa Warrior back into the fight. Fuzzy Wuzzy sees the Chosen One. Oh my goodness. He's popping the ulti there basically instantly. What a reversal from the laning stage, huh?
Yeah, quite the change because now Ursa's strong enough. That's one of the advantages of Ursa Battle Fury, right? Like when this build first came out, apart from all the synergy it has, people started realizing, hey, actually Ursa with just Battle Fury is already ready to fight, you know? And that was the kind of ridiculousness of this build that people realized, and the reason why this build is still being used these days. Apart from all the stats, the fact that it gives you farming speed, it gives you a larger win opportunity, the mana region is amazing on the Ursa. It's really the fact that, hey, it's not that slow of a build as opposed to like saying building Battle Fury or an Anti-Mage where you can't fight with that item alone. Ursa doesn't really care. Ursa can just go on, and the Fury types are so strong. And of course, Overpower plus the extra damage of Battle Fury is so ridiculously strong that it makes it a real threat in the early game.
Yep. I just like right now their team fight is Earth Spirit. It's all in their offline, right? Darkseer. This is the thing actually. I wanted to talk to you about this. Yeah, Mars Deso is ready to go again as well, so that's really fast. Countered by the Maelstrom here, and Fraser's actually getting close to finishing off his Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if this is the game to rush Ags, though, to be honest with you. The 370-something HP it gives you is pretty solid. It's 350. And the 2 charges is nice, because honestly, you do lack like wave clear and wave push here without committing the Ember Spirit. Or showing the Ursa in lane, which is always a bit spicy, because Lodin, just, you know, ask him about it. He's going to go down. They're going to be chasing for more, though. Kidiich nearby, but they've got a tier 1 tower to rotate to. I don't think they can get this kill that quickly, but they're going to try. Now here's Hellscream, and Toha as well coming on through. They're going to drop the wall, replica, buy back here for Lodin, so there's going to be an Ice Blast here incoming. They need to get the hell out of here, because this team fight is falling apart. Ursa Warrior's gone down. Kidiich back to full HP. Here's the Ice Blast, just missing Fraser, but it's not going to matter too much. And the backlines, though, Anchored, it's still actually getting the kill onto the Earth Spirit before he goes down. Kidiich assisted there by the Chosen One to get another kill as XN hoping to at least get a dieback here onto Lodin. We've got an Aphotic Shield for him and the Unstable Concoction thrown onto XN. He does not have a Remnant to be used, but they don't also have the catch for him either. He don't have a Remnant to be used.
That was a really funny play there by the Alchemist, because the Abaddon is like, hey, I'm going to save you so you can chase after the Ember because he has no Remnants. And Alka's like, nah, there's illusions here. I want to farm the illusion. Like, fuck you, you know. And he was full movement speed. They chased after the Ember. Probably would have netted him a kill if he actually just continued that, because it was 8 seconds till his next Remnant. But yeah, chose not to. Alk be greedy, dude. And the Abaddon feels really stupid there because he just wasted a Aphotic Shield where he could have just chased himself after the Ember. But losing the A also a bit sad there, unfortunately. But I still think that's a pretty good team fight just because you killed the Ursa early and you managed to turn that around. Even if you lose the Mars, because he went for Desolator, he's going to be able to recover much easier, and he's already doing what he should be, which is a shitload of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you get everyone but the Ember and the Coddle. Coddle you don't really care about. You know, like you could honestly...
I mean, Coddle is really tanky anyway, so it's impossible to kill him.
It's honestly, it's so hard to kill him. Like, you should just take him out last in the team fights anyway. But like, honestly, it doesn't, like, I think... Like, if a Coddle goes deathless in a game, I could be like, okay, so did they win? You know? Like, that doesn't really tell me anything. Whereas if you tell me, like, Ursa went deathless in the game, I'd be like, oh, they probably won, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Ice Blast there, because they were expecting to find someone farming the Ancients. They're not going to. They're not going to.
That's interesting. They just leave the Acid Spray. It's like, that's going to do the job.
Oh.
They do find Lodin, but I think that's in exchange for an Ember. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
That's a huge trade for the Alk there. And now Munkushi nearby. He has the Enrage. They have the Aphotic Shield to stop this Soul Bind. It's not that big a deal. Chosen One just wants to tank this. They know the Chemical Rage has like, what, 20 seconds remaining or so? 10, actually. He's done for. They can't continue to chase after this. Mars will realize this a bit later than the rest of his team, but it's fine. He's not going to dive too hard.
Why doesn't anyone ever use Kipo as an emote? I think
Radiant's
that guy's
top tower
adorable.
is under attack.
And there's obviously a Dota meme. It's Kappa with Meepo. So he's got the Meepo ears, and he's got the hay, the stack of hay.
Could I write that?
Yeah, it's Kipo.
Oh, that's supposed to be Meepo?
Yeah. Well, it's Kappa with Meepo, right? Anchorage's gonna TP away, nothing to catch him here.
So what does Kappa mean, by the way? Is it like supposed to be something like funny?
Kappa's like when you said something that's obviously very sarcastic. Like, Alvaro, I think you're a very good caster, Kappa.
Oh, right. Okay, I understand. That was very mean, though.
I know, it was a joke, obviously. That's why the whole thing was a Kappa. They're fighting here in the mid lane, though. The Chosen One, he's just too damn tanky, but Mungushi finally threw the bar with time, but the Cold Feet is actually going to get the proc. Big ol' Vac wall combo onto 2, the Line Finger not enough, but there's that Desolator coming into work with God's Rebuke. Woo! They've only lost one as well. Oh, what are you doing back here, XN? They're going to hit him with an Unstable Concoction. Lion has Blink Dagger already, so they had more than enough control, and a very heavy loss. Yet again, Lodina's the only one to drop. Ooh, an Amiga. Good fights.
Right, so I don't know if you saw it, but the Cold Feet actually won the team fight there. The
Yeah.
Ursa got frozen saw because of the Cold Feet in the beginning of the team fight. That was insane, dude. I've never seen a Cold Feet being such high value, man.
Me neither.
Because he used, obviously, the reason is the Ursa messed up by using Enrage because they haven't towered him bad and kind of crushed him. And he used Enrage to, not to spell it, but of course just reduce the time it was being effective, right? And the moment that happened, then the ancient operation like had a little moment of lucidity. It was like, oh, I can Cold Feet now, and he can't dispel it. And then the Ursa didn't know what to do because he's so used to having the Enrage to dispel Cold Feet that it becomes a useless spell. And in there, he was kind of surprised that the Cold Feet ended up crushing him. I have never seen a Cold Feet being that impactful against an enemy carry, so congratulations.
Yeah.
So how do I enable all these emotes people keep asking?
Oh no, don't worry. I'll. That's something you have to go to a different website, and you have to have. Do you have BT? Like it's a whole thing. Alvaro, like literally, he actually didn't know what Kappa meant. Like no Kappa. Like he literally did not know what Kappa meant. He doesn't know what forehead means. He does. I mean, not like this is pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, Kappa,
I know.
Kappa is an ancient Japanese story about a frog-like being who lives underwater and sucks at your soul through your anus, aimed at people who can't
That's not
sleep.
true either.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
That's not true either.
Kappa.
Kappas are mythical Japanese creatures that live in the water, right? They don't suck your soul through your anus, you fucker. They were heavily tied because they're spirits of the woods and they're part of Shintoist mythology. Come on, you're talking to a weeb. Are you fucking serious?
Oh, wait, is this real? This is real?
Yeah, Kappa's a real thing.
Oh, I
dude.
thought this was a copy pasta.
No, Kappa is a real mythological creature from Shintoist mythology, which is the original Japanese mythology. And it's the whole idea of like it's like a turtle, like it's not quite it's something like it has a beak, but it has a turtle like head, like a shell in its head, and they usually are nomads or hermits, and they're like half humans, half like weird aquatic creatures, and some are good, some are bad. They're usually mischievous creatures. They're very similar to the nymphs in European mythology.
Oh, fascinating.
Yeah, but I really don't know these things. I know like the Kappa thing, but I do not know the emotes because I'm a boomer, unfortunately.
He is
I'm a 24-year-old boomer.
He's definitely a boomer. Let me untime you out. No links in the chat, unfortunately. No links in chat.
Yeah, sorry about that. I it's just automatic to prevent people from posting porn links.
Well, you know.
Radiant's bottom
I've
tower
removed your
is under
ban,
attack.
sir. But yeah, the know your memes. Yeah. So anyway, well, you know, like the cat jam emote. You know, like we cat, we jam, no mods, no ban. You know that one.
What the fuck?
Wait, you don't know this?
What does that mean?
Come on, boys. Anyway, there's a bunch of emotes. There's like a third-party extension website that lets you put a bunch of like custom emotes in there.
I can just enable it. That's free.
Yeah, it's free. I'll teach you how to do it. You got to log in through a third-party website and then just click the ones you want, click the ones you don't want. It's pardon me. It's a really cool extension because you can put a bunch of like really cool things in there. If you're not partnered, for example, like you can put a bunch of your own emotes in there. It's a really cool
We'll do that
thing.
next time.
Yeah, we'll do it for next time, guys, for sure.
Yeah, Turtle Shore on its back. It has the weird, the bald head. It's true. With a weird hat always. Right, sorry about that. Turtle Shore on its back. The Alchemist here doesn't have the Aegis though, so I don't think he's too afraid to fight it. In fact, the External Concoction actually gets both, and he's just killing the Ember with the cleave. Could have just hit the Ember straight up, honestly, because I think he would have just died there much sooner than the Ursa with the Enrage on him. But I think with all the particles, you couldn't really tell the Ursa was
middle
enraged
tower
there.
is under attack.
Yeah, the Lodina is having a killer game once again. Cold Feet. Guess what? Hit the Ember Spirit. How? How do you get cold feeted as an Ember Spirit? You know, it's incredible. I mean, I know how it happens, right? Because obviously the stun from the Unstable Concoction helped out, which, by the way, does a ton of damage.
The anus is a real thing. I did not know that one.
Huh?
They do suck your soul through the anus. Wow. Thank you,
Dire's
Innuendo. That's
middle tower
TIL,
is
dude.
under
I did not know the Kappas were actually soul-sucking or anus-sucking. Soul people.
Watch my head.
Anus-sucking soul stealers. Yeah. Wow. That's fucked up. Why would that be a
Dire's
thing?
middle
Who
tower
comes
is
up
under
with it?
attack.
Dude, I don't know. Once you said it was a real thing, I had to stop making jokes about it, obviously.
It's a whole culture of, I mean, it's not, obviously it's mythology, but it's a whole culture of people that believe this was a thing for a while.
No, I did.
Like,
I
can you imagine telling your children, like, be careful or the turtle monster's gonna suck your throat,
Dire's
your soul
middle
through your
tower
anus?
has
That's
fallen.
fucked up.
You know,
That's
my older brother, he would like piss the bed every now and then. Not when he was like 14 or something like that, but when he was like, I don't know, 4 or 5. I don't know when you stop pissing the bed. I don't know when it's normal. When do you stop wearing diapers? Probably. Munkushi. Spirit's gonna miss, so he's just gonna enrage and TP
Rage
away.
TP, right.
They have not
They
caught
got a
anyone
counter kill on
else.
the earth, though? Yeah, they got the nice little hex. Oh, that's a really perfect setup. Nice ice blast.
Wow.
Well done. Claps for them. And they get a kill now. Easy on Soul Eater. Oh, look! Soul Eater. He might be a Kappa.
Soul Leader? That'd be a really cool hero. Not gonna
It's
lie.
also a really good... No, it's actually a really good manga anime. Well, not really good. It's like a 7.
Yeah, no, I knew him. I completely understand why people would think these way, because, you know, I get it. You know, I've taken a couple of classics courses. You know, obviously none of the Greek or Roman myths make any sense whatsoever, right? Like, the reason I don't want to joke about it is because I don't know anything about it, so I don't want to, like, you know, I'd like to be at least a little bit well researched into something, or at least know surface level stuff before I make a joke.
Okay. That's
But yeah,
pretty respectful.
that's why I thought it was a joke when I read it, so I was like, nah, I'll bow out of this one because I don't know anything about it.
Ha! Of course, because Japanese mythology. So
Well,
Dire's
you know,
middle
something like that,
barracks
right?
has fallen.
Oh, vacuum.
Vacuum for the alchemist. He still has ages this whole time, by the way. He still has a whole minute and 30 seconds of ages. This whole, like, 5 fights they've pretty much taken with the ages have been absolutely atrocious for almost this bad.
Radiant are
They haven't
standing.
they didn't stand a chance, honestly, against an Amiga.
Radiant's
Between the
top
fact that
tower
Alk is
is
so
under
farmed and the
attack.
fact that he has an Aegis, like, how do you even kill him? And your team fight has been so good. This AA has been playing, like, a game for the ages, dude. What an awesome
Yeah.
AA game.
Honestly.
Great Ice Blast, great Cold Feats.
And guess what? He's only level 11. He's doing all this with 3,700 net worth and probably the least experience on his team as well. Yeah,
Zeus
yeah,
went
by
around
far.
changing it to a song
By
for any
far.
woman.
He's 4
Yeah, I
levels
know.
behind the Lion, and look how impactful he's being. This is incredible. Like, this is such a great position 5 performance by Lodine. No kappa. Like, honestly, this is really, really great.
It's not Soul Stealer, it's Soul Eater, which is a manga. It's definitely an anime reference. I am 100% certain about this one. And I know the little swan thing from Zeus. I mean, Zeus was just a serial rapist, honestly. That guy was awful.
Yeah.
He has even worse stories than the swan. He turned into animated objects to rape things. Like, it's
I really
fucked
like
up.
the one where there was a king who went to the Oracle of Delphi, and he's like, "Yo, Zeus is gonna try and get your daughter pregnant. Be careful," you know.
Uh-huh.
And then Zeus like took this as a challenge or whatever, I guess. So the
Why?
king, I don't know. So the king, he's like, "Oh no, I need like my daughter for diplomatic purposes or something like that." So
Right,
what she
'cause
did,
Who cares about your daughters?
yeah, I mean, well, obviously, it's become apparent he didn't really care about his daughter, right? Because what he decided to
Dire's
do
bottom tower is
was
under
this
attack.
king, he built a house underground out of copper because that was like the best metal they could have, you know, back then. And then they would just like, they would feed his daughter by like
Dire's
lowering
bottom
like a
tower
little
has
hatch, like a
fallen.
tiny hatch, and they would just like lower a bucket of food for her. And that's how
Dire's
she lives,
bottom
right?
tower is under
And then
attack.
Zeus, he sees this, and he goes, you've got me here, and then he stopped forever, and then Zeus respected a woman. Just kidding. What he did was he turned into golden rain, and then he rained
Dire's
through the
structures
holes,
are
and he
fortified.
impregnated her that way. So
By
yeah.
Golden Rain, do you mean like
Radiant's
our
top
version of
tower
Golden
I
Rain? or
think it was.
literally?
I think it was literally meant to be
Dire's
gold.
bottom tower
Correct.
is under attack.
Yes.
'Cause that would be.
Dire's
These kinky
bottom
Greeks,
tower
man.
is
they
under
just,
attack.
just love
Radiant's top
the
tower
golden
is
showers,
under
you know?
attack.
Yeah. Ancient Greek water sports. Oh goodness. Not
They
quite.
got the
Radiant's
Berserk
top
potion now
tower has
in
fallen.
Alchemy, so I think he's pretty much like.
I mean, I think this game's over. You know.
Yeah, I don't know if you can fight this. I mean, the Ursa versus Alchemist
Dire
matchup is supposed to be
are
pretty
scanning.
good, but unfortunately, when you play the Ursa like this and your space creators, which is Darkseer and Ember, can't really accomplish enough in the early, then the Ursa just
Radiant's
falls
top
behind because
tower
he's
is
not
under attack.
fast enough of a carry, right? Ursa's fast in the sense that he can fight really quickly, but unlike Troll, he can't put pressure, so he can't take your towers easily.
Yep.
So then you as an Ursa is just so easy to fall behind if the rest of your team is not like playing.
Yeah.
Literally the
and-
best Dota of their life.
And I know chat
Chat was very keen to call out Ursa for not going for the BKB, instead thinking he had time and space to go for the SNY, even when that was very apparent. And I think maybe going for BKB first would have helped out a little bit more. I'm not sure how much, but for sure, for example, in this mid lane fight, he wouldn't have gotten cold feeded, you know?
Yep. Yeah.
Stuff like that, you know, like it's not game winning enough to buy BKB. You still need to be really good with the item. That's why I lose all my carry games. But like,
I think games he's played.
Yeah. I think it would be a lot better had he gone for the BKB before SNY. Because now it like, yeah, congrats, you got this 10-second BKB, but also like Alk is still this unkillable beast. Like he doesn't give a shit anymore. He's got BKB as well. Yes, we don't even have Spirit Vessel. I mean, what's the point of Spirit Vessel at this stage when he's got BKB and the Berserk Potion?
You don't go for Spirit Vessel. Like at best, you need a Shiva's and Ember, or like which is he going for actually, or Scotty and Ursa or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That's the best solution, because Spirit Vessel's only good if you want to gank the Alk early, but it really does depend. If you don't have a good core to pick up the Spirit Vessel, usually it's just a bit too late for it. Right?
Yep.
Because Alk just gets BKB so soon, you know? It's a good counter to heroes like Morphling, because they take longer to get online, but Alk is like, oh, did you finally farm Spirit Vessel? I have Battle Fury, Sanjay Yasha, Pistol Blade, and BKB.
Radiant
Good luck.
are scanning.
Oh,
Nope,
Arena.
that was his zone out arena. And they go for it anyway. They see the Darkseer. He should be an easy kill. Oh my god,
Ursa's
this Mars
diving the
really
back
makes
lines,
this
though.
Alchemist
He
life
got
in hell
Lodian.
right now. Finally, they
Here's a
go and kill
Oh!
the Darkseer.
Oh, they got
Ursa.
Ursa.
Next easy kill. Yeah, they just destroyed him. Soul Eater
What?
can't last a second against the Alchemist. They're looking for the Ember Spirit as well. Can he get the bash off? First
BKB
concoction,
for
avoid
what?
it nicely. But the Spear of Mars will finish off this poor Ember Spirit. And that's going to be 4 kills going the way of Amigo.
What was he waiting to use that BKB for, brother? This is the last fight of the game.
Yeah, I probably didn't. I think he's just tired, dude. I think he's like...
I mean, he got
Done with
hexed, but you're diving supports. That's what your BKB is for. I get it. This game is over. I don't mean to flame too much, but like to buy this item and then to never use it. I mean, basically all he got out of this was 200 HP and the 24 damage. That's all he got from this item this game. You know, which is just a waste of gold at the end of the day.
Caudle into a bit of damage here, but I think we're down. I thought we were going to defend it for a second.
No.
Nope, impossible. It was just going to be a full win for Amiga. Kind of a stompy game, honestly, but here's what happens. You get alchemisted. Yeah, it's difficult. Richie was talking about this earlier, and I'm just going to reiterate the point, right? If you're a team that doesn't have a long time playing together, you don't have the coordination just yet down to a T, and especially if you're a team that doesn't have as much competitive experience, it's really difficult to try to beat these kind of cheesy picks like Alk, sometimes Broodmother, even Caudle Bristol falls into that category. Like, these picks that can win the game if left unchecked are very, very difficult to deal with if you are not used to playing as a team against them.
Yeah, and almost as bad. Credit where credit is due. They tried. Like I don't even mean this in like a mean way. Like they made good efforts. Like they rotated as 4, sometimes 5 heroes. Even Antoha using recall to get the Ursa involved in these early fights because they knew they just needed the bodies. But the problem was Namiga were ready for it. Like it was. Like, the issue is, it's like when the most obvious play is to gank the Alchemist in the same spot at the same time, and you're playing against a professional team who's played together, they've scrimmed, they've done research, like, they're going to be ready for the most obvious thing, right? And almost as bad, whereas normally that play is good enough in basically any pub to win you the game, it's not enough in a pro game. It's not. You need to be a little bit more, I don't know, it needs to be a little bit more. But that's game 1. Pretty quick game number 1 as well. Namiga, they didn't pull any punches. 31 minutes in. But nice job here, actually, boosting the win rate here of this Alchemist offlane. I think the Chosen One did a fantastic job. Really delayed the game here of the Ursa. I almost feel like Ursa maybe felt pressured to go for SNY after Battle Fury because he was just so far behind. I mean, he got Battle Fury 14 minutes in, which is not that bad of a time, mind you. But when you're playing against an Alchemist who at the same time has got Battle Fury +1 item and he's already beating your guys in fights with 4 assists, I think like the pressure starts to mount a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, with this, we're going to take a small break. Oh, not small break, actually. We're just going to stay here with you guys, but it's a small break before the
Chill
Almost
out.
Disbanded versus Namiga game number 2 happens. Do you want to watch some Overwatch while we do?
I got an Overwatch. Yeah, so we're, again, just waiting for game number 2, guys.
Yep.
Don't worry, this is not
Actually, I'm gonna
normally...
update this score.
This is not normally what we go live on this channel for, obviously.
No, I mean, this channel, again, I'm going to say, if you guys want to follow this channel, of course, you're welcome to. I don't care about subscribers. We donate all the money anyway at the end of the month to the chosen charity of the month. But I do care about you guys, of course, following the channel because we're trying to grow. And if you're interested, we only go live nowadays for competitive casting. Like I've stopped going, whenever I stream my personal stuff, it's always on my Facebook. So all Twitch is for is literally casting games in English. So if you're interested, I do welcome you to join the club. Because we'll be doing any games that don't have any official coverage on them. We are not big fans of recasting. Either.
Maybe there's no. We will only do it if there's not official English coverage. Yeah, for sure.
And there's a valid reason for it, right? Like
Yes.
it's small or they can't afford it. Not if fuck you English casters, which has happened recently. Before.
Yes, exactly. But anyway, that's a little bit of inside baseball. But here's this Overwatch replay. I actually had a good idea for the channel points. What if people could decide the charities it went to? Like you could have 3 and you could just vote for the one with the channel points.
Nice. Yeah, I'll be okay with that. Do you have an OnlyFans link? I do not. I've asked that for a lot actually. My Spanish viewers ask for it a lot, but I do not.
It's true, guys. Spanish viewers they're very horny all the time.
They are very horny,
They're
dude.
very horny.
Yeah.
All right.
I get sexually harassed off.
All right.
You know, there was a man actually when I first started casting like regularly, and I was doing like Spanish cast regularly. I was on this big channel, Gamer Studio, and they were like, I don't know, the equivalent of BTS at the time, right? Like they're just a big channel hub for a bunch of Spanish casts. And there was this one dude, his name was Chileno777. I will never forget because he would just come to the cast and write in the chat and wait. We would never ban people. We'd just time them out, and he would just write the most obscene things about my asshole specifically, just like the most crazy comments he could come up with. And he would just wait to be banned, and then he would make a new account with like a different number at the end, and he'd just write the same things on my anus, and they would just continue doing this forever and ever and ever. To the point where I was like, I don't know what this guy's life is like, you know? How do you tell your family that? My life is talking to a caster about his anus. That's fucked up. That's weird, dude.
It is a little
That's
bit
so
weird. It is a little bit weird. Anyway,
People are weird.
how are your hemorrhoids doing?
He was talking to your soul, Havo. That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a
Nice.
great one. That's a great line. That's a great line. Okay. So we're just doing a quick Overwatch, guys. The timer, which is not on screen, but now it is that should be about when the lobby's ready to go. So we'll have that up. But waiting for game 2 should be up relatively shortly if they start that lobby on time. So just a quick little Overwatch. We got a Shaman reporter for feeding. We're pretty early on in the game when he started reporting him as well. Normally you don't really see reports for feeding unless it's super obvious until a little bit later on in the game. But he's only died 3 times compared to the Zeus, which is not that bad. It looks like he's about to get hooked by Pudge, though, so we'll take a look. There's only 3 slots here. What's his net worth looking like? Not bad. Not bad for, like, very respectable for a position 4. Oh, it's a support Zeus, is it?
Yeah, it seems like.
Oh, okay. A little bit weirder, but we'll see what's going on here.
But they did the Shaman, though, not the Zeus, right?
They did report Shaman, yeah.
I mean, already this is not.
Is under attack.
Yeah, this is
100% not.
This is not
He even
feeding.
wasted a Ravage, dude.
Wait, this is a mid Zeus. He's so poor.
Wow. Okay, so the Zeus should be reported, if anything. I feel like Zeus might have reported him because he was like, you have to gank my lane or something like that. You know, typical mid stuff.
Is this actually? But how? Okay.
No, I must have been mid Ogre Magi, right? Because Ogre Magi has way too much farm to be.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it was mid Ogre
definitely.
Magi. Okay,
Top
Zeus is
tower
just being a
is
dick.
under attack.
Okay. Well, that's obviously not. That's not something here. Yeah, that's not something here. All right. Well, that
Okay,
wasn't
so
feeding.
Shaman dies here.
Okay,
Okay,
he's
wait. Now you might do something.
Oh, he's dewarding. Okay. Poggers, very important
It
versus
seems like
Zeus.
he's playing a
Has been
decent game, right? I
You
don't
know,
think
it's
anything
not
wrong
like
with it.
Zeus can just lightning bolt or anything to deward, but that's fine.
I know so many. If you play support Zeus, your brain does not.
This could be a kill.
Shaman's not playing
Zeus,
badly at all,
Zeus
dude.
is just like running away for no reason.
I don't think the Shaman has been doing anything wrong, honestly.
I agree.
Not even bad. He's not even that bad.
Alright,
That
well,
kill
that's-
was a bit hasty, but like whatever.
That
Dyer's
wasn't
top
a
tower
reportable
is
moment
under
here.
attack.
We gotta.
Dyer's top tower.
This is a really
Don't
long.
go to player perspective though.
This is a really long replay though for sure.
Dyer's top tower has fallen.
Okay, and then he's split pushing bottom. Oh, he's gonna get ganked. He's got a 2-1. Do we have TPs? Look, 4 TPs. Okay, so he's not gonna die. Top lane as well is getting dove. What's going on up
He's
there?
playing properly here. You didn't even go there.
Why did he sees? Look, he's TPing for his Slark.
This Shaman's way too good for his level. That's why he got reported.
Who won first game? Namiga won the first game. Namiga won the first game.
Okay, that was awful.
Yeah, it's not a good. I mean, but that's not Shaman. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy. He's got a Ravage, and you already know he's gonna use it for the position 5 Shaman.
Are they just reporting every time he gets ravaged? Like that's not even his fault.
I don't understand.
Why is he getting reported?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have buyback, so it's not like he can buy back.
Is under attack.
Oh, okay. Didn't destroy any items. He's running back down mid because he had to TP top lane to try and help. Oh, this is a kill. This is a oh okay. He messed up the serpent wards. Or Ty's got phase, right? Yeah, Ty's got phase.
I mean, still though. I mean, yeah, a bit of waste of the serpent wards, sure. And how he dies to CK. Like,
I mean, but that's why he's an Archon though. That's why he's an Archon.
Shit, I've seen plays like this in ENG, dude. It's not even like it's just a small mistake. It's whatever.
All right, we'll jump forward a little bit here. Okay, he's still playing around mid. He doesn't have a tier 1 tower.
Up by the way, guys. If anyone's wondering what happened in the game, there's literally a score to check, and we're just waiting for that.
No, we're just waiting for the next
Radiant's
game.
middle tower is under attack.
I feel like this shaman just probably was getting flamed the whole game.
Oh, he didn't get ravaged. Poggers. He's controlling the Zeus. He's gonna solo kill Zeus.
Dire's top tower
He's gonna
is
solo
under
kill
attack.
Zeus, which is a lot better than what his team can do. Yes, Pudge. He's got shard. He's so farmed. He's more rich.
Again, it's not that big a deal.
He's more rich than his offlaner.
I feel like he might have gotten reported because he was using snakes to get killed as opposed to towers, which is, by the way, not wrong
Dire's top
always.
tower is under attack.
People get really mad about that. I've played shaman before. And
I
they get
mean,
really
you're 11k behind. I mean, the thing is, you don't have any tower push at all besides Shaman, so I understand that. But you're also playing against Weaver, Zeus, CK, Tidehunter, Pudge.
That's also not
Dire's
report worthy,
bottom
regardless
tower
if that
has
was right or
fallen.
not, right? Like, it's
Yeah,
not report
yeah.
worthy.
All right, well, 20 seconds. I think this is... Like, look, he's watching the game as well. He's probably like, get him, Slark. I believe in you. All
Straight up. Oh, you got the pounds? No.
right, and then he's going to TP
Slark
mid.
might find out someday that dust is an item or sentries.
Oh, use his shackles, brother. Why are you CSing hard mode? Oh, no. Another haste rune, dude. What is this?
Yeah, their draft is utter shit, though. I do agree. Ogre match I made.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I don't know who plays Slaughter in this meta, but it's honestly like asking to
What
find
region do you guys think this is? I think this is like... I have no idea.
one. Not SCA. Both teams have off lanes.
Yeah, it's definitely not C for sure.
I would say maybe like I'd be between US East and Europe.
They would for fish draft.
For fist draft.
I don't know, just have Slark, I guess. Slark
Dire's
Tidehunter.
middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
fish.
Yeah, he's not.
Oh yeah.
Dire's middle
I
tower
wonder who's
has
reporting him
fallen.
then. Must be like probably the Ogre. Ogre's like,
800.
I saw this, I did it in Turbo and it won. So it can win here
I mean,
too.
Ultimate is not that bad if you have like a really good matchup. Like if they pick up a puck or something, he's like essentially DK or Konka, right? It's the same idea. I mean, in a pub, mind you, at this level, it'll work if you know how to play Ogre.
Yeah, I think this one is...
Dire are
I'm not saying pick it for
has fallen
competitive
to
guys,
the
but I'm saying, you know, it's not that bad.
This game's pretty hard. Jeez,
I feel like
I think it's just... This is a pretty easy not guilty, to be honest.
me too. I think he's not guilty 100%.
He didn't do a single thing. Well, I mean, he did a couple things wrong in this game, but like all within the regular course of a Dota game, I would say.
I agree. Yeah, he's destined to die a lot. Like I don't understand why he wasn't even like properly dying a bunch. He was just dying sometimes.
No, I agree. Like he
even
was getting
getting
ravaged. Like
Now the game is not up yet. I was
no,
checking.
not yet.
Do you have any more Overwatches, or are you done?
Nah, I got more Overwatches. I was just taking.
How
I
do you
was
get
just.
this ready?
I was capping it. I'm telling you, dude. It's because I'm a good Overwatch regulator. I used to. I used to officiate
What?
amateur football matches, like proper soccer as well.
Guys, you want
That was very good.
You want to talk to an internet moderator in real life? This is Richard. Right?
No. I got out of it because unfortunately, like you do meet a lot of those types of people. And,
I am
and
such a good Overwatch moderator. I'm such a good person.
well,
Like I single-handedly, I'm gatekeeping the Dota community from
Well, you know,
toxic news.
you know, it's important. You know, I have to dive deep into the delves of these terrible games, and sometimes I come out with some gemstones, and sometimes people get reported for no reason. No, I remember like in probably the last game I ever refed, some kid had like a really bad injury, and I was like, oof. I mean, it was one of those where like he just jumped up and he fell down a little bit weird, and like just his leg fell out from under him, and I was like, oof.
Well, that
ouch, owie.
sucks. I had an injury like that when I was playing
Oh.
basketball. I was just running and someone just fell on me, you know? And
Yeah.
just because of the position of the leg, like my tendon broke. and
Yeah,
my
they're,
leg-
they're super brutal. Sports are dangerous.
It sucks because you think that these injuries have to be like major hits, but usually it's just a small hit that lands the wrong way.
Honestly, the most dangerous ones are usually when players like overexert themselves, when they're already sprinting 110%, and then they try and reach a ball that's just a little bit further away than they can really do, and then something just pops a bit weird, and then they go down, and those are the bad ones. Alvo, I'm going to go ahead and remake the call because it's already getting a little bit crunchy, if you don't mind. Thank you. There it is. All right, thank you. Perfect. All right, so this one looks a
Tomorrow, though, I want to say.
this one looks a little bit more promising, guys, for sure, because we've got a lot. It's a lot longer of a replay. It starts 21 minutes in. It's a DK for feeding.
That's an interesting question. Do you think getting rid of voice chat would help make Dota deals toxic? No, I think voice chat is good. I don't understand why we have all these like things like we can't just ask people stop being an asshole. Like that's the solution. Like people should stop being cunts. Sorry, that's not a word Americans can use. It's in the UK it's different.
In the UK, it's different.
I swear. I swear.
All right, DK, what do you got going here? He's gone for Midas, so this is probably a mid DK. What's his kill score right now? He hasn't died yet. They reported him on his first life. What is this? He's not even died yet.
He actually has a pretty good score as well. Like he went Midas, I think why. He won lane again. I mean, he didn't win lane against Storm because obviously Storm recovered. So
Good CS. I mean, they're kind of getting bodied, but he's just...
it seems like Jug is kind of failing more than he is, honestly.
Okay, he's running over, though. He's making his best effort. Could TP to the tower, but that's fine. Doesn't really need to do that.
No, I think that was fine. How was he reported for feeding me?
Reminds me back in school playing volleyball and a teammate dived to save the ball and broke his arm by landing wrong. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, obviously, like, in very heavy contact sports like Irish hurling or American lacrosse or American football, you're going to have some pretty bad injuries due to the nature. And hockey, sometimes even, although hockey's getting a lot better at it these games. Ice hockey, that is. I don't know about field hockey. I don't know anything about field hockey. But
it's not that as violent as ice hockey.
How's
That's more to do with the culture, by the way.
How's handball? Because handball is, like, indoors.
I wouldn't say it's particularly violent, but it's quite brutal. Like if you stop a handball, like those balls are fast.
Yeah.
You know? We're talking like stopping a baseball pitcher's ball, right?
Yeah,
yeah. Like it's tough.
I can see that.
If you
All right.
swallow a follow ball in baseball, you're gonna get hurt, dude. They can break legs and arms easily.
Yeah, I was not much of a baseball player myself. I did the classic thing where you know, you're practicing catch. I was very young. This was t-ball, right? My older brother was really good at baseball, so my parents are like, well, maybe this one's good at baseball too. And then I tried to catch a ball. The coach underhanded at me, and then it went through my hands and my glove. I don't know how, and it made my nose bleed.
Oh yeah, he's right. The field hockey does have a pretty dangerous ball. Like people do shoot it at really, like particularly the goalie. You know, if the goalie happens to be protected where the ball hits or something, you know? Or like a player is trying to block the goal. I mean, you can't really.
Who reports like this, by the way? I mean, just
I don't know. I don't even know what he's reporting for.
Oh, okay. Like, here it is. He's gonna die here. Maybe he has to. But even this is not that bad of a place to be farming because you can TP to tier 1.
The right place to be farming.
Like they can TP here, but it'll take 6 seconds. Your entire team has TPs.
If you're the enemy team,
the
right killers to go for
TP. This is when you ask for TPs. You go, hey guys, they're gonna kill me. Be ready. Be ready. Okay, never mind. They're gonna run, and then you report him for Overwatch.
Why? Oh, because he's gonna feed here.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay. But that's why. That's why you call for this. Like this is obvious. No one is showing in the other lanes. I mean.
I would say the mistake is from the team, though, because they're going as far as where your triangle is.
I agree.
You kind of have a DP, DK as well, ready to fight, both with ultimates.
I mean, this is such an easy kill if your team is waiting for you in your secret shop, because one big DP silence, and sorry, I didn't mean to skip, into a big old Omni Slash there. Storm is out of mana. Like, that's why you ask for TPs. You ask your team to be ready, guys. It's very important to communicate in the games.
Oh, I can imagine handball having a lot of wrist injuries. I mean, the speed they throw the ball in handball is insane.
Yeah.
Game is up, by the way.
Oh, lovely. Okay, we'll try and get through this one a bit faster.
I mean, I don't feel like this DK is doing anything wrong.
Well, yeah, but who knows? Maybe it's like the Joker, where eventually he snaps, right? He was probably all chatting. He's chatting to his team right now. He's chatting to his team. He's chatting to his team. Oh, you guys suck. Oh my God, I'm gonna blah 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 blah. I'm so good at Dota. Okay, let's go play some Dota again. I almost have AC.
That is actually how Richie talks to his team most of the time.
Okay.
All of a sudden, it'll be like 4 a.m. and I just hear Seek and Strike going, I'm so good at Dota! Listen, I'm good! I swear! Trust me!
Oh, come on, buddy. Use your Midas. Why are you... This has to be an NA game. I can tell you why. Because in NA, it's like the only region where they'll stop playing, they'll take their hands off their mouse, and then they'll just... Oh my goodness, he's getting his butt kicked.
Full-on keyboard warrior.
Full-on keyboard warrior. I've only
I
seen it in NA.
Radiant's bottom. Radiant's struck under attack.
NA has quite the keyboard warrior.
In C, they just yell at you in Indonesian or Tagalog. Like, he's not even feeding here. And in Europe, I imagine everyone just says, yeah,
Well, because
whatever.
in NA they actually write, they're actually trying to explain things to you, and they actually have an essay of it. Whereas in C, it's usually just racist insult.
Look,
Traditionally, your mom joke.
he's died once. Okay, good Yule Scepter. Okay, good fight.
That was awesome.
Okay, no one's got
He's gonna die
detection.
here and
Okay,
get
well,
reported for cheating? It's not that bad.
well, all right. The supports, unfortunately, were chasing down, I think, a Storm. I mean, the supports were chasing down an AA. That's a bit unfortunate because they should have been there with a detection, but that's fine. That's not
Seki was better if the supports were there. Or DP could have been there as well as their part of the
I mean, the point is that's not DK's fault, really. I mean, also, it doesn't kill to carry detection, but still. All right, we got to get through this one. Okay, good fight mid lane. He's going to maybe kill Storm. Okay, they don't have the damage. Haunts. Oh, all right, well, that'll happen sometimes.
EU does have keyboard warriors as well, but since EU is so different culturally, like versus America, you do have a lot of different. Like, I think the keyboard warriors in the EU are 100% mostly British people. I haven't had too many Russian keyboard warriors. Nobody in Spain plays Dota.
Oh, he just dropped an item. Okay, I thought he destroyed it. Sorry, I'm really trying to get through this one. Again, he stops playing for a while, which is really stupid, but like
It's whatever, dude. He's not feeding.
He's not feeding.
Sure. I wouldn't say he's griefing either.
I wouldn't say he's griefing either. Okay, Jug gets sniped.
The draft is on the way, by the way.
I know.
He's not guilty, dude.
Well, hold on. Okay, that was just a regular team fight. He just got bodied. Doesn't have buyback. I don't understand who's reporting into this game. Doesn't make any sense.
He's not even the worst player in this team.
He's not.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, he's only got 4 deaths. Okay, I mean that was a bad place to be farming for sure. That was his worst death, but again, that's why he's a legend. He's dead for a long time, and this game's over. This game's over. What did they fountain farm him? No, okay. Again, a stupid place to be, but the game's over by now. It's not really. This is not feeding. He doesn't respawn. Not guilty. Not guilty. Submit verdict. Thank you. You're welcome.
Watch my game. Watch my game, son.
What do you mean your game?
I'm already in the...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. What do we got? What do we got going on?
We have Alk and Oracle as the first picks for Namiga, as Rubik and Monkey King are the first picks for almost to spend.
All right. On your screens now.
Radiant team
So
back.
again, they let the Alk pass. I'm very surprised by. I mean, they banned the Mars, which I think was also very impactful, so fair enough. But the Alk was also a big issue. This time, it seemed to be answering with the Monkey King, which could be an offlane Monkey King. We have seen this a fair amount in both Europe and Western Europe and Eastern Europe, particularly with the Witchblade build that Seb invented, because
10
Witchblade is like
seconds
just a better
remaining.
Echo Saber. Now that Echo Saber doesn't work on the Wukong's command anymore.
5
Dire
seconds
So
team
it's
remaining.
pretty solid, right? And it does work on the monkey statues all the time, so it's a very nice little offlane
Dire
build
team
that
pick.
makes you relevant in the early game. So it's not a bad idea. I mean, of course, you can still run Alk 3, right? If you feel like this Alk is very threatened and very countered, just run Alk 3. If you don't want to pick an AA here, or if you don't want to block the AA whatsoever, and the enemy team picks an AA, just run him as a 3, and you pick up something like a Troll as your carry, or Gyrocopter as your carry.
10 seconds remaining.
That's it. I don't think it's that bad.
Yep.
5 seconds
Yeah, I mean,
remaining.
Oracle Alk, again, is going to be a bit spicy because Alchemist is like the perfect hero to combo with an Oracle. I think Oracle is one of the scarier supports like to play if you're like a little bit newer at Dota or if you don't know at all how to play Oracle. But the idea
Yeah, if
is
you've never played Oracle before, it's rough.
he's one of the harder ones, right? Because it's a lot like Wisp, where the skill ceiling it's not as high as Wisp. It's not even close, actually. But you need a lot of team play, is what I mean by that, with the comparison to Wisp, right? And Oracle's not going to work in every lineup, but you need someone like an Alchemist, for example, who he's got a great source of self-sustain. So even if you just get the ulti on him and then you're immediately killed, you can still have a huge amount of impact in that team fight just by casting one spell. But he's also a hero that he gets the ultimate and he wants to keep fighting, right? So a hero that is a carry that doesn't really no, everyone likes being alive, but there's like a couple of carries that like wouldn't do as well with a
10
false promise. Like
seconds
Troll
remaining.
is fantastic with it because he life steals and he wants to keep fighting because of fervor. PA is
5
great because she can
seconds
life steal
remaining.
and just keep diving and get extra kills because she just needs that one crit to get a big kill in the team fight. And by extending her life by that duration, it's great. And then Alchemist is the exact
team
same
pick.
boat. So Oracle Alchemist is a great combo. Not really too commonly seen, but it's very, very strong.
I agree. I like the Shadow Demon picked up though. It's pretty strong against the Alk as well. Because even if you go for the Battle Fury build, just being able to disrupt him before he can get Unstable Concoction off, or even timing it so he actually stuns
10
himself, which is
seconds
difficult
remaining.
but possible. Demonic Purge is very strong against Alk as well. So I think it's a solid
5
pickup.
seconds
I'm assuming a
remaining.
Shadow Demon 5, which is not commonly seen these days. It's mostly a 4 these days, Shadow Demon, but I think it's still fine. Just considering how value the Purge is. And also, Shadow Demon against
Radiant
Willow is
team
amazing
pick.
in lane. One of the few heroes that actually does counter Willow in the 5 position. Because Shadow Poison does not care about your Shadow Realms. So, ooh, interesting Tusk pick. So, Willow Tusk is the offlane?
It looks like it. I wonder if it'll be like because the thing is like we've been seeing a lot of Willow 4 just rush Ags straight up. So I wonder maybe if it's like a
10
Willow 3
seconds
just feels so
remaining.
weird. It's probably Tusk 3. This is something we're seeing a lot more of. Where did it come from, by the
5
way? Where did
seconds
Tusk 3
remaining.
come from?
Oh, Tusk 3? Actually, the first time I ever played in competitive was 2 patches ago. It was by Papita and Infamous in South America.
Did he go for like the same build? Because I think right now it's just like Necro 3s, isn't it?
He did not go for the Necro 3s. That was a newer build. But
Okay.
Papita was trying it for quite a while, and he actually played it at a relatively international stage, which made NA teams like Zoomers also try it out, right? And Quincy Crew also tried it out once, and then once they got it, at that point, it becomes kind of popular in pubs and stuff, right? So, it is, like, I've only seen the Necro 3s build, though, recently, right? That's a very new build. I don't know who came up with that one, but I also find it very interesting.
I think it's MSS.
Could have been MSS, not surprised because their team had experimented with this idea before. So the reason why Necro 3s work with Tusk is that, as you know, tag team does not actually work on
Radiant
units,
team
but it
back.
does work with your units, your own units. So
Yeah.
it does work nicely with Necronomicons. So.
The only reason I say is because I got like a Dat Dota page open for these for the like the item progressions, and I see 2 MSS games where he both won, and Brown Boots into Necrobook 1 into Necrobook 3. And then it looks
10
like the game just kind of ended
remaining.
that quickly. And then Desolator after that. Melis also did it here for
5
PuckChamp.
seconds remaining.
Oh, that makes sense, right? PuckChamp probably one of the more experimental teams. That's why I'm thinking that it probably might have not been MSS like coming up with this. It probably was a pub build that they've seen a couple of times, right?
And Benjas as well.
Benjas? Yeah, not surprising because Tusk 3 has been very popular in South America because of Papita or Mariano as they call him now.
Yeah, this just includes professional premium. Let me just look for some guy
Dire
named
team
Cry
back.
built it as well once before. But yeah, MSS is still showing up very early on here. Afu built it. Yeah, so it looks like we'll call it MSS. I think is kind of safe to say. He popularized it in professional play. As far as I think a lot of credit there to as well as what's it called? Who was it? Pepita, right? You said that did it
10 seconds
offlane
remaining.
before.
Yeah.
But I think for
Papita was the first person to
5
realistically run the
seconds
offlane Tusk
remaining.
as like a possibility, right? Because like in the past like 4 or 5 years, I think Tusk has mainly been played as 4 and 5, right?
Mhm.
So when Papita kind of started doing, teams were like, nah, no way this works, and they're like, actually, yes way this works, right? Actually, it was a pretty solid pickup. I like it with Dark Willow as well because she has a decent attack speed. I know she's got nerfed a bit, but she does hurt a bit in lane.
Yeah.
So you have a really strong lane between these two. And honestly, Morphling is not the pick to deal with these because they just want to dive your tower and they don't care about your Morph strength.
Yeah.
Because one of the issues with Morph is that the way you counter Morph, particularly in the early game, is having burst physical damage. This is relatively rare, but it's the best way to deal with Morph because the more you turn your agility into strength, the more HP you get, great, but the less armor you
Radiant
have.
team
So the
back.
more damage tech team will
Dire
deal to you
team
as you turn it into a tankier, theoretically, Morph. So even though your HP is increasing by a lot, your effective HP is actually not increasing by that much, and that's where Tusk takes a lot of advantage of the Morphling. And tag team is one of the few like physical damage nukes you
Radiant
could consider,
team
besides
pick.
like the existence of Ursa.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you for sure. I really like this Willow Tusk lane as well because these two heroes have a lot of synergy even outside of the lane, right? It's normally when you think of like lanes, usually you get like one instance of where they're both level 6 or above. Usually it's a little
10
bit higher for the
seconds
offlaner,
remaining.
like level 8 to level 6, right, comparatively. Where so it's not always too
5
relevant, but like in the
seconds
mid game,
remaining.
like Snowball into a Bedlam
Dire
onto a
team
Morphling or anyone else is just instant death.
Stalker.
And that's really nice to have for the Willow because that's normally where she struggles to actually use Bedlam, right? Is actually closing the gap. That's why you see a lot of Yule's purchases to help the Willow set up the Bramble Maze and then close the gap to use Bedlam. You know, because other than that, like if you don't have Snowball or a Blink or or some vehicle to get you to the
10
enemy,
seconds remaining.
Willow is super, super weak because she like to use Shadow Realm to be able to escape or for an extra
5
bit of
seconds
damage.
remaining.
Night Stalker picked up his last pick for almost as bandit. Not the biggest fan of the Night Stalker, particularly because this means it's Monkey King mid, right, or something like that. So I don't see the point of Monkey King now. Because
I
you can
think
just pick a counter pick.
It'll be
Or
I think-
Morphling mid, Monkey King carry.
yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
So you pick up something that has some burst, honestly, for the mid lane. DP is not available. Lena's fine.
That was
Yeah,
Quap.
Quap is fine.
You may now
You just want something that
select
has a
your
bit of magical
heroes.
burst, so Morphling doesn't have a free lane, essentially.
I would have actually preferred the Lena, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, because Lena, her spells are too good. You don't want to give Rubik
Le-
LSA.
Yeah, but on top of that, Lena's also very vulnerable to Morphling Monkey jumping them. You have 2 carries in mobility, and Night Stalker's also kind of a lot of mobility. So
True.
Queen of Pain's a bit easier at running away.
The
Also,
only-
very good point. Tommy Lee, Liquid was playing a lot of Tusk plus 3. Little known fact, their offlaner Boxy, when playing in the when he was playing in the Finnish or those stacks and the Swedish Finnish stacks that he was playing in, he used to play a Tusk plus 3 quite a lot. But that was, I don't know, maybe 3-5 years ago, so a long time ago.
Yeah,
But it is true that
Petsy-
they do play Tusk Willow a lot on Liquid because Taiga's a really good Willow.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up here on the Dat Dota. I think I gotta just not be using Dat Dota correctly
10
because I don't see any of
Because
those games.
you might be only setting it up to this patch though.
That'll do it.
Yeah, because they play a lot of that combo before this patch. Like in this patch, it was actually a different idea. They actually copied Nigma, who's been playing Tusk 5 for 6 years, because Kuroki never stopped playing Tusk. And people are like, actually, Kuroki's right for this one.
Yeah,
I like the Amiga gaming draft a bit more again, right? I feel like your draft as almost expanded is a bit too slow. I don't know if Morphling mid really is the build when you're against an Alchemist. Like, I like the matchup. I just don't like how slow this is. I feel like you have solid lanes. I don't think Tusk is going to be too bothered by Monkey King either, because you just deal so much more damage, especially earlier levels. The Queen of Pain's solid. I'm not the biggest fan of Night Stalker.
This is a very big. This is a very weird bug, by the way, because as you know, after you watch an Overwatch replay, it just throws you into the player perspective of a certain player.
Yes.
And I guess that allows you to just like see, like if you somehow get into the drafter slot, you can like see what they're clicking on and how they communicate if they ever ping it. It's kind of weird. I don't know if you should be able to do that. I feel like that should be more private information.
No, dude. No.
That's very-
Dota be a beta.
Anyway, the only reason I liked Lena perhaps over Quap, although you're totally right about Lena getting jumped very easily, is you can actually break trees, which is always useful to have versus the Monkey King. Quap can always blink after, and she's got Sonic Wave and other things to use that don't really care if you have direct line of sight, so that's still good in that regard. As let's not ride on board with our Rubik. Master tier Rubik here, Soul Eater. Quick little pause. Predictions, absolutely. Good point. I have it ready.
Look at that coordination. Lag. Spike.
Boop.
That's
There you go.
adorable. That is absolutely adorable, dude. They're like twins that finish each other's sentences, huh?
They're twins? Why do they have to be twins? Can't they just be
Because
two
who else
people?
finishes each other's sentences?
Oh, lots of other people.
Twins, annoying couples.
I don't know what I was expecting.
That one, like those 2 girls in your school who kept saying they were best
Just-
friends, but not really, and nobody knew what they kept telling everyone because nobody cares. Those are the 3 people that finish each other's sentences. You didn't have one of those in your school?
No. I don't know. I
Oof,
didn't.
they're
I
the
didn't.
worst.
Dude, I hung out with the Dota players in high school, dude. I was not hanging out
I'm not saying I
with...
hung out with them, but they'd be like, the teacher would call them. He's like, "Did you know I'm her best friend?"
No,
I don't care.
It's
Shut up.
My school was just too big to care about. Like, I went to a school with 3,600 kids in it. Like, there's just too many kids there.
What, in just your high school?
In
or-
just my high school, yeah.
That's fair enough. My high school didn't have as many.
You know what I mean? Like,
That's
nobody, like, it was big enough where everyone kind of just blended it. I don't have all vision on. Apologies. 5-man smoke, though, up to the side of almost disbanded. Now we're all just as surprised as Soul Eater is.
Oh, nice disruption.
Yeah, they might be able to save him here. It is nighttime, so Night Stalker a little bit stronger here with this Void, but not strong enough to save his ally. Soul Eater, the Kappa got him. The Kappa got him, dude.
I love that whenever there's disruption, for a second the game turns into like Warcraft 3, and everyone just starts to surround the enemies, just even though, like, he was dead anyway, but they all tried to surround him in the most uncoordinated way possible. It's like watching in the old Warcraft 3 games where surrounding was like a big thing there. It's very funny. Disruption was a good idea because at least you prevented the Fortune's End, of course, but there was not much else you could do. Now, going up to the high ground, not such a good idea.
No, I
'Cause
agree.
there was no way you're going to be able to take this rune because of the Willow, and you might be dying here. They don't want to commit the Acid Spray, though, because they want it for the lane. Fair enough. Antoha will survive this. And the Fate Bolt, just for good measure. Not bad. I like the Acid Spray level 1, though, on Alchemist. A lot of Alchemists nowadays don't go in for Reveal Screen anymore. Simply because Acid Spray kind of wins you the lane. It's been really buffed. It's a really good ability now.
All right, predictions are locked. Good luck, have fun to everyone. Almost disbanded, still kind of the favorites, 4-5 here. So we'll see. Four people guessing Namiga, 5 people guessing almost disbanded. That is. We'll see. I feel like I debated a lot of people into going almost disbanded when I was going through their Dota buffs, and everyone's like, "Oh wow, top 400, pretty good." Yeah, but like so is Namiga, right? So that's something to
Namiga's
remember.
very yeah, and they've been playing together for a bit longer than almost disbanded, right? So they have that little bit of an advantage in that sense. Also, I think the org of Namiga does support the players a bit more.
Okay.
So, I mean, these are small advantages that should be mentioned. I'm not saying that's why they're winning, but it does help them. Also, I feel like if you let the Alchemist pass twice, I don't know, dude, do you really want to get into the Division 2 if you let the Alchemist pass twice?
You know, I don't
They've
know.
won every single game with either Alchemist as your main core or some other variation of like a really strong hardcore carry on Kurtic.
I'm going to reconnect to the game real quick because I've got some really weird audio desync. If you can just go ahead and let me know what's going on, if I'm missing anything.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Don't worry. For now, I mean, the game is not going either direction. We're seeing the Queen of Pain struggling up against the Morphling, as it usually happens in the early levels before you can actually harass the Morphling. Shadow Strike, if you want to commit to maxing it, it's a build, but you're not going to like the burst damage against Morphling, which sometimes sucks. In the bottom lane, Chosen One, unfortunately, is not playing too aggressively, or can't play too aggressively against Monkushin. Even gives him a free courier there, or Hellscream gives him a free courier. Not too great. We'll see how impactful this lane is. I thought Tag Team could deal with Monkey King decently, but Monkey King has a really nice base armor as well. So that could be a problem as they try to play more aggressively. And of course, Disruption's also amazing against Tag Team because it virtually reduces the Tag Team duration to half just because of how long Disruption lasts. Rubik in the top lane is in trouble. He almost dies to the combo of Fortune's End plus Purifying Flames, but he's going to be capable of surviving just barely.
Yeah. Oracle's very heavy usage on the mana early, but Lodine, like I said before, he does enjoy going for this Ring of Bacillus. I think it's the equivalent of going like double Sage's Mask, which used to be the thing when they gave almost twice the mana regen, so it's always nice to see here. Yeah, Morphling not having a very cash money time here in this mid lane versus the Stifling Dagger. Shadow Strike, I always confuse the two on PA. I have no idea why. I think it's because I'm stupid.
That is the answer to most questions I ask myself about you.
It's very true. It's very true. It's a good catch-all, isn't it?
It's a very good catch-all.
Why did Seek do his taxes incorrectly? Ah, he's stupid.
Actually, they didn't do that, but he did invoice his salary wrong for the first 3 months we were working together.
I did do that. Yeah, I invoiced I undercut myself. Could you believe that? But it was nice because
officially the worst caster because he undercuts
it was pretty, or the best caster if you're TO, I guess, because I'm gonna invoice you the complete incorrect amount in your favor. But it was nice because I got like a nice little back salary. It was like having a bonus, I'd imagine. You know, like you watch like a bunch of old Christmas movies that were made for boomers, and like they always lose their Christmas bonus, and they're like, oh no, my Christmas bonus. And I actually had a Christmas bonus because I had like 4 months where I invoiced my salary incorrectly.
Jesus Christ, dude. Imagine being so careful.
I forgot I did that.
I will never forget. That was one of the most shocking moments.
I was like, I was like, we get paid this much? And you're like, yep. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, I remember that moment, yeah. I came into your room, had no pants on, of course.
You normally don't. It's true.
The lanes are not going too well though right now for Namiga, honestly. I mean, I was expecting a bit of a more solid, particularly the Alk lane I was expecting to be nice. The Tusk is not putting the impact you want against the Monkey King. He's getting a lot of free Jingle Masteries here. Because he already has the Orb of Corrosion. Maybe he's going to wait for Necros to actually start putting some pressure. That would not be a bad idea. But still, you're struggling to take advantage of the Tusk entirely. But Tusk might just die here.
Yeah.
With a Jingle Mastery. One little bit of Shadow Poison. He avoids it. Nice. Shards too as well. So at least wasting time for the Monkey King. Actually salving a middle of trees, not bad. He misses the Shadow Poison again, but they do hit him in the end. Now the attack team, counter initiation, go for shards. The shards, Monkey King can't finish him up. Survive, but the Shadow Poison, he has to TP immediately if he wants to survive this. The Shadow Poison might just kill him. Oh no! That TP will complete in time. That's fine.
Nah, it wasn't enough. It was 70 damage only yeah. You can hover over the debuff, by the way, to see how much it'll do.
Oh! TIL. Man.
Yeah. I think it's only Inspector.
I have over 40 games on Shadow.
Yeah.
I just calculated in my head.
Nah,
I didn't know you could do it.
It's too difficult. Why would you ever try and remember that? You know? Oh,
because this is very easy. You just memorize like each level and how much it does.
Okay, Lodine, he's gonna die. That was a really good. Those are really good ice shards though. Holy shit! Like well played on that one. To be completely honest, like Chosen One. Wow, very impressive. It's hard to do that with ice shards. It's like it's not free. It looks super easy, right? It looks like they literally just put ice shards down and they're saved, but like, let me tell you, that's not how that works.
Tusk is a complicated hero to learn to play, honestly. You can also tell the difference between a bad Tusk and a good Tusk
Radiant are
easily.
scared.
Even in competitive where everyone's like a baseline of really, really good, obviously. In the top lane, Fraser could be struggling a bit. I'm not the biggest fan of Night Stalker pick, but in general, I think the rest of the draft is pretty solid. And Night Stalker winning his lane is already the only doubt I had, really.
Do you like
will
it
his
better
lane
in
be a
the-
bit more difficult?
Would you rather have seen it in the safe lane? As speaking of the safe lane, Munkushi is going to die. It's a big death for him. Hell Scream?
No,
right?
I think it was fine. I see the point, right? Night Stalker's mainly to cancel the
You
Oracle
pay
to be
for what
impactful.
you've done.
Antoha, we have a tag team though, so
Wow,
Antoha's
Ingrid,
gonna
just quick
most
little
likely
Sonic
die.
Wave on the XN. I'm going to take
Oh,
another look
nice.
at that one.
Antoha dies in the bottom lane as well, thanks to the tag team. And Aincred,
Radiant's
that's a very
middle
valuable kill.
tower is
Yeah,
under
because your lane
attack.
was not going your way. Now you just evened it up. Good job. And you're faster, so now that's your time, or especially once you get Necros on Tusk, you just start ganking all over the place.
Oh.
Like, it doesn't matter where you get the kills, just get the kills somewhere.
That's hilarious. Sorry, I just went back and watched the kill, and it was a pretty clever one there. It was very clever.
The what? The tag team?
The
Sonic Wave?
Sonic Wave, yeah. I mean, it wasn't that clever. He Morph just didn't expect her to blink from the Radiant side of the river, and then when she did, it was just instantly over.
Classic Morph.
Yeah, classic Morphling plays. Yeah, if anything, like pure damage. I think you're totally right, by the way, about like you said something interesting in the draft. You're like, oh, the best way to counter a morph is burst physical damage. I think that's the second best way, because if you have burst pure damage, that's always going to be king, right?
I mean, yes, that's
Yeah,
true. That's
yeah.
true. That's the king of anti-morph. I mean, burst magical is useful against him as well. It just
It
so
is.
happens that if you burst him magically, you better have a stun set up to make sure that he can't morph in time, right? 'Cause then, especially because there's a point in the game when burst magical just falls off, whereas burst physical, ideally with Ursa or tag team or whatever, is still useful. the
Yeah,
whole game,
yeah,
right?
definitely.
Dire's
I'm
top
hoping that
tower
we see
is
the
under
same,
attack.
particularly for the Willow, by the way, a Yabsort build of the Ags straight up, because I think that the extra damage would do you a lot of good. Talk about this. I have
Dire's
seen that on Yabsort a
structures
couple
are
times. You're in a pretty
fortified.
good position because Tusk is a very
Dire's
sacrificial
top
offlane.
tower is under
Fraser,
attack.
there's a double damage on this Queen of Pain, so she's hurting like hell. But Lodine is not making this any easier. I heard him, Master. Purifying flames.
Wait,
then he just
where's
goes
this
back
Queen
up.
of Pain? I can't even.
Nope.
Oh, well, they're fighting. Munkushi's going to rotate actually preemptively. Does not want to lane versus this Tusk anymore.
Over your whispered
He
dream.
rotates to take the tower because he knows Night Stalker can't do it alone, so it's important for the carry to do so instead. Whereas Tusk can do it alone, so that's why. So the difference between your carries is that in this case, Alchemist wants to stay in the safe lane as long as possible because he creates space by just living in the safe lane and letting Tusk take the tower down on him, right? Whereas in this case, Anchor just stole a bunch of creeps here from Alchemist. Whereas in this case, because the Night Stalker cannot push the tower alone, Monkey King needs to come top and actually create space this way. If he stays in the safe lane, he's not going to do anything
Dire's
because Tusk will
middle
eventually
tower
push
is
the tower
under
without
attack.
you. So it's the right place from both teams, honestly. Just Almost disbanded is a bit more aggressive because of their draft.
Dire's
I like
top
this
tower
early
is
aggression, though.
under
I think
attack.
this one is much more favorable versus the Alchemist, as the second Sonic Wave is not going to have the damage. In fact, I think he made it. No, he didn't miss it, but he didn't quite connect like he meant to. And Morphling, being the
Dire's
balanced
top
hero
tower
that he
is
is
falling.
basically back to full HP in no time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Morphling is having a pretty solid early game. I mean, usually when you play mid-morph, you kind of have to rush E-Blade or go for some like high-impact build early. It's working out for them, right? Like, it's not a morph that's staying behind.
Dire's
Alchemist not
middle
having the
tower
easiest
is under
time. They're actually
attack.
playing really aggressive as Night
Dire's
Stalker, hunting him down all the
structures are
time.
fortified.
And this is a great game for Night Stalker to build Vessel as well. This is a very solid game for him to build Vessel. Like, yeah, Oracle can dispel it, but still, it's great against Alchemist, and Night Stalker doesn't really need too many items, so. You're fine with Vessel Rush with maybe like a Medallion or Solar Crest afterwards?
Yeah, I think Medallion is nice to have. Minus armor. Obviously, when Monkey King's standing in his ulti, he doesn't really need more armor, but some minus armor for the statues to start trying to get some more damage in is always going to be appreciated. Speaking of those statues, he's probably going to be going for the build after the Maelstrom, so Maelstrom first into the Aghanim Scepter. We're going for Urn first on Hellscream, so not straight into the Ags after Boots, but that nice little first item. It's a great Vessel game as well here for Namiga, to be honest, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see anyone pick it up. Always strong versus the Morphling, very strong versus the Monkey King because of the lifesteal he gets off the Jingu. Lodine is going to die. Gets a disarm off, but unfortunately he was a little bit too late there. Dark Ascension used for Ankrid. He's blinked though, so he's just wasting time here from Fraser. As in the back lines, there goes the Tusk, the off-lane Tusk that is, getting the kill onto the Shadow Demon. Frazier, again with the flight, just diving him underneath his tier 1 tower. They're going to go for this. Yeah, Hellscream at least is a very easy kill, especially with level 3 Fade Bolt. And this could turn into a tier 1 tower, because the wagon is on the way.
Yeah, not bad. If they can take this tier 1 tower, they at least... Like, this is actually quite valuable because the Alchemist needs a triangle this game because you've been threatened so much. So taking the tier 1 offlane does at least threaten that potential triangle. Tusk, even though he went for Necro's build, part of the reason why you go for this build is so you can push the tower alone. He has been unable to even get close to this tower, honestly, due to the impact of the Monkey King. Maybe I overestimated how good Tusk's lane is, honestly. I thought he was going to do a much better job against Monkey, but he really had a terrible early game.
Yeah, he's having a very tough time for sure.
Like, I mean, he's not poor, right? He's still farming, but on Tusk, you don't want him to farm. You want him to put pressure.
You want him to fight. He's here to brawl.
Exactly. But literally, right? Because he was just caught in a bar, and he just wants to brawl with a lot of other people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just his Dodo lore. Oh, okay. They get the Demonic Purge. He's got Blink Intent. He's got haste, but he's rooted up.
Oh, but she can't use it because Demonic Purge.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is an unexpected.
And Toho with that tip.
Yeah, that's a good tip. That's a good tip because he pretty much killed him. But careful, in the mid lane, they're also going for the Morphling. That tag team is doing a lot of damage. Morphling's out of mana, and that's what I was talking about, right? You see, immediately the moment that he morphs fully into strength and the Essence Spray gets dropped, the damage from tag team is just absurd there. So, well done. Really, really well done.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, definitely. I was just taking a look at the damage in these last seconds. I mean, Willow did 172 damage for the killing blow, right? That's a Willow. That's how much damage he's taken. It's ridiculous.
That is a Willow in general.
Radiant's bottom
but I
tower
also like
is
the
under
Necro's
attack.
pick against them.
It was physical. It was physical. Just it wasn't the Shadow Realm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 72 plus the tag team 100 plus the extra bonus from minus armor. That's kind of ridiculous, honestly. Now Queen of Pain is pushing bottom alone. Not ideal. Tusk coming in, right? Like ideally you could have just done this with Tusk, but I think it's the best contingency plan for how bad your early game went.
It's a really
Tusk
good
is just
Frozen.
coming online a bit later than usual.
It is, and actually, I wanted to talk about how good of a Frozen Sigil game this one is. Scouting the Monkey King, it's great versus Bat Rider as well. If you can slow him down and scout him, because there's a lot of mobility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under Radiant's
You know,
bottom
when I
tower
actually saw
has
the chart
fallen.
at the beginning, I thought it was actually like a C or D tier, because I was like, why would you ever buy this on support Tusk? But the more I've seen it used, particularly because of the vision, I would put it easily into B tier.
Mm-hmm. I think it's
Like-
got a lot of uses where it might be good, and I think this is one of those where you consider it definitely after your core set of items, and definitely BKB as Dark Ascension is used because they want to go hunting, but Anchored's going to be too quick with the haste rune.
I love that the Frozen Sigil just got added back into the game as well, because Valve was like, guys, they've complained about cosmetics a couple times, and like they made a bunch of cosmetics for the Frozen Sigil. And then one Valve guy's like, I love the Vici cosmetic. It's
I
my
love
favorite.
VG gaming. I have so many First Bloods
Radiant's bottom
witnessed.
tower is under attack.
It's true, because that's not part of the Sigil. I also have the Vici gaming Sigil.
He just has the regular one. Come on, Chosen One. I don't have that one, unfortunately.
I have the First Blood witness to the special one.
Yeah, for
I was a
VG
big fan of
gaming.
Vici, dude. Man, I don't know how you cannot be a fan of Vici after the ROTK Grammar story. That was my favorite.
Who was the position for Vici that like they gave it to? Was it F1? I don't know who was on that Vici
F1
roster.
back then,
Okay,
yeah.
it was. Okay, I figured because he is like the legendary position 4, right? Ex Nova
He's a
legendary
god.
position 5. Oh, nice shot.
I mean, I know
actually.
everyone in China is a god, but here FY is particularly a god.
Yeah, he's damn good. Oh, great ice shards.
Yeah.
Snowball.
Tag team useless. Now the Snowball pushes him. Nice. Terrorize actually does nothing though, but the Snowball does prevent it. And in the end, Chosen One will die in exchange for Soul Eater. They put the Dark Willow in a bad position as well. And Elskrim will fall. Aincrad and Lodine trying to get away, but those ice shards. Never mind. She has Blink. She's capable of getting out of this alive. Even though he's still chasing after the Oracle, activates a tag team, but unfortunately won't get him in
Oh,
time.
they see Alk. They see
Instead, Alk, he didn't get the memo.
He's gonna be fine though.
Dire's
He's gonna be
courier
fine. They can't
has
kill
been
him.
killed.
Can they kill the Mortal?
Radiant's middle
Do a
tower
counter
is under
initiation?
attack.
I don't think they can. There's no Sonic Wave. Alk doesn't have Chemical Enrage any longer. And you've whiffed Terrorize already. It seems a little bit too difficult. You'd be fighting with False Promise and Wall of Response, and that's about it.
Yeah,
And Bedlam.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So like Tusk is actually, yeah, you're right. He's not even completely Necrobox. He's just go for full BKB, Medallion, Blink. I like Blink first, actually, on Tusk in general, especially as an offlaner. I feel like you need to be more as a save of an offlaner because you don't have enough initiation to make your hero worth it otherwise.
Yeah, this Alchemist pick. I mean, he's still farming though. He do be farming. That's the kind of the scary part of the entire time. Alk is pretty much farming almost unbothered. Not quite. They're gonna get 4 bounties here, by the way. So a nice little gold boost for the bounty for the alchemist, of course, because he gets what 3 times. Yeah. So 3 times, 12 times 70 is how much gold he had there. I don't know what that is. 12 times 7. I always struggled with my 12 times multiplication table.
84, dude.
That sounds legit.
You serious? Just add 14 to 70, man. Even if you can't do it, just do 10 times 7 and then 2 times 7 and then add them together.
Sounds legit to me. Listen, dude, when my 6th grade teacher said you're not going to be walking around with a calculator in your pocket.
They can kill Morphling?
No.
Disruption. They instead go for the Shadow Demon though, and Doha should be dying here. Chosen One still in trouble. There's the help from the Monkey King. And that's going to guarantee the kill on Doha. Sorry, on the Chosen One. Fraser still trying to go for more. Ideally the Alchemist, but Lodin stays behind. The wrong position, sacrificing his body for this to save his Alchemist, but he might not even do enough to actually save the Alchemist, who's now in trouble against the 3 enemy cores. They're just pummeling him down, but killing it too high. We do have Sonic Wave from Aincrad. In addition to Orchid, he's not able to survive. It's enough, and he's just going to go down. Aincrad also falling. Okay, now it's looking a bit bad. Monkey King will die to the Shadow Strike at least. Little counter kill they get there, but not what you were looking for. And Amiga loses a lot in that engagement.
Yeah, they lose a ton in that engagement. That's really bad. They can't do Roche at the very least, but absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal game. Yeah, it's 840 gold. He got so much money, basically, from those 4 bounty runes is what I was... That's the point of the story, okay? Listen, if you want me to do math, I'll get my calculator out. What is this? No math? No calculators allowed in a Dota 2 cast? I don't think so. Either way,
but like,
very big
really
fight.
that kind of person? Could you do like you should know like basic maths in your head.
I mean, like, yeah, I could do it, but like, why? This is like me when I say, hey, don't you remember where your phone is ever? And you go, why? And I go, good point. It's the exact same thing. Why would I ever need to? The only reason you know basic math is because that's your alarm clock.
That's not true. I practice it every day. That's how I used to pick up women all the time. I used to go like, baby, do you know what 12 times 7 is?
And then she would be like, why would I need to know that? I've got my phone as a calculator.
And then I'd walk away sad and cry in the corner. And after crying, the saddest, drunkest woman at the bar would walk up to me and hit on me.
There it is.
So there we go. It is. It's the Jerry tactic.
I think they're going to do Roche here. Yeah, DD on this Morphling. It's about to expire, but Roshan is already falling quite low. He's going to take a bunch of damage out from Shadow Poison as well. And they will have this one in the bag. Aegis on over to Xen, who is going to stylishly waveform through it and pick it up at the same time. We've got Orchid for Aincrad. But he's not really been able to do much of this one. He's not been able to make a lot of use out of it yet, however. And the scan is going to find him here. He's got to blink. Oh no, crippling fear. Yep. He's dead. It's feeding time.
Unfortunately, Aincrad just seemed to be lost in thought there for a second. Didn't blink in time, had no way to deal with it. He needs a big AB this game desperately, by the way.
Haste.
Yeah, the opposite of Regicide, probably just having a king, right? Like birthing a king, that would be the opposite. I think so.
I'm spring-loaded.
Actually, the opposite of Regicide is Spain, where we get rid of our king and then we reinstate him back in power. That's the opposite.
Oh my goodness, this Morphling, he feels so strong. I mean, he is. Look at this. They're just hunting. They don't have no respect for that tier 2 tower. They're going to run right through it. They didn't take off their shoes or anything.
I mean, this time they dealt with the Alch much better, honestly. They played a much more aggressive game. I like this game much better for them. I feel like they had an actual battle plan for the Alchemist. To be fair, though, I feel like much like last game, the Amiga did not play the best game here. The Chosen One did not put enough pressure bottom. The Queen of Pain has made a couple mistakes here, which has led them to be in a really difficult path. And the choice to go for a Tusk offlane, I just don't see the justification for the Tusk offlane enough this game. Right? Seeing everything that's happened, I just don't understand why you decided to go for this over anything else. Like, I like the idea of Tusk offlane, but usually the idea is you have a secure lane that you can beat, and that's the whole point of this, right? Much like you play IO Tusk. If you don't have that, then it feels a bit weak.
I think they probably looked at their lineup and went, guys, we don't push very early on. This Morphling is just going to get free farm, and so is this Monkey King. And they get, well, unfortunately, Beastmaster's already banned out. We need someone else that can push. How about Tusk?
Right, but like, then just pick Enigma, right?
Well, you know what? Enigma would have been really fun this game, for sure.
Either pick Darkseer and go for Necro's build as well.
Yeah,
pick, I don't know, what other heroes? Chen offlane, dude, I would have rather, honestly.
What are you, Skem?
I mean, no, not just Scam has played it.
Dire's
Actually,
top
Secret played it
tower
too.
is under attack.
What's Scam's name? What's he going by now these days? It's not Scam anymore.
Oh, I don't know.
It's
That should help.
But Scam's the carry, right? Or he used to be. I don't know.
no,
anymore,
he's a
actually.
support now. Yeah,
Yeah, he is a support now.
it
He
is.
used to be.
It is Debil 2000.
Debil 2000?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what that means. I guess Scamberlo also means nothing to me.
Well, I think I don't know. It says it originates from the player Nisha, as he idolizes him.
Oh, and Debil is like his
We all
name?
know your name.
Oh yeah, I can't play this one. They asked him on panel for the C pub. He showed up for an interview and he explained it that it's based off of Nisha, so that'll do it. Check item, sure thing. I will check item. Still only this Necrobook 1. BKB's on the way, but not anytime soon. Yeah, Debil.
Oh, because Nisha used to be called Debil Hubert.
Ah.
Interesting, because Debil or Debil it actually means weak in Spanish.
Yes, it does. Physically weak, not like next week or something like that.
What?
It means
Oh,
like
right, yeah,
weak
yeah.
as in
W-E-A-K.
for strength. Yeah, not like, I'll see you next week.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it means.
Homonyms and homophones or whatever, which one is the right one?
Because they have different meanings. Homonyms are the same. Monkushi looking for the kill here on Einkrad, and he will be finding it.
Return
No,
to Monk?
Return to, yeah, there we go. Return to.
Return to Monk.
Where Queen of Pain?
Where Queen of Pain? She's gone.
I didn't think they could catch up to her with a blink, but I guess they just have vision of her. I'm not really sure. Nice Stalker gave the vision, of course.
Yeah.
Dark Ascension.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Neon at the Major as well. Hopefully, it seems like everything's okay now with the re-entry problem because the Philippines they decided to implement some new Corona restrictions.
Navi is not playing with 2 other players. VP is not playing with 1 other player. It's already
Wait, who's not playing with 2 other players?
Navi just said Iceberg and
Really?
always when a fly play. Yep. Because of similar issues to Nightfall.
Oh no! Really?
I can't imagine they're going to be the only ones, to be honest.
Oh,
I
my
don't know what
goodness.
Beast Coast is doing as well. I've heard rumors that Beast Coast is struggling as well for Ector's health and Chris Lux because they both have really weak immune systems.
Oh no. That is not ideal here, obviously.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just not enough guarantees for a major that has to be run this fast, right? It's not really PGL's fault. It's just that when you have this much time for the major, it's just some things will fall through the cracks, and it's not going to be as perfect as you'd like.
Oh
But
yeah,
that's the name of the game for Valve. Not as good as we could do it, but good enough.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point.
That was the middle child of the game company.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yep.
That sucks.
It's pretty awful. Like all online. Nope.
Dire's
The tower will fall down
tower
bottom.
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
Pretty good from
is under
Monkushi at least.
attack.
Pushing this up and closing the enemy
Dire's
triangle.
bottom tower
But Alk
has
should be
fallen.
online at this point, honestly. I am surprised that he's not. I mean, he is online. He just needs the BKE maybe, and then you're ready to fight. But I don't know if it's enough, right? Are the enemy team matching you in terms of net worth? Pain and your Tusk not being cores essentially this game.
It feels like they should be ready to just kind of run at them. I agree. With BKB, I think you have to go. Like, I understand, you're still playing Alk. You're still 6K ahead. But the problem is Alk he's meant to just be played from ahead, right? But that's okay, because even though the cores are strong, you have an Oracle. You have Lodine, right? As long as Lodine hits you with that false promise, that may be enough for you to just squeeze out a win in one of these fights. Even if it comes at the cost of the Alchemist, I think that's still very well worth it if you're Queen of
Radiant's
Pain,
top
or at least your
tower is
Tusk
under
can
attack.
survive. But that's not been the case thus far.
No, yeah, not been the case right now. And for now, the Tusk and the Queen of Pain, because of that, have just fallen off because they can't really go and find farm either, right? Because anytime you find farm, not only are you wasting time, but you're also taking away farm from your core.
Oh,
and
the chosen one.
Now with that TP, dude, not against the Night Stalker. That Dark Ascension is a bit too powerful.
See
And
ya.
unfortunately, Chosen will lose his life. That's going to be it. Another kill. Night Stalker's worked wonders for them, though. I didn't see how powerful this here would be at ganking
Radiant's
the
top
Alchemist, and I really
tower is under
underestimated
attack.
how aggressive they could play this. I thought Tusk could mitigate his impact a little bit in the early game, but Tusk was nothing compared to Night Stalker.
Yep. Mr. Dama90, that's the link in case anyone wants to know what's
Dire's
going on
bottom
with
tower
Navi.
is under attack.
That's really unfortunate, honestly. Like it's so upsetting to hear. Not like in a way that makes me angry, but it's just like it sucks. Like it upsets me. It tilts me, might be a better word. Like to hear that these
Dire's
players
bottom
played like a
tower is
really
under
great
attack.
season, and then all of a sudden they can't go to the
Dire's
major.
structures
You know,
are
like it
fortified.
sucks. It really sucks. I understand that there's a reason for it, and I get it, you know, and I'm not complaining about that, but it makes me it's shaking my damn head, you know. This could be a good jump. Night Stalker, though, has got a BKB. It is nighttime naturally. Now he's just going to jump right onto the Oracle. Help me, he says, but there ain't nobody here, as Munkushi's going to go out and hit him with the Boundless Strike. Frazier just continuing to chase. His BKB's now expired, though, as we've stolen Chemical Rage, so Rubik's got that one active. He's very fast now, and he's got a lot of health regen, but he's not going to be able to actually catch up to anyone.
Take the outpost now, completely take over the enemy jungle. I don't know if Alk is ever going to be at a point where he's stronger than the enemy team, honestly. Like him alone carrying the team. Maybe you get a good team fight. I think his Tusk is not a good
kill. This is a great kill, though.
It is really good, actually. No, you're right, you're right. I'm gonna have shards from the Queen of Pain. Interesting choice, actually.
Yeah.
Not against this idea, like a little bit of more damage, more silence as well. Really good for cutting lanes, particularly this shard. So, because you can like Scream of Pain, hit the Akita a couple creeps, and then blink away, and then you kill all the creeps easily.
Yeah, that's definitely very true. Oh, they might get a +1 now, Monkushi. I mean, he's got BKB. He's nearly got Ags, actually. It should be on the way already to his courier, I'd imagine. Yeah, just needs a little bit more gold. BKB is active, though. Anchorage just looking for these supports. There's going to be now Kittich popping his own BKB. They're going to try and catch the Morphling XN. He might actually go down. He's still terrorized, but the Demonic Purge, just before the Shadow Demon goes down, make sure that XM, he's able to outrun the Alchemist. Munkushi now turning with his own BKB. He's already gotten the kill onto the Quap, the Willow, and now the Oracle. They're looking for more Kittich, though. The DD Rune active here on XM. He's just morphing into the Strength. Tusk doing his best, but it's not enough. And he's going to be turned down with a Snowball. And the tag team of his own. 3 kills for Munkushi, and unfortunately, even off the BKB, it just seems like this Alchemist is not going to be strong enough to carry the game. Great job there getting the Demonic Purge off there. Otherwise, Morphling is dead, and then the fight looks way different.
Demonic Purge, we knew how powerful it was going to be against the Alk, right? It was already a solid counter against him, so it was just a good idea to deal with the Alk with the Demonic Purge. That's why you needed like a secondary carry to be able to initiate with you, you know, like something that can actually deal damage apart from the Alk, because they already have good enough control against the Alk with Rubik and Shadow Demon alone. Another Roshan will fall, Monkushi being quite impactful here with the ads already, easily taking the Roshan. Yeah, I think it's your turn to just try to, I mean, you can make this game as slow as you want, honestly, because the Alk is not going to get any stronger anymore, so. He's already close to 6 slotting himself, he's close to peaking. But not peaking like usual heroes do when they peak and they're still useful for a couple other minutes. Alk just peaks and then goes downhill from there.
Okay, I was just rereading the Navi statement again. Yeah, I mean, the game is still very difficult. 2K net worth lead, of course, but when all the gold is on Alk and they can... I mean, again, just Oracle is constantly being found. He's got to break smokes. The crappy part is, like, at this stage, you also can't fight without your Oracle. So, you know, smoke, gank, dodge, you know, game-ending fight averted, but there's only so much of those you can take here before the game just becomes insurmountable.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can't really. As Nemiga's team, the problem is that your team was all based on the idea that you would win the lanes. If you don't win the lanes, you literally had 0 plan to come back into this game. But that's like, I mean, I say winning the lanes, not necessarily like you dominate and snowball. I'm saying like, Alk had enough farm early to carry the game for you. But you have nothing. Like Tusk is a hero to play from in front. He's not a hero that can easily get kills, you know, solo kills or pickoffs or anything like that. Queen of Pain is a similar position, right? So now you're in a position where like, what do we do, guys? We can only cut lanes and pray that the enemy team disconnects or something, because there's not really a contingency plan at all, unfortunately.
Yeah, because the Queen of Pain is not that. Queen of Pain is great at creating space. She's great at ganking your lanes, but she's not going to carry you the game in most situations, especially once she takes that first death. You know, her avenue of carrying a game kind of goes out the window after the first death here. And she has died 5 times since starting this game. Not to blame the Quap, but that's, again, just a limitation of the hero.
I completely forgot to take the intel command. I apologize for that. We're not sponsored by Intel.
Oh.
That's for the TPC leaks.
That was for DPC Season 1, and I was never turned it off.
That's how much I take care of this.
Oh, here you go. Team fight breaking out, though. Nice Boundless Strike onto 2. And no! Stolen Sonic Wave! Oh
more
no.
powerful.
Dire's bottom
It was
tower
beautiful,
is
it was
under
green, it was mean, it was lean, and that's going to be the death of the Queen of Pain as Munkushi is going to be eating a little bit of the Bedlam damage before he BKBs. Nice blink at least out from, well, the Willow, but it's not going to do much. There's the False Promise active. Down goes the Shadow Demon. Munkushi just too strong, can't fight in the statue. Soul Eater's about to get two-shot, but no, as the False Promise is going to end. Full HP, though, for the Alchemist as the BKB now wears off. Munkushi turning. That's a great Terrorize, though, connecting onto 2, but an even better False Promise. Or a Fortune's End, however, stolen, of course, by the Rubik, used to keep Kidiich in place. But I don't know. Again, it just doesn't seem like they can really recover. The team fights, I mean, almost disbanded, just playing them very well, honestly, in these team fights.
I mean, that was very solid, right? I would say, like, the team fight by Nemiga was pretty good overall. Queen of Pain aside, right? Whatever she did was not important. But the Oracle managed to get his False Promise off, which is a big deal, because being able to just deal with the Alk or help the Alk is important. The Alk is still a powerful hero, and you can see he didn't take too much damage from Morphling and Monkey King. But mind you, just because he could survive this assault does not mean he was ready to fight them, right? Like, he couldn't really fight them mano a mano. And now when you have the Scotty on the Morphling, Alchemist becomes much weaker, because now you have something to mitigate his healing a lot as well. And you can already tell that you couldn't fight against the Monkey either. In fact, both of them are going to have Scotty. These effects, of course, don't stack, but you only need one of them to destroy the Alk, so that's perfectly fine. I'm going to get a Shiva soon as well on this team. I wouldn't be too opposed to that either.
Oh, come on, Innuendum. You already know you can't post links in here. Let me
He's starting to show me again. I appreciate that.
I know, but...
I'm ban. I'll ban.
I know. I removed it. I removed it because I understand, but we'll see.
Yeah,
here.
sorry, we can't do that because, you know, you guys are great people, but unfortunately not everyone is.
Not everyone is. You are all great people, but not everyone is. Not everyone
Exactly. So people will post noxious links.
Everyone in this chat is a great person, but not everyone is.
In the world, I mean.
This game is just, it seems, I mean, 8K up now with the Alchemist. I mean, Queen of Pain, I mean, still has like decent farm. This is actually, let me take a look at what this Sonic Boom looks like. I'll try and write it off.
Sonic Boom just makes it so that the Blink will use a Scream of Pain at like a half a Scream of Pain at the landing location and where you blink, and also a small silence.
Cool. No, I knew what it does. I've never seen the animation. It looks pretty cool.
Oh, really? Is it different?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, a little bit. I don't know if it's exactly the same as Scream of Pain, but it gives you like a nice little AoE indication of how big it is. Okay, Aegis has been reclaimed. This is the best opportunity for Nemiga to get back into this game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit different.
Kind of looks nice, right?
It's pretty cool. It does look kind of nice. Oh, they really put a lot of effort into these shorts, huh?
Yeah.
Munkushi. E-Blade for the Chosen One. Munkushi also nearby. Considering going for the Chosen One here. The Yudel Wukong's command available. I hear the Sonic Wave from behind just to kill the Zoha, but they don't seem to care here. Night Stalker tanking nicely the damage from the Alchemist. And in the end, they do lose the two supports, but in exchange catch the Queen of Pain and the Dark Willow, which they're happy to. Chosen One also in trouble. As I have Snowball right now. Morphling just comes in to destroy the Oracle. And with a shotgun, they're going to be able to finish off the poor Tusk. Now with the Scotties, Curtis can't even get away. For now, he'll be able to survive the initial onslaught. As they've also lost their Dark Ascension soon. And of course, the BKB on Night Stalker no longer active. But it's still going to be a really good fight for them as they proceed to go now for the lane. Rax in the mid lane. Can Nemiga defend this? Most likely not, honestly. You don't even have Sonic Wave to fight this.
Nope.
Should be at least, honestly, at least top and or mid and bottom.
You know, casual Morphling getting an ultra kill there. I mean, again, this guy, I think I said something like 700, 800 games on the Morphling in the pubs, you know, so he's used to kind of carrying the game too. This is a position he's comfortable in, and I think it's definitely showing off here how strong he's really been. 13-2 and 7. Munkushi as well having a great game at 9-2 and 13. Queen of Pain, as well as I want to say the Tusk diving for the supports, ended up picking off both of them, but they've got buyback. They're in the fights immediately yet again. And by that stage, XN is already killing basically everyone else on your team that wasn't already dead. Nicely done. Nicely done.
So yeah, Basher soon for the Monkey King as well. Now it's going to make his matchup against the Alk even harder, right? Of course, Basher does not work on statues, not that you care, because you just looking to man-fight him. And you have 1 more minute to Roshan, which is the only last objective you're waiting for.
One more minute to Roshan. Sounds like a little bit of a song.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Ode to Roshan?
No, I'm thinking like, what is it? I've got 2 keys to paradise, 2 tickets to paradise, you know? 1 minute to Roshan.
Is that the Burgers in Paradise?
No, it's an Eddie Money song. I don't know.
I don't even know who Eddie.
I don't know who that is either, but apparently it's a kind of popular thing. Phil Collins? No, it says Eddie Money. But I could see that being like a parody song in Dota 2, you know. Either that or, 10 kills on the board right now. He just wiped out Tomato Town. Munkushi's going to go for it. He's heading southbound. Oh, here he goes. And that's going to be the Chosen One in a bit of trouble. Just trying to TP up, but immediately it's the bash. And he's not going anywhere. Nice little snowball tag team. Just using all the abilities. Might as well. Doesn't have much of a chance.
I mean, even compared to WKB there, so he knows that even if he comes back. I think this is freebie Rax, though. You don't need to wait for the Roshan.
Nope.
You need to wait for the 1 minute to Roshan.
1 minute to Roshan. Yeah, something like that.
I know you want to wait and sit, but Roshan's not in the pit.
Well, not yet, but it'll be respawning in about 2 seconds. I don't think the game's going to last that long. XN. Oh, nice little Manta dodge. Why not? Might as well use it. His BKB duration up to 10 seconds, so brand new for this fight. He's still got cheese from Roche number 1, or Roche number 2, I suppose, as Kadiach trying to get him involved. He's been disarmed by his Oracle. BKB's popped all around the horn as well here as XN fighting inside the Wukong's command, but they've not been able to pick off anyone here. So we're going to pick off Signcred looking for the backliners, instead eating the Demonic Purge now as XN will jump right on out along with Munkushi to punish the Queen of Pain. Walrus Punch will be able to nuke down Frazier at the very least, leaving a gem in his way. Kadiach trying to pick it back up, and eventually he's just going to stun himself. The 3-man stun here. I believe that was shot from the Rubik into the 3-man boundless strike. It's a being called by Anchor, but they're still fighting it out in game number 2. But the voice lines coming through. Munkushi dropping the tips, but the GGs will be dropped. Everyone's just tipping the Chosen One right there. GG, well played. I think, what did he run into a, why are they tipping him? What was this 3-man stun? How did this one happen?
He stole it from Rubik.
Yeah, but I don't know why did they tip the Chosen One there?
Picked Tusk off lane, maybe?
I guess so, right? I guess they picked Tusk off lane.
Yeah, I think that's a typical offense.
Well, it's game 2. Sorry for messing up the camera at the end, but almost disbanded. They do take that victory as my Dota breaks apart at the seams. Pay out the bets.
And we just have one more match, guys. One more match for between Nemiga and Almost Disbanded. Whoever wins this last match will literally go into Division 2, so we get to watch him for the whole next season.
As compared
Whoever's
to figuratively go into Season 2. Lobby not found. Alrighty then, it's gonna be the old one. Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked. I thought after that game 1, seeing the Alchemist again, I thought for sure this was gonna be a shoo-in for Nemiga, but definitely some signs of life are almost disbanded. Unfortunately, this is of course that was the score screen from the first game. Let me see if I can find it for the second one. Oh, that's not the right one. I am looking for Almost Disbanded versus Nemiga, which unfortunately is not here. Alrighty. What is this? Is this post game? Oh, this is in the KL chat.
Yeah, you don't get to see the post game, dude.
No, I was about to say I'm used to seeing the post game, of course. Oh, all right.
Sort of soon. Like the lobby's already up. It's 9 out of 10. So.
Oh, all right. I'm in. Wait, this is a replay?
Dire team ban.
What are you?
I don't know. Get me out.
Radiant team ban.
I didn't click on this.
Lobby's already up. It's we're waiting for the next match to start. I don't know when you clicked on. I'm sorry.
I don't know what I clicked on either.
I'll leave you for a second so I can get a glass of water, and I'll be right back.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye forever.
Well, we're back, by the way, guys. We're not doing Epic League for our own personal reasons, guys. They didn't want to pay for English cast, so we feel like it's undercutting if we do it for free. Well, you will be casting all the close qualifiers. So if you're interested in doing that, feel free to stay here and follow us. And of course, we'll be doing all of the close qualifiers for the ESL because these are small enough. It's not really that big a deal. Well, just remember that there's one last match for today, and then we'll be doing the finals tomorrow. As I go get a glass of water, we'll stay here with you guys and wait for the next game to start.
I will stay here with you guys. Avo is going to go get water because he's a thirsty lad. Waiting for this next lobby to go live. You know what? It's incredible. We've got another Overwatch, and I think it's time. Another Overwatch here just to keep the Dota flowing here. Of course, guys, again, this is not an Overwatch review stream. We are primarily here to watch the close qualifiers as one of these teams is on the cusp of qualifying to Season 2 of the ESL 1 DPC League for Eastern Europe. And that'll be determined here in our next game, which we do need a little bit more time to begin. So why not? We'll hit you with another Overwatch here. Probably just need a couple more minutes. We'll give 6 minutes here. 6 minutes on the clock, please. And we'll go ahead and fade in the timer, waiting for game number 3. Does anyone know any good anime to watch? You should ask that when Avo is back. Ask when Avo is back. He can give you a good anime to watch. Although I heard there's this Dota anime coming out soon, so maybe that one is going to be pretty good. Okay, player perspective. Give me Warlock. What is this? Feeding? Like, all the replays today are so weak. What is his kill score? I mean, he's died 6 times in 15 minutes, which is it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough right here. So it's not a very promising start here for our Warlock. But again, feeding, I'm not getting any of the solid griefers here today. Watch Drive to Survive on Netflix? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
Nah, Jujutsu Kaisen is pretty awesome, I agree. But what are you looking for, dude? What kind of anime are you looking for, Joseph?
Drive to Survive is also not an anime, by the way.
Jujutsu Kaisen is.
Can I get my trees back, please? There it is. Okay.
Actually, on that note, also Demon Slayer is pretty good if you have a chance to watch it.
Holy moly.
Of them all.
I would say it's the same level as Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yo, there's no way this Bloodseeker is actually Archon. This is a Smurf. This is a Smurf Bloodseeker. Look at this. Look how farmed he is already.
Honestly, on this hero, if you get a good lane, I don't know, dude. I've been this far, 50 minutes in a good lane.
Yeah, but you're
The hero
also...
If people don't know how to play against him, it's pretty ridiculous. Oh, something like Tokyo Ghoul. Hopefully, first season. Tokyo Ghoul was very awesome first
is
season.
under attack.
Oh no.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, if you like Tokyo Ghoul, you might enjoy
structures
Parasite.
are
Parasite is
fortified.
really good in general. It's a very good anime in general. Very
Radiant's bottom
deals with a lot of
tower
the
is
same
under
ideas as
attack.
Tokyo Ghoul does.
Dire's middle tower
So
is under
I think
attack.
you'd enjoy it. Much better than manga as well.
All right. Pretty good. Why did he get reported for feeding there? He didn't even die. All right, here it comes. Yeah, but they just overstayed their welcome in the team fight, and now the Smurfs are killing them. Get it, Snapfire! Yes, Mortimer.
Yeah, try Parasite if you try to jump animes. I feel like you'll enjoy Parasite a lot. It's a very solid anime in that sense. Or if you like something like a bit more on the psychological side, Monster is always a good watch, and it's very long as well.
Hold on. Uh-oh, it's falling apart. This is another NA
Radiant's
pub. Everyone's just
bottom
sitting in
tower is under
keyboard warrior
Warrior?
in the
Warrior?
fountain. Yep, Pudge, Kunkka. Okay. Kunkka's like,
Yeah,
let's play Dota, and everyone else is, let's not.
Monster is much more adult though than Tokyo Ghoul, but
Radiant's
it's very
bottom
much
tower
a
has
psychological
fallen.
anime about like the ideas of like should you let evil live? Is it like does everyone have the same chance at life? The whole story is about the doctor that saves a kid over like a politician, and then he loses his job because of that, and then what ensues afterwards. I don't want to spoil anything else though. The story is like really fucked up, but it's
Dire's
properly
middle
good though. It's a
tower is
proper
under
like
attack.
adult
Radiant's
anime. I
bottom
would say.
tower is under attack.
Animation's
Is
pretty
under
solid as
attack.
well. It's set in Germany, but the doctor is Japanese. Proper dose of racism as well.
Uh-oh. This doesn't bode well, guys.
I don't think he's feeding, but I think he should be reported.
I mean, now he's moving, though. I mean, how,
so hard.
how long was this? So he starts moving at 20 minutes, and obviously he died around here. So it was
Solid, what?
Solid
4 minutes?
4 minutes. A solid 3.5. Otherwise, yeah.
I would say that's
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I don't know. Like he's just going AFK, but it's not for feeding though. This is the thing. I don't know. Obviously, he's not doing any of this. I don't know about this one.
like he's not feeding yet, but I would consider this griefing, right? Because he went AFK.
I would agree, but yeah, I would agree.
I think he is guilty of griefing just because of the AFK is not cool. Right, I think it's justifiable if you go FK if like they're just taking your like tier 3s or whatever, you know, like
If they're
you're too wrecked
finishing.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like whatever, sure. And sometimes the game elongates, you don't know, and you go AFK. That's fine. But your tier 2s are still up, you know. That's not. That's different.
Yeah, I'd agree. I would agree. Let me see here if we can.
Game was over. It's not guilty. I mean, I don't think the game was over, to be honest. I could see why you would say that, though.
Don't
I guess
worry.
I mean, it depends on what your stance is on AFKing. I think AFKing is not correct either.
I'm going to. I'm
Oh,
gonna.
if you like psychological anime types with dark storylines, you'll love Monster. Monster will be like right up your alley. It's like the king of these things. It's also considered one of the best animes ever. And on that note, you should definitely watch Parasite as well. That's another great one for you.
All right, I'm going in depth onto this one. I'm going in depth. Keeper.
Okay.
I'm going. You can you can find the hero combos and find the match relatively easily.
All right, go on.
I've
We're
never
just
done this before. I've heard it's very easy. And then Bloodseeker on Team B, public matches, submit.
Normal game, like if it was a competitive game, you see a 10k Bloodseeker or a 6k PA, unless the team really messes up. Yeah.
Oh, found the game. Look at that.
There we go.
Okay.
How long?
This was a year. It looks like it was a Russian pub because people have Cyrillic in their letters. The game ended after 35 minutes, so it went on for another 9 minutes after this.
All right, that is yeah. The game is not over then. Not even close then.
Yeah,
I
but
think that's
doesn't that kind of make it worse that he's AFKing?
That's why. So I would
Okay.
say. Yeah, I agree. Shit sucks, and he was losing, but why even queue you and abandon and found? I agree. Yeah, I agree. Also, the fact that I mean, I wish I could watch the rest of the game, right, to see if he'd then proceed to participate a bit more, because then it'd be more justifiable.
That's going quite in depth. But if you want, I'll send you the match ID.
Nah, it's fine. I don't know.
Let me see what's going on. It's all Russian in the chat. Okay, so he was just all chatting a bunch, it looks like, in Russian, which I imagine is a lot of friendly, nice words. I'm sure he was disagreeing with the actions of his teammates in a very respectful manner, providing lots of facts and logic, and not using any racial slurs whatsoever. So,
I like this, by the way. Like, if you think the game is over, be a man and eat the abandoned. I agree. If you, I mean, again, if it's like they're bring your tier 3s down and the game is quite literally over, like your mega creeps, and the enemy team refuses to push, very different. But if the towers are still up and you think the game is over, the game is not actually over.
Okay.
Then yeah, I agree. That you should probably.
He also, the thing is that's weird is he kept fighting because he ends this replay right now at 2-7-2, but he ends the game with 2-12-10. So clearly he was like actually getting involved.
Yeah, but he still AFK'd for solid 4 minutes, right?
I agree. To me, this is a guilty. I've looked into it quite a bit here, and that is to me a very bad sign. He was nearly at Ags too. He almost had Ags. All right, let's see if this game is up.
I've heard it's really great. I'm starting reading the manga recently. I don't know if is it the anime that's bad or is the whole thing that's bad, just the story. I'd be curious because it's the same with Tokyo Ghoul, where with manga still good, but the anime became kind of crap at second season.
It doesn't appear. It says live games in progress, but I think I'm being baited.
Oh, what for ESL? No, I'm checking too.
Okay.
Lobby just launched, so that's why.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I think that's probably it for my Overwatches.
Never mind. I have Overwatches. Do you wanna?
Yeah. Send me. Let me. I have to set up another feed here. Give me a second. Avo stuff. Give me this. Give me this. And then, how are you going to send it to me?
I'm just gonna Discord it, right? Or do you want me to NDI source you?
It'd be nice if you could do the NDI, but I guess you don't have to. I can just.
I mean, I can. I just. What was that I do to send it?
You just turn it. You just go to here, open OBS, and then just have Dota in your tab. Go to Tools, NDI output settings.
Yeah, main output.
And then that's it. Make sure that it's checked, and then I can find it here.
All right, I called Dota.
Okay. Add source. Look at this. Professional. There it is. Alvaro's computer. Add. Beautiful.
I'll try to look at your source right now. 1 second.
Beautiful. Yeah.
That's just your source.
That's just mine. Yeah. So.
I was confused for a second. There you go.
Okay, there it is. Okay. I think there's audio, so I've got to mute your NDI source. Or actually, yeah, there it is. Alrighty, beautiful Crystal Maiden loading screen. We're watching.
Actually, no, I don't have to. You don't have to mute anything. Actually, I just need to mute myself completely on the OBS. That's fine, and that way you don't get any audio.
Oh yeah, true. That's fine. Or I can just mute the NDI source. It's fine.
I'll get the.
All right, what do we got?
All right, so Earthspit support feeding. Interesting, right? This late into the game? I don't know. Oh, wait. I don't know. These items do look a bit like feeding. Let's see.
Well, rewind us. I think a little bit here.
Why?
'Cause-
I'm in the middle of a
no,
fight.
I mean he's not feeding. Can you? Okay, so he smokes. Oh wow! Wait, what's the timer here? I gotta project this source here.
It's like minute 35 or so.
Minute 35. He's smoked because he knows enemies are doing Roshan. He's trying his best to contest it. Can you hit Q? Can we check like the stats here? Oh wow, he's way too early. He's way too early.
That's not feeding though. That's That's an attempt, right?
Well, it's an attempt, but like, look how much HP Roche had though. They
Yeah, but come
just
on,
started.
You can't blame someone for being bad. I'm sorry.
They just started. They barely started Roche. He saw all 4 of them run into the pit like 2 seconds ago, and he just rolls in.
He was necessarily trying to feed, dude.
Well, it is suspicious. All right, speed us up a little bit. You can use plus and minus on your keyboard, by the way, to do that.
It's fine. I like the dragging.
He likes dragons.
I like dragging.
He's going to be a big fan of the Dota 2 anime.
I am going to be. I'm even doing a show for it or something like that.
Yeah, in Spanish, of course.
Yeah.
Are you gonna watch? Are you gonna watch it with English, Japanese, Castilian, or Spanish, South American subtitles?
Whatever the original language is. What's the fucking weirdos that always? I mean, again, that was bad, but it wasn't feeding.
I mean, he's got 15 deaths though. Like fuck,
But
man.
both these deaths just show him being bad. It was definitely not feeding.
It's a lot of deaths in a game.
Dude, he is just being bad. All right, wait. Our spread is back again.
He rolls
He's
on in.
fighting this fight properly, you see. If he's actually trying to feed, he wouldn't fight this. He's just really bad, dude. He's just really
He
bad.
is really bad. This guy must have like random Earth Spirit or something. Oh, okay. Poggers. Oh, kicked his friend. Okay. Well, next time, Oh! Silence him. Silence him. Oh, you didn't need to. Very good.
It's fine. I don't think he's intentionally feeding.
I don't think he's intentionally feeding either, but he's just... I mean, he's 9, 15, and 22, so I guess what is going on in this game? Like, it's a kill fiesta. This is ridiculous. So many kills going on. Okay. Well...
Again, not feeding, though. Just bad.
Just really stupid. Just really dumb. Doesn't have buyback because he bought back already, so he's dead forever. Yeah, I feel like the team is now just like flaming him because he's got the most deaths on the team. Even though like Lions got 14.
Not much better than him, to be honest.
This is not a very... I mean, sure, everyone's just running at each other. Yeah, I mean, he's just bad. He's not guilty, but he's just bad.
I don't think this is guilty at all, dude.
Oh, good roll. I don't know why you want to kick the Enigma back towards your team, though. It's a little bit griefing.
Nah, dude.
Why would you ever kick Enigma towards your team?
Come on. What Dota do you play, motherfucker?
He's got to hit him with Magnetize
You
first.
do worse things, and our spread's one of your worst.
You have to hit him with Magnetize because it'll go through his BKB, and then so he can't blink for free like that. And then you kick him towards your team, and that's fine.
You've already established he doesn't know how to play Earth Spirit.
That's kind of incredible. Yeah, I mean, it's not guilty. He's real bad at Dota, but
He's just real bad at Dota, but that's not a bannable offense.
it's not a bannable offense. You don't get sent down to Gulag for that.
He could be an account buyer. That is true, but they didn't. That's not an option, right? Like you can do a cheating, hacking, scripting, or there's an almar abuse at the end, but like it's just we're not sure. Is the game up, by the way?
Not yet. Nope.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's up, but it's not like live, right?
Oh, sure.
Yes, I'm sure because that's what I'm looking at right now.
Okay.
Except not Maiden. I've got the TI5 winning heroes instead.
You can put yours now. I'll stop sharing the signal.
See ya. Let me go ahead and do our little transition. Boom. Different loading screens. Welcome to Dota 2 loading screen, the stream.
I love this stream. My favorite stream.
Yeah, he's just really bad, unfortunately. I mean, he's not, if he's divine, he's not going to be divine for much longer, that's for sure. That is for sure. Which is fine, that'll happen.
Think about the account buyers, by the way. I would like to mention this. Just because of statistics, this Earthspade could just be a really lucky legend player, right? That just got boosted by accident. Honestly, this happens. It's gonna be 1% of players. So when you look at these replays, obviously you're gonna find a lot of the, like 1% of players is not that much, but it is a lot considering the amount of sample size, So it wouldn't be surprising if you just got a bit lucky, dude. These things happen. If you play enough Dota games, this will happen.
That's true if he did sell items. I mean, but then his team would probably have reported him for that, for not for feeding, for griefing. That's what I would do.
If he reported it for feeding, that wasn't what he was doing. So
Yeah, it's just
like I can't change what the report is supposed to say.
what was I gonna? Or you can't change like the timeline either. I'm gonna switch it back to webcams here.
Yeah, really bad game. You're right. Yeah, it could also be that. Yeah, but just being divine means nothing. Like it doesn't mean anything. Being like the MR, unless you're like in the really extreme ends, it really doesn't mean anything. Like that's why people shouldn't really measure it as a thing. For your MR to be really true, you would have to
just
play
launched.
so many
Dire
Dota
team
games
banned.
that at that point you either are pro or your life is the saddest I've ever
Radiant
seen.
team
Right? Like
banned.
the sample size for your Dota MR to be true is something along the lines of like
Dire
I think it's
team
40,000 games or so. You're never gonna play that many games. So
Radiant
that's
team
even assuming
banned.
that your playstyle stays consistent and stuff like that, right? Like it's don't that's why I don't like when they show MRs. That's something important
Dire team pick.
about the game's level.
Draft is live. Game number 3, decisive game number 3, is it's going to be the first of 2 teams qualifying to the second season of ESL 1 lower division. Season number 2, anyway. Joining them this time around is going to be, of course, the 2 teams to drop out from the upper division, season 1.
Dire team pick.
So
Your
Radiant
hours
team
means I haven't
pick.
started trying again. No, it doesn't mean that you haven't started trying. It means like quite
Dire
literally,
team
if you don't play 40k hours, which is again ridiculous. Nobody has that many hours in Dota, not even pros. Like even the
Radiant
top players like
team
the 20, 30k, which is still ridiculous by the way. You won't have a balanced out. Just statistically speaking, you won't be able to say yes, my MR is true. Until then, you have no fucking clue. So that's why I'm saying like there's a lot of variance in your MR. Moods, things like these also affect you. So yeah, you can just have a bad game. Some divine players will play like Archons for a game. That's also
10
normal. It's what
seconds
humans do.
remaining.
Don't worry about it. Doesn't mean you haven't started
5
trying. It just means that your
seconds
MR is probably
remaining.
not accurate, honestly.
Dire team
Ancient
back.
Apparition picked up from Amiga
Radiant
against
team
Morphling. I'm
back.
very surprised that you pick a Morphling into Ancient Apparition.
me too. That's a ballsy move. That is incredible. I do not know why you would do that, to be completely honest with you. It seems like you're just making your game hard on purpose.
Yeah, but wait, Told War. That it could mean that you're not a Legend 1 because you're really good and you're actually a
10
Divine in
seconds
disguise, but it could also
remaining.
mean you're a Herald, right? So you have to take that into consideration. Like both ends of
5
the spectrum
seconds
are equal.
remaining.
Yeah, if you're the 1% of players, you could be 2k above or 2k below. So who knows?
Once again, though, I want to remind people that this guy's got over 700 games on Morphling with a pretty
Dire
respectable
team
rate.
back.
52% in
Radiant
the Immortal
team
bracket
back.
is pretty damn good. And he's very, very active on Dota. Like, he's been
But
playing
you
a...
did pick up 2AA, right? Maybe I don't know.
No, I agree. I agree.
I would usually say that AA is a counter to Morph, but maybe I'm old school. The kids these days, they don't care about AA. They just go, nah, I'm just going to
10
avoid the Ice
seconds
Blast, right?
remaining.
I'll just
Nah, I
waveform
wait
it. You know, Ice Blast isn't a problem if
5
you just
seconds
waveform it,
remaining.
old man.
Actually, I'll be caught by Ice Blast. What are studs? I've never heard of them.
No.
It's like you have one of those players in your team where you go, hey, can you buy a BKB? And they go, no, I'm too good. I avoid stuns.
That was a big thing in NA when like Arteezy was streaming more actively, you know, and he would just math dodge like 20 times in one stream, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's fine. Arteezy does this." It's like, yeah, well, you know, position 4 is also rush Aghanim Scepter on Dark Willow, and that never works in pubs, does it? And then they go, "Screw you, muted."
That is something that
Radiant
happens. Yeah,
team
yeah, yeah.
pick.
All right, let's see what they pick up here. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chiru. I would suggest to you, by the way, that if you are having a bad time with Dota, you had a lot of bad games. Honestly, play at better times, because the more normal the times you play at, like the more like afternoonish the times you play at, the more even your games will be, because there's more players. But also just, you know, take a deep breath.
10
Remember, Dota's a
seconds
game.
remaining.
You're not going to be a pro player, sorry to tell you, but just enjoy it, right?
5
Don't let
seconds
this be
remaining.
like something that frustrates you.
Stretch between games. I think that's huge for me. Like, get up, walk around, get a glass of water, make sure you're hydrated, because you know your brain, that wrinkly mush in your skull, it needs a lot of H2O to be active. You know, so do your eyes. Like, you get really tired if you just sit in the same spot. Like, that's why we take a break as well for 10 minutes, because like. You know, me and Avo, we're dirty PC gamers. We could sit here for 12 hours probably and talk about Dota to you. It wouldn't be very good by the end of it, but that's because that's why we need to take breaks. And you should too as well. It's really, really important.
Don't get stuck in this like grind where you lose a match, you go, man, my team sucked. I could have won that game if it weren't for my team, and then you just hit find a match again. Get up, calm down a little bit, stretch, watch a little funny video on TikTok or whatever the Zoomers do these days, and just go into each game with a fresh palette. You should really go into each game with a fresh palette. You can always think back on what that game did, and maybe if you messed up, what you could do better. But don't let that don't start each game with the overshadowing doom of the last game, because that's never going to go well for you. And that actually applies to pro games as well. That applies to pro games.
Mars is a very dangerous idea to go as well, because you're like you put more stress on yourself. But yeah, dude, you're welcome here, man. We don't give a shit how many games we've lost. We lose games all the time. It's cool. You're welcome. Just watch some competitive Dota and enjoy for now. Yep. Bane is an interesting pick for Almost Disbanded. I have not seen this pick at all, actually. It's one of the few heroes that got picked once or twice only in the TPC alone.
Oh, it's an Antoha favorite. That's why.
Yeah, no, but like still not a very common pick regardless. Right? I know. Okay,
he's picked it actually with IPG, as I recall. So I think we've seen him play it a couple of times, but
that's one of the 2 picks that got picked at the Bane. There was another one in, I believe, NA.
Yeah, he's picked. The only hero that went unpicked throughout the entire DPC leagues, because of course the major is not yet over, is going to be Necro. He's the only hero.
No. And even Huskar got picked.
Yep.
Jungle as well. Fucking lord.
I think we saw plenty of Huskar though, right? Because Liquid used it to cheese OG.
Look at this caster promoting social media addiction. He's right. Don't use TikTok. Don't use TikTok and give your information to China.
Don't do it. Instead, follow me on Twitter at YouCanDrakeDota.
Exactly.
Always plug.
Enigma for Almost Disbanded. Like this. I mean, it's a solid Enigma game because you don't know what the enemy carry is or whatever carry it is, right? Unless they're picking up Wraith King here, which it needs to be the pick, by the way. They're getting screwed. And you've seen Amiga always plays around their carry quite heavily. With Alk or Anti-Mage or whatever. So if you force him to play something like Wraith King here and he doesn't have a great game, it's tough. Like Bane and Enigma, already 2 huge anti-carries. And if you pick Wraith King, the problem is that you're going to struggle against Bane though. So even that pick is not ideal. But Wraith King is like the only pick that works here if you want to play around your carry, honestly. Because Enigma Bane will crush you otherwise. It's the only hero that can at least tank this somewhat.
Yeah,
Maybe Phantom Lancer, that's the other option. So the reason why, if you actually talk to like pro players, what they tell you is that when they see Enigma or these anti-carry kind of heroes where there's not that much you can do except for trust your team, which is not something you want to do either. The options you have are like, you have a hero that can tank forever and can last forever, like Wraith King. Abaddon carries another one of those heroes. Lifestealer Juggernaut used to be in that category. Or a hero that can avoid these spells. And the hero that can avoid these spells, that can play super kind of scurrying around, is the Phantom Lancer. Weaver can also do that, but it's a bit more dangerous. Phantom Lancer definitely pretty solid at doing that.
So
those are 2 options if you want to play with your carry. Any other carry option you pick up here is going to be bad.
I'm noticing a lot of similarities between this draft and the draft that Almost Disbanded played 2 days ago versus Team Toprada in the first round. They beat Toprada, by the way, in this game. But they also went for a Bane Morphling combo against an AA Mars and ended up winning. This Monkey King is going to be the biggest deviation, however, because last time they played it versus an Alchemist. Pardon me, I have a sneeze coming.
Honestly, not a good hero against Enigma in general because you struggle against the Midnight Pulse. The Black Hole screws you over. Bane is really brutal against you. Morphling, I mean, if you can avoid some of the E-Blade, yeah, but not ideal either. Morphling can turn into you, be a better version of you, honestly. It is not an ideal game, honestly, for the Monkey King. I am very surprised he decided to go for this one. He can somewhat tank. He's within that realm of like Abaddon or Wraith King, but in a very much weaker state. If you're going to play around this as your win condition, you need something else mid. You need something that's going to win you the game mid. I hope it's mid Monkey. I do hope it's mid Monkey. I think that would be a much better idea. Probably to deal with Morphling mid, because that's what they're thinking, maybe. And so they ban the counters to Monkey mid.
Yeah, it's almost certainly a Morphling mid. At the very least, it'll be XN taking Morphling top if they have to. If they get countered super hard by, I don't know, something that Morphling doesn't like to land against. But yeah, it'll be a Morphling position 2, if that makes sense, at the end of the day.
5 seconds remaining.
This Antoha, man, he goes for the same builds on Bane every single game without fail. Tranquils, Wands, Glimmer Cape. That's it. That's usually what he ends the game with. He's got over 218 games on the Bane, so he is a Bane specialist. Although it's nowhere close to his 2,000 games he has on Wisp. Holy moly.
Fuck.
2,211 games.
Do you play Wisp?
10
I
seconds
dabble.
remaining.
Every now and then. Every now and then, yeah. Yeah.
Dragging TA a troll because
remaining.
they're not sure if the Morphling's gonna go mid entirely, because of course Morphling can just be played as a carry with the same player playing it, but they just want to make sure the Monkey King has a decent lane. I think that's why the TA ban. I'm imagining, which is not a bad idea. 'Cause I am assuming it's Monkey mid. I don't feel like you can, if you run Monkey carry. I mean, you just pretty much gave almost disbanded a free game. That's a nice bad and bad. I agree. You left the Wraith King pass though, so.
Oh yeah, good Wraith King game.
Like if you don't pick Wraith King here, it's really Wraith King or PL. Like you really don't have any other options.
Puck.
Nope. No, you kind of gave the game though. The Puck is decent. It's a good pick. Don't get me wrong. But the Monkey King as a carry is just not going to work. It's going to be a very sad game for Monkey.
Yeah, we got a lot of ways to control him. ES to kite him. Bane to control him. Morphling to just run away from waveform. Enigma to jump in and black hole and destroy him with the Midnight Pulse, like you've already said.
It's just the fact that if you as an Amiga don't have a win condition mid or something that can carry the game for you, that's not your Monkey. All almost as bad needs to do is once the game goes late enough, right? They just use all their spells of Monkey, and what do? Right? Like nothing much. Like you're just done for. At least Puck can control the Enigma to some degree with the Ag Stream Call, so you can at least stop the black hole. But you have to control the Enigma and the Bane, both of which anti-carry heroes. I think this draft is very much almost disbanded. The chance that Nemiga has is if you really win early, but they don't have enough push to make that happen.
This is going to be quite an upset as well if Nemiga don't get through because of almost disbanded. I mean, again, these guys are very talented. Like I said, we've gone through their Dota buffs, and they've got a lot of experience and a lot of games played, but not professionally. And for a lot of these guys, it's their biggest team that they've been on here. So we'll see if they can get it done. It's actually going to be Munkushi Morphling, so I was wrong. I was wrong, ladies and gentlemen. How could this happen? How could this happen? To be fair, he also plays a lot of the Morphling, and he is the higher ranked player here. It's his Morph... what is this? Is this a fake account? No, he just plays like every single hero. Holy moly. Morphling is his most played hero, though, at 367. So they will be running Morphling into the safe lane and XN on the mid lane Storm Spirit, which I think is going to be still acceptable, obviously, here for them. It shouldn't be too bad, considering that he also has 600 games on the Storm Spirit. So, yeah, we'll take a look here at how this one goes. I still do like this almost disbanded draft. I think their team fight's a lot better. I think they're not scared of fighting even into Wukong's command, to be honest, because you've got a lot of magic burst for Monkey King anyway. A nice black hole, at least before Monkey King has like 8 items and Ags. You're not going to be too scared of fighting in here. It's gonna be hard game. Coming down to this, though, one team is going to be qualified at the end of this, and one team is going to be going down to the lower bracket for another chance tomorrow. So we'll head on back to our own camera and take a look as we are, of course, paused straight away. I don't know, man. You at the end of the day, someone's right. It's still AA versus the Morphling. So if AA can get some... I mean, we've seen Lodin pop off in game number 1, as you recall, right? We were surprised at how many cold feats he was landing.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an easy game for the Morphling, mind you. But look at the draft's difference, though. Almost Disband acknowledges this issue when they pick a secondary win condition of the Storm Spirit, right? Which is also a great hero catching the AA. Whereas Nemiga seems to have not identified their carries and have a really tough game. And that's not... Like, when you don't draft in a way that you acknowledge your weaknesses or you don't prepare yourself for these kind of things, it doesn't make me feel like you're going to play that way, right? So that's why I'm trusting them more in AD's draft, because they seem to be much more aware of their issues.
I think I have a small counterpoint, and that is we've seen Ankrid go for the carry build sometimes, like on the mid lane Mars, which of course it's not a mid lane Mars this time, it's an off lane Mars. Go for the Deso, right? Puck with this new-ish build, right, of going for Witchblade, phase shift attack, right? This is kind of a semi-carry way. I agree, it's in no means comparable to picking something like a TA mid, right? But there's still a little bit of something there, especially because the Aghanim Scepter is super strong this game, isn't it?
Yeah, that is true. So you have, there's the point that you could just play as a dual core lineup and pray that the enemy team cannot catch both of you, right? Ideally. And it's not too difficult. Of course, I'm not the most trustworthy of the Bane either. I don't feel like Bane's the strongest hero in the game, and there's a lot of ways to cancel his Fiend script this game, so there's that to be made as well. So yeah, you could argue that if they play a really good dual core, and they're both like strong enough, then you probably will be able to keep up with the enemy team. We'll see. I don't think it's bad in general. I think that's a good counterpoint. But we'll see if they're capable of making that work, though. Because playing those kind of lineups is not easy at all.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is difficult. It is difficult, but again, I think this time around we've seen instances where sometimes the more established team, the more tenured team, shall we call them, right, is going to have some small advantages in instances like this, and that's the only case I'll make for it, because I think that's something to just keep in mind.
No, I like that you're bringing that counterpoint up. I think it's a valid counterpoint, and also the counterpoint of that. You have a lot of counters to the Morph as well, right? So
yeah.
Morph's gonna have an easy game.
I will say, though, it looks like Encred is going to be going into the double null talisman, and maybe even 3 null talisman that Malrin likes to run on mid lane puck into a Veil of Discord, in hopes that they can just completely ruin this Morphling's game. So then you're not going to have that dual core, right? You're just going to have that magic burst instead for the early to mid game before Morphling gets BKB and doesn't care about you anymore, right? So that's the one danger I see, right? Where you're super strong in that instance, and I don't know if that'll be enough, because it's not like Monkey King at that stage of the game when you have Veil and the 15 talent is going to be ready to fight. So that's the one concern I have. If they do go for this one.
I feel like the Puck as well, like he does, like the Puck has a chance to just absolutely dominate this game, but the Puck Storm matchup, even though it favors Puck, has the issue that Puck can unfortunately not push your tower, right? So Puck has a lot of initiations early to really take advantage of this, because Storm will just recover jungle so easily, right? So even if your lane that goes badly, it's not that big a deal. And I feel like a Bane, even though he's not a great stacker, he's a good hero to just take some time, stack some stuff, because you have nothing else to do, really. You can't push, you can't farm, you might as well stack, right? That's actually your best way to get gold as a Bane as well, honestly.
It's also level 1 Nightmare, by the way, for Antoha. Not Brain Sap, which, of course, you almost always see.
It's actually the better build nowadays. Unless you feel like you're going to be trading against unless you have a really weak support on the enemy team, like, say, Lion, for example, you can trade with easily.
Okay.
Against skills like Titan and stuff, Nightmare's much better, because you get a couple of hits free for him, right, which is great. You stop the 4 from pulling the wave, which is super important with a Nightmare, like a big deal, one of the only things that Bane actually does well in the lane. And on top of that, you stop him from getting, proper harassment. Well.
I guess the only reason I'm bringing it up is because when he's previously played Bane, not against an ET, of course, I think this is going to be the difference, is he almost always goes for Brain Sap level 1. He's gone for Nightmare level 1 versus a Tusk, which is similar-ish to how the ET wants to play, so I think that's going to be the case here.
Yeah, that's the idea, right? You want to stop the big beefy forwards to go for this build.
I agree.
It's not it's always the better build, but considering the forwards that are being played these days, yeah, usually it's the better build.
I agree with you. I'm just substantiated it with using his previous builds in his games and whatnot, right? So it makes a lot of sense. I agree.
I also feel like the only issue with Nightmare the level 1 is that it is a very mana-intensive skill compared to Sap. So you usually Bane has a lot of issues with mana. I feel like they need to tone down those mana a bit, because the hero's really bad right now, and it's a position where, use one spell and that's half your mana pool, and it's not even that impactful, right?
Dude, come on, what are you talking about? If you Fiend Group, you steal 5% of their mana a second.
Yeah, right. Like if your one spell was I don't know, what's a really strong spell early?
Jingu Mastery.
Battery Assault, for example. Okay, sure, I can cost a fair amount of mana. Blade Fury, sure.
Monkushi?
Your one spell is fucking Nightmare. What is that going to do?
Maybe Antoha actually Spear of Mars will pin him, but getting pushed back by the waveform of Munkush. He doesn't have the level 1 waveform. Antoha's still alive thanks to the Brain Sap. He's good to go.
That was a good survival there with a Fairy Fire plus Brain Sap. Really smart.
I agree. Can we
no man left behind.
I agree. Can we remake the Discord call again? Sorry, it's getting crunchy.
Huzzah!
Perfect. Now, look how fast we've gotten at that.
Tomorrow, please.
I have to set up the license. I don't know how to do it.
You can set up anything. Just go to a free server, dude.
Well, that's not as nice. Lodine?
It's fine.
First blood. Nice kick. Very good kick out from Soul Eater.
Just about it. Poor people have been using TeamSpeak with free servers for ages.
Yeah, but then someone random can join, and then it's like, oh no.
No, that's not how it works. You make your own room, and you need a password for that room.
Okay.
That's the whole point of public servers. Otherwise, it would be useless, right?
Well, I would agree with you. We'll see. We'll look into it.
No, we'll not see. I'm going to set it up for tomorrow, please.
We'll look into it.
No, we're not going to look into it. Just accept it.
We're going to look into it. I agree. We'll look into it. Ankred's off to a bit of a tougher start middle lane here. XN's got 5 denies over him. That's a little tough. But it's nothing too crazy here. I assume it's still going to be Orchid first item here. He's been really annoying with his Arcane Rune, just able to spam out a ton of spells here. Let's get Silence into the Illusory Orb, just continuing to trade Harass. We'll force out all the bottle sips here from both sides. What's going on over here, Bane? He's trying to stack, but he's getting just bullied right now by Hellscream, and it's not going to be a kill. We're very low on mana, though, for Bane, so... Okay, a Mango consumed, not so much anymore, just a quick little Nightmare, and he's going to say, alright, I'm actually going this way, see you later. Don't mind me.
Puck, that's why. He was going to go steal the room, but the Puck just barely showed himself into the ward, and Bane's like, well, not much point to die here for free. So, yeah. I feel like that was the right play. I mean, yeah, I thought that was a cheeky bounty rune attempt there anyway. It was probably not going to happen. Storm at least got a bit of a bounty rune and regen a fair amount. Yeah, but... we're both level 6 in the mid lane. Now the question is, what will the Puck do? Once you hit level 6, you start to rotate, especially with this No Talisman build, because you're so impactful early. He actually did go for the Malrine build as well. Third No Talisman, already on the way.
Alright, so it is going to be most likely Veil of Discord. The thing that I saw Malrine do is he still went for the 15 talent to phase shift attack, despite not really having any right click. We didn't really get to see how that game developed. I think that was one of the games we tuned into about halfway for Toprida, and then we saw them get eliminated. But, I don't know. I'd be really curious as to what he wants to go for. Okay, we still actually have infused raindrops, but he snapped it without the raindrops. Great silence onto 2 Illusory Orb. We need a little bit more, but the Nightmare is going to save the life here of the Storm. XN looking to turn now just with more damage on the Overload. He's got level 2 Overload now. There's a little bit of a Ball Lightning just for the extra damage to proc the Overcharge or the Overload. Soul Eater, in the meantime, will die. The Waning Rift to secure his life, so we still get something out of it. Position 4 for position 4. And Puck is still kind of in fighting shape, whereas the Storm is going to have to run home to get some more mana. Shouldn't matter too much, though. Again, neither of these mid laners really pushes. They more gank, but interestingly enough, this time it was like the supports coming to gank in the mid lane that they ended up turning on to.
Certainly game is not going too badly, at least for the Amiga, right? The Puck hasn't started to gank. Oh, well. Bunk has been ganked? There's no way you can just kill them.
It's a lot of damage for a Bane being level 3, though. Like,
yeah, I mean, I guess Bane, like, just keeping the Puck in his lane is a win for the Storm in general, because you can farm jungle and stay in the lane, whereas Puck kind of wants to rotate now. Catapult's so confused. Why? There's a tower here, dude.
What is he doing here?
The Catapult literally chased after the Storm, went for the creeps, then saw the creeps died, and Storm just left him behind, and the Catapult decided to hit the range creep.
I guess if he probably can't see the tower, that's why. Yeah, they can't see the tower. Now he can. He's like, oh boy, a tower. Don't mind if I do.
Tower is under attack.
Is the Catapult like a robot, or is there someone inside?
I don't know. I think it's like probably a robot. Well, because the thing is,
it has
like,
runes on it if you look at it, so it might be just
yeah, because all the neutrals, like, they're controlled by the life force of the ancients or something, right? Because that's how strong the ancients are. They like really mess up everything.
Tower is under attack.
So that's why the neutrals just live in like a 2x2 of flat Shang bed with like 16 flatmates.
Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes even more, you know, when it gets really difficult and someone like. It's like, I mean, pardon me if I could make this joke. It's like your grandmother's house, you know, with the squatters, except you chase the squatters out, but then when they come back, there's even more squatters there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Kobold camp, essentially.
And then you chase those guys out, but there's even more.
They're like, what is happening? And at one point, start shooting them, and they start producing gold. That's the whole thing. That's the end of the story, of course.
Oh, to be a neutral creep.
So fast.
What a miserable existence.
Oh, indeed. Necrobook 1 already for the Enigma, though, so he's going to be going for the base buster build on this Enigma, as they're going to now look to jump. They actually interrupt the cast animation of the Wukong's command. They're going to interrupt it a second time, and he's going to turn into a tree for the third, but down he goes. XN eventually getting the kill. Frazier as well is going to be traded away by Lodine, as the rolling boulder onto Hellscream. He's going to try and get another punch out, but cannot. XN completely out of mana and now out of life, as that last little Illusory Orb out from Anchored will claim his life, and it looks like this fight is going to be petering out from here. Perhaps another kill onto Soul Eater, but we're out of mana. The Necro units hurt, and Anchored's just going to go farm instead. Nice little engagement. That was Enigma and Storm for just the ET and Monkey King. So I would say that's a bit better for Nemiga at this stage, because you want this Puck to be online ASAP. Go in for the Boots of Travel, already halfway there. Sure, dying on your Monkey King sucks, but that's okay, I think, at this stage. He's not. He doesn't need to be your space maker right now. He's important to kill. Oh, down bottom.
Yeah, they go for a really easy kill. I mean, Storm just came by. I was like, well, freebie. And that's pretty good, honestly. Bane staying alone in the mid lane just to regain some experience, literally, because Bane does not deep push the lane whatsoever. He just lives there and hopes that the creeps don't come at him. And he's really close to Fiend's grip, and the Storm is actually not even mirroring Puck's rotations. He's actually playing more aggressive than a Puck currently, which is a huge... I wouldn't even say mistake, just that it's an issue for the Puck. You can't have a Storm that's playing faster than you in the early game because you know the late game's going to be better for him, especially when this Puck is going for the triple nulls into Boots of Travel build, which is a good build to elongate this game and a good build to like cut lanes and stuff like that, and a nice little Midas. But this build usually is about the impact early with the Puck Dream Coil peak, and he's not using that whatsoever. Partially though because there's not really any good lane to gank that stop. And there they go. To the top lane, Enigma, easy kill.
So Leader's chilling with an Invis, but they do see him. They see him.
Yeah, there we go.
Fiend's grip.
Standing at the edge of the monkeys doesn't really matter. They can't cancel its Fiend's grip, not with the AA at least. Is the one hero in the whole Nemiga team that cannot cancel his Fiend's grip.
That was a bit of a misplay by Nemiga. I mean, they saw how eager Urspirit was. I mean, they saw him. He was into this rune, sure, but they saw him. As soon as he's not running away, that means there's A, reinforcements coming, which is not that hard to believe, of course, because there's still a tier 1 they can TP to. And 2, that he's looking for the opportunity to engage. And I think if you don't actually jump him and get that surprise and turn it on to him instead, he's going to be able to set up the team fight like he just did. No one was able to touch on Toha for the entirety of the Fiend's grip, and that was incredibly impactful. A second kill now onto the Monkey King does hurt because he's pretty far behind the Morphling now, and that is going to be the worst part about this. Is yeah, your Puck lives, your Puck's the most farmed on your team, congratulations, but it doesn't really hold a candle to this Morphling yet, who's already got the Yasha, Morbid Mask, and is going for SNY into a Hood of Defiance, so just a very classic carry Morphling here. Well, classic carry, those two words are in quotes, and then the Morphling, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. The Hood is, yeah, because you go for the PL build or the Lycan or whatever. Like so many heroes build the Hood just when you feel like there's a lot of magical damage. I feel like this game is very warranted, right? Like you don't have an off-laner that unfortunately can go for pipe early unless you want to sacrifice the Enigma's farm too much. So you need something to mitigate the Ice Blast. So I think it's justifiable. It's good adaptability though. It's acknowledging Enigma was not going to build pipe. You probably asked him pipe, and he goes no. No, and then he picked I need X gold for Necrobook 3. Oh, the Nightmare almost prevents the Ice Blast damage.
He's gonna die,
but it didn't. The Frostbite's still annoying him. Oh, he was trying to die to the neutral creeps, but unfortunately he doesn't get the last hit. It's actually Ironclad instead. They also find Soul Leader. That's gonna be 2 kills going the way of Nemiga. Really valuable kills on the Morphling. Here comes the Enigma with the Black Hole ready, but gets silenced with the Drink Call on top of them. They can't run away just easily. They're going for the Puck. The Black Hole just for the Puck. Spirit Bars might cancel this, but they're okay with this. At least they can kill the Puck in exchange. So Puck for Enigma, I mean, not the worst of situations. If it wasn't because you lost your whole team beforehand. And Storm is also in trouble. He's out of mana completely. He's very slow as well. And Toha comes back in. Fiend Script with the Monkey King. He's being targeted by the tower. He can't deaccurate thanks to the Fiend Script on Toha on point. Showing us Bane can still be powerful. Looking for one more counter kill on Hellskin. He can't find the chosen one, but Hellskin will fall. And here comes Soul Eater. The 2 supports want to avenge the dead cores. Can they do it? Boulder Smash. Chosen one in trouble on Toha. Still has a Nightmare. And the Morphling comes back in for Retribution. He will guarantee the kill on Chosen One. And even out this engagement ends up being kind of even overall.
Yeah, I think he, I mean, it's been so long since we've seen Bane be played. I think he forgot how long of a cooldown Nightmare has. Because he could have TP'd there, unfortunately. As soon as Soul Eater misses the Rolling Boulder, you just start channeling the TP. But I think he maybe thought that Nightmare was up again. But I don't blame him. I mean, honestly, I don't have that memorized either. So, yeah, a very good fight, I guess, for Nemiga. I mean, it's kind of hard to say because it was a bit of a messy one, wasn't it? Especially with that dive. I thought they would have that kill very easily, but all of a sudden, that was a buyback from Antoha, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so valuable.
Say, right?
I thought I heard
that was a really good buyback, though. I think that was on point. Really smart. Shows, right? As a Bane, you kind of need to understand that these are the plays you have to make sometimes.
Well, that's because this is when he's at his peak, right? Fiend's grip is so strong, especially when you have nothing to cancel it. Puck is dead. Mars doesn't have a spear to pin you or do anything against you. Yeah, I mean, he recognizes when he needs to be playing like this. You know, this is like the equivalent of like a Weaver buying back and time-lapsing back into a fight, right? Like, that's the equivalent. It's not as cool, of course, because it's just Bane and he presses 2 buttons, but like, the fact that he recognizes it is very strong. He definitely plays a lot of Bane, for sure.
I agree. I feel like this is a good shard game, by the way, for him, because talking about the lack of lockdown. Oh, he saw the courier. The courier saw him, actually, and I was like, am I going to die here? I do have Nightmare, so he's probably fine.
You can.
I like
He's
the
got
shard
DD.
game. I think that's going to be really impactful later on because they don't have enough area stuns to deal with the shard. I'm not really sure though where the illusion spawns. I don't know.
I knew. It spawns to the right of you, always.
Always? Oh, so
100%.
Power Strike and Dream Coil can cancel you really easily. Then.
Yeah, well, it spawns pretty far to the right of you, but it spawns in the same spot, quote unquote, relative to Bane every single time.
Oh, right. Every single time, right? But just like 400 units to the right, something like that?
Something like that. Yeah, I can check the wiki, but I did look into it because I was really curious. Because I built it once and it's pretty good. Because what you can kind of do is you can kind of Black Hole. We're missing it, but they immediately interrupted. The Chosen One's still alive. Encred as well. And that is going to be a nice kill onto the Enigma. And Toho, oh my goodness, is he going to turn? Maybe. If he can get this kill onto the Chosen One.
Are fortified.
He's trying. Nightmare for the puck. Like, no, I have one person in mind. Okay, I'll kill you instead. Fiend Script. Here comes the Earth Spirit. They don't have any more damage, though, for the puck, unfortunately. He's out of mana, though. Can they just chase after him? Yes!
What?
With a Brain Sap, he's done for. Okay. I'm Doha MVP? Yes, he deserves a tip for that one.
Wait, they're fighting mid still. Hold on. Oh, no, they just got to kill him with Monkey King. This is going great for almost disbanded.
Fuck, Doha's playing such a good game on the Bane.
This is incredible.
That's such a good Bane.
Yeah, so what you can actually do with the Bane Shard, by the way, is you can buy Glimmer Cape or like Ghost Scepter or E-Blade and then just like make it untargetable. Because what it does is, in case you don't know, I'll leave it hover the description, is you spawn an illusion that lasts maximum of 20 seconds. Just I don't know why, but it's hard capped at 20 seconds. That's how long it lasts. And it lives for as long as you channel Fiend Script. But the thing is, it also channels Fiend Script. And you can stop channeling Fiend Script and do whatever the hell you want in the team fight. And the illusion will keep doing so. It takes 750% damage, so it takes twice the damage a normal illusion already takes. So it's pretty easy to kill, and you can silence it as well to kill it, you know, or just suck on it. It's a regular illusion. It's not a strong illusion like CK ulti or anything like that, right?
No, but for a shard, it's quite a value. Like 1,400 gold is quite a nice little item, right, for a Bane. And of course, that's why I was asking about the positioning, because of course, if you're both channeling, because the idea is that you either use the Bane to stop whoever's going to stop the Fiend Script, right? Or like your main hero, of course. Or you just channel with both and say, yeah, waste their single target stuns on one of them. Like,
actually, you were right on the money, by the way, with the 400 range. It's exactly 400 range to Bane's right side facing towards the target, if that makes sense.
I had a feeling, because I've seen it. I just tried it in test, right? So I just didn't know how often that was. But
another Nightmare. And oh, he's looking for more. Does not have Fiend's Grip, though.
We do have a Nightmare, though. Nah, the puck is not jumping. We're going for the Mars instead. They even have an Orchid here, so Mars is easily killed.
Dude,
and I don't know how you recover, by the way. 6k lead for the team has the harder carries as well. You're in a pickle. You're not going to have your dual core lineup whatsoever like this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's actually very interesting as well, I was, again, just because I was literally reading this like yesterday or something like that.
Go ahead.
But what's fascinating about the Bane ulti is that normally, oh, he's caught another one, by the way, I think. Yeah, he's caught Monkey King. It's a tree, but it's actually Monkey King, so he's keeping him out of the fight. And Hellscream is going to try actually kill. Oh, no, Antoha, they needed you back here instead, actually. A storm has gone down. That means Monkey King is probably just going to bully Antoha here, as they're taking their sweet time. Look at this thing. Wukong's command for Antoha.
Is under attack.
But, so another interesting thing about the Bane is normally when you apply Lotus on someone and they reflect a spell, it counts themselves as the caster of the spell, right? So, for example, like Rubik, if he were to steal, I believe if he were to steal Bane Fiend's Grip, which is pretty easy to do, and cast it himself, he does not actually get the shard upgrade, even if he has a shard. For some reason, it's because it's tied. I don't know how it's coded, but it says that it does not apply to heroes who have Fiend's Grip by default. I do not know why. So no one can ever get this ability from Fiend's Grip, if that makes sense. You can't get the shards upgrade. Even if you steal Fiend's Grip, yeah, or if you reflect it with Lotus, it doesn't work.
Does that mean that if I drafted an ability draft, the Fiend Script, then it's not going to work with a shard item?
I do not know. I do not know if Bane is even in an ability draft, to be honest. An ability draft has a bunch of bugs on its own, right? So
I think Bane.
I don't remember. I swear to God, I've been fiending ability draft like a maniac lately. Every single game Enigma Tinker is so annoying. So annoying.
Well, like. But it's random, right?
I mean, it's random, but I feel like I get rearm Black Hole every game. It's like, why?
When you can't pick both, you can only pick one.
No, I know, but of course they always pick. Anyway, so yeah, it's actually kind of a strength because, for example, if Bane were to Fiend's Grip someone and they was going to try and reflect it with Lotus Orb, normally that would cancel Fiend's Grip immediately, but now it's not going to, right? because now Bane is going to spawn his own illusion with the shard, and the person who's recasting the Fiend Script is going to attempt to Fiend Script Bane, but it's going to be canceled immediately because Bane's illusion is going to continue the Fiend Script, if that makes sense, right? And they don't spawn the illusion even if they have a shard. So that's a little bit of a busted ability, to be honest, because it means it goes through Lotus Orb when it probably shouldn't. But I doubt it's ever going to be relevant. So that's the only interaction where maybe that makes a difference.
We'll see. That's quite a fascinating little stuff in the shard. I wish Bane was buffed a bit, because I like seeing it comparative. I feel like Bane is the a lot of 5s are slightly mechanical, and Bane is the opposite. Bane is just super tactical. But it's difficult in how tactical he is, right? You don't have to push buttons fast, but you have to know which ones to press, right?
And how to communicate with your team.
Yeah,
right.
A lot of the supports that are tactical nowadays as 5s, like say Enchantress, for example, is quite a tactical support, though she is also mechanically intensive. These kind of supports rely much more on understanding map movement, stuff like that, rather than who do I target in the team fights, because you're just not that important in the team fight most of the time. So I like to see Bane back in the fray.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. I agree with you. Maybe, I don't know. His stats are already good enough. 2.6 is at every level. Balance as all things should be. But maybe, I don't know. What do you do to buff him? I'm surprised he
just reduces mana, honestly. If you reduce his mana early, for Nightmare particularly, it would be a huge buff.
What if you made Enfeeble better? Because Antoa is a certified Bane spammer, and he's skipping it.
Because Enfeeble's just bad, though, until later. Enfeeble's very situational. In certain drafts, it's going to be kind of useful, but mostly it's not going to be great.
Oh, look, a healer and regen reduction up to 55% seems pretty damn good versus a Morphling, though.
Or against an Alk or something, yeah. There's drafts where it works. Chosen One, in trouble. They do hit him with a Dream Coil on Soul Eater. With Ice Blast as well. Oh, nice!
Yeah.
Oh. You're a good Bane player when you do those things casually without even looking, honestly.
This is a bit of a mistake, though, by Namiga not to have this this hill next to their 2/2 dewarded, because they know that's naturally going to be the next spot they're looking for, right? I mean, what are you looking for right now, right? What's your next item for Morphling, right? While you're waiting, it's Aegis. So you're going to push this top tier 2 tower. You're going to, obviously, the mid tier 1 tower is already gone. You're going to take Outpost. You're going to set up for Roche. And the fact that they weren't prepared for this, or maybe, I don't know, maybe AD already had dewarded them there, and I'm speaking incorrectly, in which case I apologize. But they have to be aware of this. This is such a crucial ward to have at this stage of the game right now.
I agree. This is a very. That's why also you see AD really defending this ward, playing around it. The whole idea, because they understand how powerful this ward is, and they don't really care if Monkey King is farming right now, because they know they have the ultimate counter to Monkey King, which is just Black Hole. If Monkey King is the most farmed hero of the game, that's one of the issues when you play against Enigma or these kind of heroes that just cancel your carry no matter what. Is that as long as whenever there's space created per se for your carry, you feel like you're also wasting a bit of time if you're not fighting, because especially if the rest of your team falls behind, the carry needs to be countered by Black Hole. And these drafts become very difficult. That's why Enigma became so popular and competitive these days, because you essentially just nullify the win condition for the enemy team. And Enigma is going for the full Black Hole build this game. Necros, finish because it's so useful, but he's a Black Hole Enigma this game. No drums, no Vlads. He's just going to go BKB, Blink Dagger.
Oh, he's got the blink already, right? So blink into
blink
BKB.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
No, it's okay. I mean, you're right. I just wanted to point it out in case we do see a blink Black Hole, because it's still very possible at this stage of the game. Puck is... I mean, I don't understand this build, respectfully. I don't get it. Going for the Yules after the 3 null talismans. We're 15, so we've not taken anything. I think we've maxed all skills instead. Ice Blast incoming, dodged. Oh, not dodged, because that's the Puck's Ice Blast. Illusory Orb. The Yule Scepter to buy themselves a bit more time. There's going to be the jaunt, but XN. Wow, perfectly executed. Perfectly calculated, rather, on that Ball Lightning. Knew exactly where that jaunt was going to end up. Was perfectly in range as well for the Orchid Malevolence. And a big kill there onto our mid lane Puck.
Dire's courier has been
And that'll open up
Roshan as well. Going to see an easy objective. Yeah, why not? E-Blade's almost completed. This Roshan should give you the E-Blade. And we're going to see the Thompson build for the Morphling.
Oh, wow.
E-Blade straight into the Ags because he wants to copy the Earth Spirit.
I haven't seen this one in a while, personally. But I'm really excited to see it. And also, not to mention, Arcane Rune for the Storm Spirit. Ice Blast into the pit.
Yeah, he's like, okay, Morphling, you can't tank it any longer. You might just die. Don't Essence Ring, you idiot! Oh, never mind. Actually, it doesn't count as healing. Right?
It's not a heal. Yeah, it's just a flat 400 HP bonus.
My bad.
Otherwise,
that's my natural.
Otherwise, it would be busted on Wisp, right?
Yeah. Sorry. Because every time I see that, right, and it counts as, and I see them increase their HP, I always go, no.
That's why it's
like people toggle armlets when there's Ice Blast on.
Yeah, it's also really nice to have Ion Shell, because Ion Shell Ags upgraded rather works the same exact way. I think that's it. Does anything else buff your HP like that? Yeah. Because it's
interesting. Yeah, so the Iron Shell works exactly as the Ag's Iron Shell works exactly as the Essence Ring.
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
So are you sure you don't get 400 max HP and you just get 400 HP straight up?
Well, because it increases it percentage based, right? And that's how this one
Right,
works
but
as well.
Essence Ring doesn't do that though. Essence Ring gives you the 400 HP. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, does it? I think so. I think so then. I'm pretty sure when I looked it up, they do work the exact same way.
Because it's coded in a very specific way, so that even though it's not healing, it does give you the
Yeah.
the 400 HP on top of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, whereas Iron Shell, I could have sworn Iron Shell is just a percentage HP though, to be honest with you. I might be
Radiant's
wrong.
top
Now you're making me
tower
doubt
is
it.
under
I'll look it
attack.
up because we have.
I
the
don't know,
technology.
honestly. I didn't look it up, so maybe you were right. I just play a lot of darks. BKB on Enigma, it's not there yet, but they're looking for a smoke gank. They know Monkey King is a target, and an easy target at that.
Keeping the current health
Radiant's
percentage
top
the
tower
same.
has
So
fallen.
no, it does not. Unless
Oh.
they're at 100% HP, then of course it will.
I've been wanting this. Oh!
Radiant's top tower
Wait,
is
sorry.
under
is that-
attack.
oh, right. So it just works like I mentioned it, right?
Yep,
Okay.
yep, you were correct. Yep.
Whew. I played way too much spamming of the Aghanim's Darkseer. I was felt bad for a second there. I was
Radiant's
like,
top
oh,
tower
I spammed
is
that all
under
for
attack.
nothing. The Weep Darkseer build, as I like to call it.
Gather round.
Okay, they think it's worth killing Soul Eater by himself. I don't know if they can even kill him.
Oh, Thunder.
Dire's
That's true.
bottom tower is under attack.
And Thunder works that way too. Thunder is very unique in that sense. That Ice doesn't work on it.
What's going on
next-
here? What did Namika doing here?
I'm not really sure. Monkey King was trying to push here. Oh, Chosen One
Okay,
should
two
definitely.
fights.
Don't go in though to save Chosen One. Do they have Orchid? They don't. Oh, they do. They just didn't use it in time.
What was that?
I'm not sure.
I'm really not, because it seems like they all have the same game plan, which is we'll try and just 1v3 them all at the same time. Because Anchored goes in, he locks down the Earth Spirit, but then he's like, oh, actually, I can't kill this guy because he's got a strength gain of 4.4
Dire's
per
middle
level,
tower is
and
under
he's got
attack.
he also has a Spirit Vessel, which gives him a bunch of HP on top of
Dire's
that.
structures
So he's
are
not
fortified.
unkillable, but you can't kill him.
Radiant structures
Hey.
are
ET is like
fortified.
wrapping around. Okay, now
Dire's
Lodine
middle
is going
tower
down
is
bottom,
under
and there's a black hole onto Anchor. What?
Yeah. Means he's justifiable.
I mean,
want to
it's
say that
justifiable.
in the case of the puck, right, when he was initiating against the storm, the guys at AD were so confused that Storm forgot to use his Orchid on the
Dire's
puck, even though
middle
it's
Yeah.
going to
tower has fallen.
because he was just so confused. He was like couldn't believe what was happening.
They
Because
just-
honestly, I agree with you.
They all
Monkey King
died.
just died. Mars just died.
Like they all just died in the last 30 seconds for nothing. I really don't understand these plays. I don't understand the Dream Coil here. I understand pushing. You want to push this top wave out, you know, and you're split pushing as a puck. Understandable. You're doing the same thing bottom. I understand this puck death. But mid lane, I don't
Dire's
get it.
bottom
I think that's a
tower
little
is
bit
under
too
attack.
precarious of a situation to be farming in here, especially without any vision.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
We'll see. We'll see.
Which is a very odd play.
Yeah, and now this really firmly puts almost Disbanded in the driver's seats. They've gotten all the tier 2 towers with this Aegis, which is going to be reclaimed in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Who has it, by the way? Storm, right? Yeah, he should have it at this stage. He's got a
Hey
Bloodstone.
guys, it's okay to be confused. Like, when the chat gets confused about a play like that, it's okay. That doesn't mean they're being toxic at all. That was a weird play.
That was
It'd
very
be
weird.
toxic actually try to coddle them as babies. And go
Dire's
like,
middle tower is under attack.
that was odd. Soul Eater. At this time they are being beat though by the chaotic team fight that
Radiant's
the
top
Spirit
tower
provides.
is under attack.
We do have the Monkey King ultimate with a BKB, but still by the second life. Are they going to continue to fight this? We don't have Black Hole though.
Haste!
Oh, he's got
I think
haste.
they got really excited after that 2 kills mid, and they just wanted to go for more. They're still going to be able to win this though. Cold Feet triggered on the storm, but they burst down the poor Monkey King.
Yeah, Hellstream's in a TP out. BKB active there on the Enigma. He was looking for something, and they're just going to be able to get Monkey King as well as a Lodine at the end of the day. Puck is chilly nearby, but just blink, and it's a Puck, so I don't think you're going to be able to catch him. I mean, it almost feels like that wasn't that bad of a fight. You got rid of Aegis, which was going to be taken in about a minute anyway. There was no Black Hole to use in that fight, but you do get rid of that 10-second BKB charge at the very least. By the way, we're not going for an Aghanim Scepter here on Puck. And Grid instead is going to be opting for the Maelstrom, it seems, with the phase shift attack talents. So it is kind of being that dual carry Puck by the looks of it. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't really too bad. You get rid of Aegis, which is super crucial because you don't really want Storm to have Aegis when he's pushing high ground because he is one of the better carries to really abuse Aegis, right? Because he's obviously every single hero is limited by their HP, which is fine. You just dive in. But Storm, especially, his damage output, much like Alesh, is just limited by his mana. So if he can respawn full HP, full mana, he's gonna be very happy. It's just party time round 2 for him.
He also has so much mana. One of the few heroes that has so much mana that cheese ulti regen's like half the mana, so it's kind of a useless item on him as well. Because you're like, oh, I ate cheese, I have my full HP back, but if I don't have mana, what's the point, right? So I agree, Aegis is really good on Storm. Also, by the nature of the hero, he can be displayed so aggressively. Honestly, this is a good team to use Aegis in general. And now you have the Ags on Morph, which means double Earth Spirit. Does he have level 20? He does, but he didn't go for the cooldown reduction. Interesting. So it's not permamorph exactly, but it's very close to it.
It is 4-second downtime, right?
Yeah, which is not bad. I think you just need to be a bit more careful with how you initiate now as the two brothers.
Two
brothers! Going down to the bottom lane! They find kills.
They find a man with a staple gun who's building an Aghanim Scepter on a position 4 ET. Oh, there's 3 brothers actually, and there they go. They found the old man with the staple gun, and they will end his life. Puck is able to jaunt away and TP in time.
The third brother, that Storm is quite funny. Added to that bonus little clip there. They even have Mangoes on the Morphling because he doesn't want to run out of mana. Mangoes and Clarities do at this point in the game because why not?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be abusing mana a lot with the Rolling Boulder, so I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? You don't have too much of a mana pool. But I feel like this game is really far in AD's favor right now. I don't know how Nemiga can recover this. They need a really good team fight. Soul Eater. Soul Eater. They don't want to go against him, though. That BKB is 8 seconds. You do get a perfect team fight right now. It's 8 seconds BKB. And they catch the puck. It's be awful. Puck blinks away. You'll Scepter. They actually finds the Monkey King. And that's not the perfect team fight you were looking for at all. And that's the Monkey King dead. A Puck who might be in a similar position. And he's going to die as well. Another really awkward fight for them.
Again, I don't understand why they want to take a fight like that when your ET's about to respawn.
They're losing the plot, dude.
They are. Look at the Chosen One on the ulti. Okay, Ice Blast. This is a good setup at the very least. And they will pin him to the tree. Black Hole, though. It's beautiful. On to 3 heroes. They're all going to jump in. They nearly push the Chosen One out. It's going to end. And actually, almost disbanded, have been wiped off of the map. What the hell happened?
They fought into the Monkey King ultimate. That's what happened, dude. Monkey King ultimate with Ice Blast. The team fight for Nemiga is still respectable. You can't dive the enemy tier 3s like that, right?
What was that?
That's going to happen.
All right, guys. We have the technology.
That was still a couple buybacks, though.
We're going to take another look at that one here by using just wiping it back here a couple of seconds. Yeah. Because what happened here? And then, of course, we'll go live right away.
I didn't know what happens. It's Black Hole and the Wukong's command. Wukong's command deals damage, dude. That spear was very precise, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. Look, the Ice Blast.
Yeah, it was a great spear.
Right as he hits his spear. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, after that, it was just Wukong's command. You fought into this
Earth Splitter. Earth Splitter as well. Did so much.
Yeah, Earth Splitter, Wukong's command.
Alrighty then.
I mean, look at the, I don't know, like that summary for the Storm, for example, went 1,000 damage on the Monkey King. That summary for the Morphling, 1,000 damage on the Monkey King. Enigma, also 1,000 damage on Monkey King, more or less. I mean, respectable by Elder Titan too, though. 600 damage on each of them. Nice.
Yep.
They can kill Atoha now as well. Oh, Fiend Scream.
Right.
Nah, I'm not going down easy. I'm not going down easy. I'm going to try to take down this monkey with me. He's been silent. They force a BKB.
Yeah, but they're going to lose Soul Eater.
Not bad.
No one jumped in the way. No one blocked him.
That was pretty good. That was your, what, 7 second? Yeah, that was a 7 second BKB. Now you're down to 6, which is not that great anymore.
Yeah, it was a very questionable usage on the BKB there. I'm not really sure why he decided that was worth it. But that's fine. I mean, a kill onto Antoha to send a message. That's why Antoha tips him earlier before, of course.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Please don't spoil this. Come on.
Wait, it's... Oh, that is a spoiler, I guess, isn't it? Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What a meanie. What a meanie. What do they got here? Yeah, I mean, holy moly, I guess they still have a chance here around this Monkey King. He did buy back for that. Didn't even have Ags in that fight either. Holy cow. It's incredible. Yeah, don't worry, guys. He's gone. He's gone. We took care of the big bad spoiler, man. All right, Roshan's just respawned.
No more kids. I mean, the problem is that though, if this goes into the late game, they're still in a difficult position. Just because, I mean, your team fight's good, but as the game goes on, everyone gets BKBs, which I'm assuming the Morph will eventually do. I mean, he is going for it now. Once you get that BKB, the team fight from the Mars is not impactful. The Puck will have Ags, so at least that'll Dream Coil will still be useful. But of course, Wukong's command, you can just avoid it with your mobility, like especially when you get the waveform charges, right? And you can just avoid that Wukong's command easily. So it's not ideal to trade this into the late game either. They have better carries than you do in the Black Hole.
They need to get into the pit ASAP. Like, again, this is something we see from tier 2 teams so often. They know that Roche is going on, they scan it, and then they're just a second late. Storm, though, going to break smokes, jumping on in. And Roshan left on just a hair of HP, but he's done well enough to scare them away. Ingo's Anchor. He doesn't even care. Jump it on in. There's going to be the Arena of Blood to follow up. Anchor going to try and finish up Roche from the black hole. This time it's going to get the Monkey King before the Wukong's command can come out, and into the Fiend's Grip. Dead for 2 minutes. Stare into the abyss because you got a whole 100 seconds of it. Whew.
Well, they did kill the Enigma at least, and I guess use the black hole, but that's only a consolation prize at best. Now you can go and continue pushing. The Monkey King did use his buyback early, if I'm mistaken. Yep, and the Puck did as well,
Yeah,
actually.
he had a buyback on that fight.
Yeah, yeah, the fight that they won. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is
So
under
now
attack.
you're in a position where, yeah, Puck can deal a fair amount of damage, but because of that buyback, the Axe is completely back to 0, pretty much, right? You lost all the hedgeway you went into the Axe, which is bad. You can defend this, though, nicely. It's still a good buyback, but it does suck that you now will get the Axe much, much later.
Yeah, actually,
Dire's middle
look at this.
tower
Anchorage's
has
just going to go
fallen.
cut this mid-wave. I think Antoha's like, wait a second. He's going to cut our mid-wave, isn't he? There's not really much you can do about it here. Phase shift attack. There it is. Aggro's the whole wave. All the other lanes are actually pushing. Storm, you madman. Big ol' zip with the blink away just in time. And Anchored continuing to juke them. Nice job. Unfortunately, they still get the full lane of bears because Morphlane is very balanced. Another waning rift. Soul Eater's chasing him down. I don't think he can catch him.
Dire's middle
Oh,
barracks
the
are
silence.
under
He can't jaunt. You'll Scepter used for Blink Dagger in 1 second. And I don't think they can catch him here. Oh! What? Antoha, he knew he was going to blink. Did you see that ping?
Yeah, that was impressive. That was very impressive. They caught him now, and they have enough damage. My goodness, dude. Antoha's carrying this team. He's MVP this game. I mean, I know his team is playing well, mind you. He's not like carrying them because they're bad, but goddamn, he's playing a great game.
Yeah, he is on the Bane. That's incredible.
It's they're all tipping Minecraft. Nobody from his team is tipping him though, which is not a
No,
good
of
sign.
course. So who was the guy that tipped
under attack.
Rasmus? Was it
Dire's middle
Milan?
barracks has
Oh,
fallen.
Gilger.
Gilger, that's right.
When he was playing against Puck Champ, and I don't know who made like a really good play against. I think it was the mid laner particularly. And then everyone in Helper Smash is just quiet. They all tip the mid laner, and Gilger also tips.
I think it was like a spell whip or something because someone like juked it or something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
something like that. Gilger still tipped him. That was great. I love that play. Ice Blast, okay. They do kill the Morphling relatively early.
Wow.
Well, that's good. Ice Blast working for them. They do finish off the Ancient Apparition, but a bit too late. We have the Aegis on the Storm. Morphling immediately buys back. Storm just trying to delay the inevitable, as he knows he's going to die anyway.
Fiends
Might as well
Grip on
get
Monkey
short of the block. Thousand One could just die here. The Spirit Vessel, both that and Mangatas have been dispelled here. Soul Eater can't finish him off. Doesn't really matter as long as they catch up to Monkey King. Monkey King who has no buyback yet again, and Morphling is back to push this. Or, well, he's running towards it to push as fast as he can.
Dire's bottom tower.
I feel like if you use the buyback, you might as well commit to this, though. Monkey King's dead for 80 seconds. You
Yeah,
gotta
and
pull
you,
something
and you
now.
know he's dead for 80 seconds on top of that.
Barracks
Once
are under
again, great
attack.
Fiend's Grip from Antoha.
Oh,
XM,
nice. Soul Leader came by to give him a morph. That's what he was responding.
he does die, but super well worth it there. And unfortunately, I think probably the best play was to just let Storm live. Because he had no mana, no HP anyway. You know, he wanted to die there. He probably just would have zipped himself into the enemy fountain if it wouldn't have killed him on his second life. Because your Monkey King was completely just alone and dying. He needed some sort of support there, and he just didn't have anything, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Dire's middle
And this is
tower
going to be
is under
probably the
attack.
Megas. You've got Puck back alive with the Dream Coil. No Aghanim Scepter again. That's still a bit further away, but they're going to try and actually burst Mukushi on his second life. They are going to wake him up and into the black hole here. Another Nightmare to try and keep him alive. Puck has managed to evade this black hole somehow. They still are going to end up losing Lodine. Hellscream is going to jump onto Soul Eater. Frazier is going to be killed off by Anchored as well. And they actually have managed to defend. Even this Morphling is being ran down by the Puck. What a hold. What a high ground hold. Holy shit. I can't believe they almost killed the Morphling a second time, basically, in an identical manner.
Well, the Morphling to the Ice Blast, he's just super weak, and you have an ET. Like, this is not an easy game for the Morph, but that's why I was mentioning that I think AD really acknowledges in the draft by picking up a Storm, right? Having a secondary win condition is so valuable this game. Because Storm is just pretty much carrying the game for them when Morphling is not apt to it, and that's fine. That's what the pick is for. So, really appropriate. Obviously, Antoha's doing a great job, and so is the Earthspit and the Enigma. And also, Enigma's a tertiary win condition, to be honest, because Enigma's always like that, right? Especially when that plays around Black Hole. But the drafted AD has made it so they don't have to depend on the Morphling. Whereas the Migas draft, this dual core idea between Puck and Monkey King just meant that they're both poor now. Antoha, oh, he saw the Puck with that ward. They know. He didn't get the silence off, though. He could have Fiend Scripted him in time, but he was just a bit too out of range.
Here's Aether Lens here, the casual Aether Lens. He's gone for the move speed talent as well, rather than the Nightmare cooldown and the cast range. So he's got really great cast ranges here. Unfortunately, as much as they did, I think, find a Timeless Relic, right? No, they haven't found anything yet. But Timeless Relic doesn't work on channeled spells, unfortunately. It doesn't actually extend the duration of the lockdown. It's good for Nightmare. That will extend its duration. If if he gets the Timeless Relic with the Spell Prism, whichever one is the one that reduces or increases debuff durations. But Nemiga is pound. It's Timeless Relic, yeah. Debuff duration increase. That doesn't work for channeled abilities. That'd be busted. But it does work for Nightmare. And they are going to probably end up giving Spider Legs here to the Enigma. He's got Blink Black Hole now for 6 more seconds. We still don't have Aghanim Scepter. 900 gold away from having it to be able to cancel that Black Hole. Although sometimes it's not proven to be a problem. I mean, my goodness, Encred dodging that Black Hole was what a play.
Go for the mid lane. Monkey King, silence, but he missed. Storm. Is he just too fast? Too fast, too furious? He has a BKB though, so he's gonna be fine. Yeah. That's 2 ultimates, dude. Your circle play is down.
And the BKB. Okay, Soul Eater's gonna BKB because he feels like it. That's his 10-second BKB.
It's good. It's good. It's good measure, right? Like just to even out the BKB.
Yeah, just to even it up. Yep.
Yeah.
He's testing it. All right, he's testing it.
It works, guys. Works.
It works.
Confirmed.
Yep.
He's pinging it now. It's like, guys, I did it.
I mean, honestly, Earth Spirit BKB is huge. You're just so
Sometimes it's just stupid.
god damn annoying, aren't you? Because you got 3,000 HP with a Spirit Vessel that can stun and silence these supports who don't have a BKB. You know, imagine not having a BKB.
Yeah,
well,
I
ET
agree.
does kind of because he's got Aghanim Scepter, so maybe he kind of does, but
Which is the equivalent, right? I'd say. Yeah.
kind of. I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's close.
Right? I mean, yeah, because when realistically in a team fight, when are you not gonna get Astral Spirit off and be able to hit a couple of heroes?
Well, unfortunately, the issue is that there's a recall time on the Astral Spirit, right? That's why the
oh,
Ag
right,
is-
yeah. So it's not immediate. That's true.
The Ag Shard is really nice to have because you have to collect all the heroes, right? Even if you're just going to get 1 or 2, right? Because you shouldn't really waste time going for all of them. But that's why the Ag Shard is actually really nice to have because it allows you to instantly consume your Astral Spirit, so then you have the buff immediately. That's another kind of small thing if you have the Aghanim Scepter that's nice to have, right?
Yeah.
What have we here?
Because otherwise, like I said, yeah, you do have to wait for it to fly to you. And it flies back at 550, but again, we all know that sometimes 550 isn't all that fast in Dota when you have other heroes moving at the speed of sound and Lycan running at 750. You know, there's all these things that can sometimes not be
Bloodseeker
as
who
fast.
ignores the
Yes.
cap at all.
Yeah, right.
Completely.
Could you imagine
Weaver also
Bloodseeker?
ignores it.
Yeah, outrunning the Astral Spirit, running back to the ET.
But Bloodseeker, yeah. It's like, if I only get my spirit, I'll be faster than Bloodseeker. And then Bloodseeker's just
Racing.
beelining to your
It's-
soon-to-be dead body.
It's the Captain America meme on your
Dire
left
are
is
scanning.
what he just calls out. I don't think you've ever seen that movie. That's okay. Winter
Isn't that-
Soldier.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Marvel Cinematic Universe. Comics are better, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like for DC, I get it because some of the movies in DC are very unique, but for Marvel, it's just
Snyder
like it just might.
Okay,
Marvel.
careful here on Toha. Look at this. It kind of looks like Antoha's like the leader of all the Eidolons, doesn't he? He's like, come on, my boys. Let's get in there.
Oh, right, because he looks more similar to them than the Enigma does,
He,
actually.
kind of does. Look at it.
It's adorable. I may not be able to push my children, but you can push for me.
Yeah, it's Falcon and Cap. That's right. It's Falcon and Cap. Not the elevator scene. The elevator scene is, does anyone want to, before we get started, does anyone want to leave or something like that, as I recall.
How do you know all these scenes by heart, dude?
I don't know. I remember movies when I watched them. It's a well-made movie, to be honest. Winter Soldier's not bad. It's got a couple good moments in there. Again, it's just not a very original is the problem, right?
If it was a well-made movie, you wouldn't say it had a couple good moments in it. that's the. I'm
Well,
trying to
no
save it.
movie is just like 100% a banger from start to finish. Don't be ridiculous.
Parasite,
No.
Shawshank Redemption.
No. Also no.
They're both amazing.
I mean,
from,
they're,
like,
they're
start to finish.
yeah, but not like every single scene. You're not like, dude, when I've never seen Shawshank Redemption, but when Morgan Freeman is reading off, you know, a paragraph of text, that's the sickest part of the movie.
I mean, it's not meant to be a thriller, but every single scene is like really well crafted. I would disagree with it. I don't know. Hell, even something like Green Book is pretty solid at almost every single scene. It's not even that great of a movie.
Oh, you
Have you
said-
watched KKK Klansman? That was awesome.
Green
That was
Book,
incredible.
dude, you're careful. All the cinema majors are gonna get upset with you because that's a rip-off of another movie.
What, the Green Book?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But it's I watched the original. I mean, it's supposed to be a rip-off of his life, and it's mean to the person in question, but the movie was fine. The acting was great.
Double Refresher Shard or Double Black Hole for Enigma and BKB.
Hey,
of
Logic
course.
Trilogy. Kung Fury is good from start to finish as well in a very different way.
Morphling has Aeon Disc as well, by the way. That'll actually be super annoying to deal with. Now we need a Nullifier to get rid of that. In case you guys haven't watched the most recent Jenkins video, Jenkins also hates Nullifier now.
Yeah, but he also hated Coddle, and then Coddle became the most picked hero, so I don't know if that's like at this point, Jenkins' hate has lowered my expectations of what I should find.
It's very strange to hear the AA auto attack animation that quickly. They're going through the bottom lane, by the way. A little bit of rat Dota for you. Black Hole after the storm. VP.P into the Ice Blast. And 2 heroes already dead.
Oh, he has Aeon Disc on the Morphling and stuff to die to the Ice Blast. Incredible. Fiend Script used just to make sure that he can kill the Monkey King, but unfortunately they can't accomplish this. The 2 supports are dead. Munkushi does have the Aegis though, so I think he's okay with dying here, especially if Storm is nearby. Yeah, he has the Axe as well, and that's going to secure the second Black Hole, this time for the Monkey King. That's the last of your cores. He doesn't buyback though. The 2 supports plus Monkey King defending the world. They might lose Fraser in the process.
Oh, he almost got
Oh,
cold
he had the
feeded.
Pressure Shard, right? That was it. That's why
Yeah.
he had
Mate, I just said that Morphling had Aeon Disc. Why were you so surprised? That was the whole Jenkins point.
Oh, I thought he was mentioning
Dire's
Nullifier.
middle
Yeah,
tower
I didn't
is
know.
under attack.
Yeah, Nullifier.
Cut off on Discord.
It removes
sorry.
Aeon Disc.
That's why I wouldn't want to swap the team speak.
Yeah, very convenient excuse
Dyer's middle
for
tower
ignoring
true.
has
this.
fallen. Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Plus Axe on Storm Spirit's great this game. All right, it looks like they're going to be sticking around to try and end. That's a very big Wukong's command, however.
Blade?
Dyer's middle tower.
It is
has
very
fallen.
big, but not big in the literal sense. Not big in like, wow, what a great command.
It's
Just
massive.
to find the Monkey King here. It quite literally is massive. Storm doesn't have Aegis though, and he's out of mana completely, but he's been committing to the Monkey King kill. He knows the die back, so yep, that's secure. That's a support stat as well. Without ET, Ancient Apparition will last Ice Blast for the boys, as he also falls here. Ancient will die, and that's gonna be almost disbanded. They made it. This team almost disbanded, but instead they stumbled themselves into the the Division 2 DPC League for the Eastern European region.
Yeah, well played. Claps for them in the chat,
Congratulations.
please. Even though we don't have that BTTV emote enabled, we will enable that one shortly here. As we can see, ITB and Team Bald are actually starting to play here already. But yeah, that's going to be it for day 3 of the CIS closed qualifiers. As Almost Disbanded are going to be the first team to get into Season 2, so congratulations to them. We'll see if who's going to be joining them, of course. And again, third place might still be actually accepted if we end up getting a team that doesn't be that's unable to form a roster. Really, that's Gambit 2 at this stage, right?
Yeah, Gambit 2 is a big incog. We don't know what's going to happen to them, so that's going to be a question mark. But for now, guys, thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure, really. Thank you for enjoying the CIS games. We are not doing EU because there's a lot of people already doing that, so we thought, yeah, why not give them some exposure instead? And we will be rating you probably to Cap stream right now, just so you can watch the ITB game. Hope you've enjoyed the games, though. Regardless, we'll have one last day tomorrow. The best way to just follow us is obviously follow our channel. And of course, you do !cast. You can see our both individual Twitters. We can follow whatever else we are casting. I'll be doing all the close qualifiers, though, for, of course, this tournament. Completely free, though. We're not the official cast or anything. We just decided we could do this anyway because we did DPC CIS Division 2
the
last
Blackrook is
season. So we
still-
thought, might as well. Right? Might as well follow the new talents. So,
Yeah.
anything else you want to say before we go?
No, not really. I'm just looking at who's live. I think Cap just went live as well.
Yeah, just go for Cap. Cap, I just checked out, and he's casting the ITV game. So yeah, let's just.
Into the Breach. If you guys want to watch a British stack, it's like watching like I don't know, like it's like watching like a really big fan of Arsenal cast an Arsenal game. It's basically what it's like watching the British boys cast ITB.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It should be quite fun here. Let me go ahead and send them on over.
Yep. They're all casting on their own individual channels. I just saw Cap, so I mean, might as well rate.
Capitalist. I think I spelled it right. Yeah, that's it for today. We're going to see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back where tomorrow we're going to do the lower brackets semifinals and the lower brackets final. So which games are those going to be? It's going to be
It's going to be. We start out with
Cordy and Cascade, and then
Cordy and Cascade.
the
and
winner
then
versus Namiga. Yeah.
Yeah. That's exciting. Congratulations to Almost Disbanded, though. One of the open qualifier teams as well that came up completely here, and also one of the later open qualifier teams. Actually, one of the last to actually qualify because they struggled to get there.
Pay the bets, and then we're going to send you on your way on your bike. See you later, boys. Oh,
See you
no,
guys.
I can't send the raid because the prediction result is here. Please. 9
shit, me too.
seconds. All right, 8 seconds till you're gone. Bye, guys. Bye. We'll just wave the entire time. Thanks for supporting Tier 2 Dota and watching the unofficial coverage. We appreciate you. See you later. Follow us on Twitter. All right,
Bye-bye.
they're gone.